Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
Hola. Hello, fellow traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. So glad you could make it. Yes, you were at the right place at the right time. And we have here, coming back from our holiday here Wednesday, saved you a front row seat. Welcome to TopstepTV, the only show that does have the biggest and best names in the trading world on our show. This is opening call. He's peanut butter and I'm jelly. Peanut butter and jelly time. We have an informative and educational show for you today, and each day we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and even that kid on the fryer at McDonald's. So remember, we are here for you today. And don't forget that voice in your head that keeps reminding you there is a price to pay for success. And there also is a price to pay for failure. The question is, what price are you willing to pay? So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, the trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Welcome back, Johnny.
Thank you, Eddie. Welcome back yourself, and welcome everybody. Yes, it is the opening call Thursday, June the 20th. Officially the longest period of daylight of the year. It's the beginning of summer today. And as always, we're going to be focusing on accurate context, good risk management, and patience here. It is great to see everybody. Great to be back in a big day here in trading.
Thanks, Johnny. Well, let's lay this out here. News today. Yes, U.S. stock futures traded marginally higher. And I tell you, boy, we were just talking about this before we opened up here. Gold is just getting whipped around. Johnny said cash carry is speaking here, so that's a possibility. Crude back above the 81s. Dow future contracts was about 6 points here. 6 points better earlier. We did see the S&P climb about 22, and the NASDAQ rose about 140 here. So big moves here earlier. The main indices are all on course for a winning streak, with both the S&P and the NASDAQ reaching fresh records on Tuesday. Stock market was closed yesterday, if you're wondering, here for the Juneteenth holiday. NVIDIA, boy, I tell you, this NVIDIA has been front and center, leading the way, becoming the most valuable company in the world earlier this week. You know, Johnny, when I was doing the Squawk Radio, somebody told me about NVIDIA. We were talking about, because we had it on our computers and stuff, and I was told, yeah, you buy NVIDIA. So that person probably is sitting very nicely because I did not buy any NVIDIA. Becoming the most valuable company in the world this week, with enthusiasm towards all things that are AI-driven. Bank of England hold its latest policy meeting later today, with the central bank widely expecting to hold interest rates unchanged. Copycats. So it was the inflation returned to its 2% target in the UK for the first time in nearly 3 years. Back to NVIDIA. Well, they're going to remain in the spotlight. They have become the number one here. It's now worth about $3.34 trillion. Having ended trading on Tuesday at nearly $136, making it more valuable than fellow tech giant Microsoft, and has overtaken Apple earlier this month. And over to Tesla, and boy, I bet you Elon is wishing he was one of the first ones with AI, but Tesla sales slumped in the European Union, falling 34.2% as a part of a sharp drop in demand for the new battery electric cars in the region. Now, demand for EVs in Europe has sort of chilled out a little bit. That's after rising strongly for several years, while competition to produce more affordable models has grown. What's up his sleeve next? But Johnny, what do you got?
Well, as far as economic numbers today, everybody, the housing starts and permits came out this morning. Starts came out lower than expected. They were looking for 1.37 million. It came out 1.277 million. That takes our housing starts to a year low. Permits were also lower than expected. They were looking for 1.45 million. That came out at 1.386 million.
Saw that.
Jobless claims came out higher than expected. They were looking for initial jobless claims to come out at about 235,000. They came out at 238,000. Continuing jobless claims also higher. They were looking for 1.81 million. That came out at 1.828 million. And the Philly Fed number also came out. Very, very small expansion in the industries in and around Philadelphia here. They were looking for 4.8. I kind of came out 1.3, still expansion, but a paltry number for expansion. We're also looking for, at 10 o'clock today, the EIA Petroleum Status Report. At 10:30, there's a 4-week, 8-week, and 4-month bill auction. Remember, yesterday was a holiday non-settlement session that always seems to throw a little bit of a horseshoe into my charts, into my profiles. Be careful today with that knowledge. As far as the VIX is concerned, last I checked, it was up just under 2% at 12.53. Dollar index also up slightly. Last I checked here this morning, 105.47, and the yield on the 10-year pretty much steady at 4.26%. That is what we're looking at. We also have a couple of talking feds. Kashkari is speaking now. He says that it's probably going to take a year or two to bring inflation back down to 2%. He also says the economy keeps throwing them curveballs, which are challenging. The only other talking fed that I see in the schedule today is Barkin, and that's not until 3 o'clock Central Time today. So that's what we've got as far as economic and talking feds today. Eddie?
Well, throwing a horseshoe into your into your way, as long as they don't throw the horse. So you got to be careful. As long as horseshoes are easy to get out of the way. But I see what you're saying, Johnny. Mentioning crude here today. Crude, pretty stable until we sort of got to around the 730 level here. Pushing here high 81.27. That's ahead of the official U.S. data inventory, as John mentioned. There was no WTI Wednesday, so I'm wondering if that has anything to do with what's going on here, what we're seeing here. Data released on Tuesday. We did have our API, and that showed U.S. crude stocks rose by just over 2 million barrels in the week that ended June 14th. Suggesting weak demand during the important driving season. Did you drive this anywhere yesterday, John?
Costco.
Which is what? 47 miles away. Yes. He lives in the tundra.
Like 3.5 miles from my house. It's dangerous.
Okay. So you weren't a factor in that. No. EIA releases figures today. Later than usual due to the Juneteenth holiday. All right, that is what I got. And James, our continuation of tip of the week. There it is. Have a trading plan. Have a plan in anything you do. That's what you need to do. Have a plan. Think it out. Trading, now you know, and I know, and he knows, and trading can be emotional, especially during periods of high volatility or the dreaded unexpected losses. Yes, they are all unexpected. Trading plan can help cut emotional reactions. You don't want to hijack your account with revenge trading by providing a plan approached to decision making and reducing the impact of fear, greed. Yes, fear and greed. My God, those bastards. Johnny, what else? What do you got for tip of the week?
Well, with all the people that I've worked with and that I've known in trading and that I've mentored and everything, one of the most important things is to have that trading plan. When you're asking yourself, how do I become a consistent and profitable trader? Ask yourself, what am I bringing consistently into the market? And having that trading plan is part of that consistency. Always have a plan. And as they say, plan your trade and trade your plan.
Plan your trade and trade your plan. Now, there you go. And I tell you, we got game plans throughout our lives. Even if you're baking a cake, on the box there is a game plan. Otherwise, I don't know what I would do. Just throw everything in one bowl and flip it in the oven. But no, there's a game plan. So follow that game plan today. It's very, very important. Also, everyone who checked in for Tuesday's fire drill, all right, you got an email yesterday morning. All right, check your email, check your inbox, check your spam. Check your back pocket. It might be in there. If you participated and don't see an email in your inbox, please check your spam folder. Okay. Also, please remember, right? We're all human. We all have families that love us. Be kind to our support agents. Yes, they are people that are working day and night to answer all issues, questions, and requests. Be nice to your fellow human. What goes around comes around. Speaking of goes around, comes around, Johnny, you got some chart update know-how for us today?
100%, Eddie. So we are, as always, starting with the daily on the S&Ps and the upside auction. The structure to the upside still remains friendly to longs. Of course, that's just the way these markets have been. Yesterday, again, was a non-settlement day. So there's no settlement day from yesterday. The equities, very abbreviated session, very low volume. I tend to just kind of ignore those in the charts, and it kind of messes up my profiles a little bit. So it always throws me a little bit of a curveball, much like the economy is sending curveballs to the Fed. So the uptrend continues to continue, and it's complicating the role for the longer time frame traders. Volume, open interest, still largely controlled by the rollover, and it's very difficult to maintain or to use those tools in an assumption of how good the market is doing in a particular direction. If we were to say, looking at the open interest from Tuesday, adding 128,000 contracts, we would say, wow, that is a really strong up move. That's something that we're going to be looking for to continue for a while, but that's very related to rollover. There's a lot of legging going on. There's all kinds of things that we all very rollover related. There's a lot of things that change. Volume is split. Open interest is split. People are legging contracts from the June month to the September month. It all messes all that up. So very looking forward to having expiration tomorrow and having rollover finished next week. Personally, rollover weeks have been traditionally very difficult for me to trade. It's going to be something that I'm going to be keeping in mind of today. And if I don't see anything that really comes and finds me, I'll probably be pretty low key today as far as activity is concerned. Take a look at the 30-minute chart, though. Let's take a quick look. Get this scaled. All right. So Tuesday, a pretty decent continuation of the move to the upside. No gap. Yesterday's range, very narrow, very low volume. I should say yesterday's. This was Tuesday. Yesterday's range, very low volume, not a lot going on. Overnight inventory, we're looking at the market got a little bit too long for itself on this 230 bar, 230 30-minute bar. It's already kind of coming back, but probably going to be opening with a gap. All of the moving averages, all of the anchored VWAPs that I have are still kind of pointing to the upside. So we're still looking at looking for an opportunity to buy weakness. If we can close the gap, that might be the weakness that gives us the opportunity. Remember that settlement is from Tuesday. There was no settlement on Wednesday, yesterday, due to the holiday. So the profile yesterday, just a very small normal variation day. Pretty decent move on Tuesday, just kind of ensuring that value remained higher. So the market still is looking pretty strong to the upside here. Again, being in rollover, it makes it much more difficult to truly understand how the auction process is doing. And again, these moves to the upside in the equities are really complicating the rollover for our longer time frame traders. This is probably giving them a few fits. So the daily on the NASDAQ, well, We put in a weekly kickoff high in the overnight session. We traded 4 ticks above the weekly kickoff high at 2370. That is going to be a level of contention for us today, with possibly some decent opportunities should price go back and revisit that level in the regular trading hour session. Again, because it's rollover, volume and open interest are very blurry. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ, I believe, I know for sure the NASDAQ, the S&P as well, have put in a new all-time high in the overnight session. You've been around for a while. We know that the overnight high that happens in the all-time high that happens in the overnight session tends not to be a lasting high. I'm looking for another test of the overnight highs at some point, if not today, at some point soon. Back to the 30-minute here on the NASDAQ, we're going to get a really good look at how the NASDAQ traded to that weekly kickoff high. Here we go. Let's get this scaled. So here is Tuesday's session, a normal variation, little excess on the low here. So the auction to the downside failed, and the auction to the upside has been continuing. 230 30-minute bar traded right to that weekly kickoff high. It's been taking off all of this overnight inventory, and I'm including this session from yesterday's abbreviated session as overnight inventory. Look at the volume. There's very little volume there. Not a lot of longer time frame participants. In the shorter time frame, speculators got too long up near an important inflection level, and boy, the market has certainly started to come off from that. So, if we get a gap close to yesterday, or excuse me, not even to yesterday, but to Tuesday's high here, that might look like an interesting area for an execution. That level 20,229.50, 20,229.50. We'll see if we get an opportunity near there. And again, all the moving averages and the anchored VWAPs that I've got on this chart are all still heading to the upside. Our session VWAP now kind of curving to the downside. As far as the profile yesterday, a normal variation, excess, normal variation, excess on the day before that. We're still looking for this market to probably continue the move to the upside. And remember, with these equities, when there is no bad news, there is that upside tinge to them. Normal variation, excess, low on Tuesday. Looking for an opportunity to buy weakness, as our good friend Dakota always says. Well, where do we buy it? Where do we buy it? Take a look at crude oil now.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so on Tuesday, we had a breakout above the weekly kickoff high at $80. It really gave us a couple of nice opportunities to look for longs at that level, and we'll see that on the 30-minute chart or in just a couple of seconds here. Tuesday's breakout brought some volume, and it also added a bunch of open interest. We added 14,000 in open interest on higher volume. I'm looking for this auction to continue to push to the upside. The next really kind of difficult spot for it that I see is if we come back to the neckline of the head and shoulders pattern that finally did finish down at $73 as expected. This was the measured move that took us down to $73. This might be a little bit of a point of contention for us. What was support became resistance. And is it going to remain resistant on this daily chart? The simple moving averages are really kind of braided. So the longer term here in crude oil is largely just kind of range bound in this area. So we're just going to keep an eye on those. Focusing on shorter time frame charts here to look for opportunities. There's that neckline from the head and shoulders. That's going to come in right around 81.45. Interesting. Overnight inventory got a little bit long. We're seeing continuing buying after the regular trading hour open here. With the open interest and volume that was created on this acceptance above that $80 level. And look at how nice this market came right back to it. Gave us a nice little opportunity to look into getting along there. Very little risk on that trade if you were able to take it. And Tuesday, really just kind of holding above that level. And what does holding above a specific level mean? Well, if you're looking at time as an acceptance of price, you're seeing price being accepted above $80 right now in crude oil. And again, we're looking for that 81.45 level to be a little bit of a hiccup, a possible resistance level. And then there's a naked TPO point of control from the 26th of April all the way up at 82.23. And that is in the August contract. So if we do take out that neckline, my next target would be all the way up to that, again, naked TPO point of control at 82.23. Let's take a quick look at gold now.
Real
and
quick,
see
Johnny. Real quick,
Yes,
John. August is Q. If you're wondering,
Q.
August is Q.
100%. Thanks, Eddie. All right. So gold, we've been looking at this market as relatively range bound, and it's really started to set up kind of a rising triangle pattern here. We do have the 50 session simple moving average in play here up against the upper area of this trend line of this line here, which also happens to be last week's high. So we were kind of looking at this range bound activity as the extremes is last week's low, last week's high. Well, we're up against that. We're up against that 50 session moving average. This is probably going to act as resistance. So we're going to probably be using range bound rules to fade into a short against that, unless it breaks out and we see some momentum and continuation to the upside, which could bring us all the way up to 23.91, which is the weekly kickoff high. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So here's the 30-minute chart. Okay, so overnight inventory. This was yesterday's, very narrow, very low volume. We actually had a late spike on Tuesday that I'm finding very interesting for us today. The late spike is when the market pushes to a new high. That would be a late spike to the upside. Pushes to a new high and closes up there. So the settlement on Tuesday was 23.4690, and the base of that late spike was 23.4570. Well, look at our overnight. Well, this little move down here last night. Okay, 4:00 in the morning, the market came and basically tested the base of that late spike and found buyers at that level. Now, those are going to be shorter time frame levels, shorter time frame traders, I should say. But the market has opened with a gap. It has failed to close the gap even to Tuesday. So I'm kind of looking at this market as maybe we're going to get another test of that trend line, last week's high, and that upper trend line. The lower trend line comes in considerably lower. So I'm kind of looking for rejection of range and value from Tuesday and or yesterday's very, very low volume session for potential continuation move to take us maybe up above this level. Got to keep your eye on the dollar. I think the gold has been very kind of short time frame controlled. We did add 5,400 contracts on Tuesday's session here in open interest. So there is some more energy coming into this market. It's but I'm looking at it as kind of gap rules. If we can't close this gap relatively early, I'll look for another test of last week's high and that trend line, that trend line. And if we can get above it, I can see some pretty decent upside momentum or some upside buying coming into this market. So take a deep breath. Make sure you are humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, please pray for peace.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Coming up here, we've got Fast Markets, we've got Deeyana, we've got Nick4ATick, we've got Andre, we got MP. O's going to be here. I'll be here in the background. Oh boy, we got a party. John, I'm not drinking coffee today. I got a big cup of Tang. So I'm feeling like an astronaut. So if you want to meet on the moon, I'll meet you there, and we're going to take a break here right now. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Yes, Tang. All right, we are open, so let's get our ponies in the gates. How's that rodeo? All right. Good morning, Andre. All you.
Morning, Eddie. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to Fast Markets here on TopstepTV. Man, the upper left, founder of the company, Mr. Michael Patak to his right, Nick4ATick, and of course, you guys all know lower left, Deeyana. Welcome everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed the holiday yesterday. We are back in these markets. These markets are a little bit lower. I do see we made some new all-time highs in the NASDAQ to start off. But Deeyana, talk us through it. What are you looking for today?
So crude oil is obviously creeping upside. I would like to see some pullback before I look for opportunities. Value high would be obviously a very good area. Usually if we didn't have that holiday yesterday, so that's going to be a weaker level today. So we also have the late inventories. So I may be sitting on my hands for quite a while on crude oil, but we'll see. You know, you never know. Everything can start moving. I could get, some market generated information. But now equities are looking pretty interesting. We are going into a gap fill, from what I can tell. And again, similarly, the value high is probably not going to be a super strong area. So there's maybe a narrative there for shorts, I think.
Well, the sellers are coming in here. Nick, in the green room, we're talking about options levels in the S&Ps. What were we looking at there?
We already broke below it, but I was looking kind of at the start of pre-market, shortly before the news releases at 7:30 Central, basically looking for a rotation back down to SPX 5500, which was kind of the big strike today and leading into options expiration on the monthly side tomorrow. So it kind of made sense that we may unwind, as I think our Euro trader friends and the Asia session got a little ahead of themselves with some of the NVIDIA news last night of, just continuing that euphoric run. So I was looking for this rotation down. We got it. We are now below 5,500. So I will be sitting on my hands and looking for the market to kind of make a decision if we want to continue to build, or do we retrace some of this crazy move in the NASDAQ back towards 20,000 here over the last few days?
Good question. Nick, can you please remind us, what was the NVIDIA news?
Yeah,
the NVIDIA news basically was, I believe, some kind of partnership with, building, what was it? The not Meta's, Elon's AI program or something. Here, let me get the exact headline that I saw, and naturally NVIDIA was up 4% over.
I was going to say, does it just mean buy more NVIDIA? Essentially, what the news is.
Anything means buy more NVIDIA today.
Okay. Yes. Okay. When in doubt, buy more NVIDIA.
Probably accidentally sold some of their chips to some world-dominating robots.
Yes. Yeah. Oops. That's an oopsie.
Oops.
Anyways,
Tom had a big contract.
We'll see some sellers out of here, out of the gate. S&P's trading around the lows of the day. Low of the day, 55.63 3/4. Currently about $3 above that. NASDAQ saw some sellers out the gate too. We're about 9 points off the highs. 9 points off the lows. Lows of the day, 20,007. Got a level here at 20,200, Michael. We're going to see how the market reacts. The NASDAQ reacts around 20,200. We've got one check mark for around there. We'll see how it reacts. But for the time being, we're going to be patient today. Michael, I don't know if you saw the big news. Topstep YouTube channel does not have 100,000 subscribers. It has 101,000 subscribers over the holiday.
Man.
What do you think about that, MP? Isn't that crazy?
Well, I think they better send us a plaque that says 101, but by the time they send it, we might be a little bit higher. But I am excited to have that 100,000 plaque. It's pretty cool. We're going to put it in the trophy room. Guys that don't know, we have a trophy room. It's not a cocky way of saying we're doing awesome, but it's definitely a collection of all the awesome things that we're doing. Like best company to work for. We did that like 5 years in a row in Chicago. Fastest growing company in Chicago. One of them. And then Inc. 5,000, a bunch of those wins. But next to that will be this one. This is a big win. Oh, and Ernst & Young's finalist for Entrepreneur of the Year. But hey, forget about that one. I did not make it.
100,000 subscribers and go right next to all those esteemed accomplishments.
And we'll go dead freaking center because this is a feat. Yeah, we're making new lows. This is a feat for us that we just shot from the hip and we did it.
Yes, we did. All right,
and Andre, the official reason for NVIDIA was NVIDIA shares gained 3% before the bell on Thursday after partners Dell Supermicro Computer received server orders for Elon Musk's new AI startup.
Oh, beautiful.
So a three-way partnership for, the king of grifting himself, Elon Musk.
Oh, wow.
Elon's
the king of grifting.
He's got to get in there. He
wow,
wants to get
Nick.
in there.
Taking shots
I'm
at
coming
Elon
out,
Musk
I'm
bright
coming
and
out
early.
fire, with a little bit of fire today.
One day of no trade.
Tesla's going to
chomping at the bit.
You think Tesla's going to 0 too, Nick? I love how.
Oh, absolutely. No. That's I don't. After getting abused by Tesla in 2021, I don't short Colts.
Oh
yeah. Oh yeah. Good call.
Yes.
Same reason I know Jack did it, but I can't short GME. Not in a million years. I just won't do it.
I'm selling options and hedging. I am not short.
Oh, Jackson.
I'm in the same boat.
Jack is in this too.
Hey,
guys, we
touch 198. So that's 20, 200s. That number got a 15 handle pop so far, 17 handle pop so far.
So we just see the buyers coming in around the 28,200 level. I do have my Top Step daily levels on my chart. We will pin it to the top of the chat here. Make sure to I have some real estate on your screen for those Top Step daily levels, as I do as well. Michael, I'll keep you posted. We do have the house account open, but keep the personal account open for now. We'll look for some levels. Maybe
Don't worry about the personal.
Dow catching some bids right here. Dow's pushing higher. Crude selling off. Gold's not doing much anything, but bulls are in control in Dow. D, in the green room, we were talking about crude oil trading in the $81 range, the $81 handle. You still see some more room to the upside?
Yeah, I mean, I see this as a new trend reversal and this summer uptrend that could be now starting pretty strongly. So I don't really want to fight that unless we have something super obvious, opening below value and all of that. We don't have that today. So we have open above value with a mild imbalance. So we're not too far away from it. But there's definitely loads of room to the upside from the way I'm looking at this. If we look at the daily chart, we still have about 90 ticks before we hit any sort of daily supplies. And then if we're going to look at the originating areas for some longer term trading, that's like 240 ticks away. So for me, this means a brand new trend. And now we're sort of heading to the opposite side of the swing. So I don't really see any particular reasons why this would suddenly start going down, given that it is June. We typically go higher during the summer months, at least for June and July. So yeah, I don't really want to fight that. But I am going to stay patient because the trade location is a little bit crap right now. So I need to just, wait for some better levels to come in.
John.
Yeah.
If you look on that daily chart, the neckline of the head and shoulders that drove us down to $73 is coming in right around 81.45 right now. So that might be a little bit of a stumbling block for upside.
Yeah, I did see that you were mentioning that level on the opening call, and this is exactly another reason why I don't just want to go long here, because there are things that could put a wrench in the works around these levels, so we still need that better trade location. Yeah, let's see how that plays out today.
That bounce, Michael. That bounce.
I was trying to get long at like 210, and I just kind of panic watched it and did nothing.
We're looking for more of a pullback as opposed to the 170s, as 170s was Tuesday's value area low. 196 was settlement, and that was a nice little entry. You did get in. We'll see if the buyers continue to stay in control and push this sucker higher. Boy, those 198s were real nice.
198s, you would have gotten 28 handles out of them. 30 handles out of them.
Hey, Hoag, if you're there, Hoag, if you're there, can you just go? Sorry, Hoag, can you give us a little breakdown of what we saw in the last 9 minutes with the opening range, just in Nasdaq and S&Ps for that matter?
Of course.
Thanks, man.
Really quickly, Nick, hold on, Johnny. Real quickly, Nick, what was your levels? 250 up there?
270 is kind of where I would be looking, like 260, 270. Even we have 24-hour VWAP at like 276 for a reoffer potentially.
All right, Johnny, go ahead.
Or if you're along, that's probably where I'd look to cover.
And guys, we're trading 2230 right now, 2230 in the Nasdaq, and 68 in the S&P. 55.68.
Yeah, Michael's ready to go. What's up, John? Talk to us about what we saw in the opening range.
All right. Well, the opening ranges in the S&P and the Nasdaq are both, they're at the high of the session. So the opening range high in the S&Ps is 55, 70, 75. The opening range high in the Nasdaq is 20,254. So, if we take those out, I'm looking at these markets thinking, okay, I'm just looking for a place to buy them. The S&P stopped short of closing the gap from Tuesday and yesterday's session. The Nasdaq has closed the gap, and we're going to see if we can see some reacceptance of value from Tuesday's session. Not seeing any reacceptance of value from Tuesday. So here is yesterday's session and today's session. This platform combines them both because yesterday was not a settlement day. So here's value. Here's TPO value high from Tuesday, which is 20,207. The market looked into it, is showing signs of rejection. The next thing that might accelerate the move to the upside, to a potential move to the upside, might be 20,254, which is the opening range high. And we also have to remember we have overnight all-time highs. Overnight all-time highs. There is that overnight all-time high.
Yeah.
Where did it go to?
Yes.
Where did it go to? It went to weekly kickoff high. Within 4 ticks of it. Weekly kickoff high is 2,370. It went to 2,371 in the overnight session. So when we think about that, all-time highs that occur in the overnight session tend to not last. Just a thought.
Yeah. I was going to say, John, how do I get those weekly kickoff numbers?
Yeah.
Well, they're pinned to the top of your screen,
Michael,
and they're also
they have to be inside my head.
Yeah, and they're also in John's head.
That's dangerous, John. That's a dangerous place to be.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
But yes, like these guys are saying, pin to the top of the chat. You will see the Top Step daily levels. I got them open on my screen. You should have them open as well. MP, looking for a possible short. Man, those 200s were real nice.
Okay. So if I get one more person ask for a promo on here, unsubscribe.
Michael, don't even say because they're going to do it.
I don't care about getting to 100 is like unbelievable. But if you ask for free resets every day, then there's one person. If you ask for a reset, boom, you should unsubscribe. You ask for a promo, you should unsubscribe.
Michael,
if you ask for a level, you should subscribe and and then hang out with us at an event in Chicago when we talk shop. Just can't ask all the time. Can't ask. It's not out of the gate. You get it when you get it. We're here to trade together.
Yes, we are. Speaking of trading together, 72% long in the YM. Dow did see some buyers out of the gate, but of course, Dow being the Dow came right back to initial balance. I got my tilt right
I'm not
here.
a gold
70%
trader. It
long.
looks like we shot at a cannon.
Yeah, we did. We did. Who? I heard order filled while John was speaking. Whose orders got filled? What was it?
Not me.
Nick, D, Michael.
Probably I'm short right now from 42 on this bounce.
Okay. Michael is
MP,
short.
you got a very large order on ES at 55.80. Just FYI.
Oh, nice catch, Nick. Michael is now.
It's about like a 500 lot.
Michael's in and out. Yes, we do. Nice catch, Nick. 500 lot to the upside in the 80s, 80 quarter. We've got 600 sitting there. 80 and 80 quarter. MP doing secret shades. We did have. Yeah, those 200s were nice, Jay. Those were nice. We saw it. We saw how it reacted, Jay. So the buyers did step in at 2,200. God, that was such an obvious trade here. Oh, well. All right, D, buyers did step in here around, 81, right around just above $81 in the crude oil.
Everything is going up.
Everything's going up. Gold's going up. Oil's going up. Dow just got shot out of a can.
Nvidia's going up.
Nvidia's going up, Nick. Nvidia is always going up. I'm just going to point to you anytime I need that to be said.
I mean, it's just when you sit there and you see it's up over 15% since the split, and the split was a week ago. It's just like,
it's not supposed to happen after a split. It's not supposed to happen after a split. It's supposed to stabilize a little bit, but no.
This is where it's like, all right, who's buying the long bonds when Nvidia is giving you 5% in 24 hours?
I love that joke. I love that joke.
That's true.
It's true. Justin's giving you 20% every 2 days. Why do I need bonds?
Yeah, giving you 15% in a week on nothing.
Oh.
I just can't explain it. That's why I'm not going to fade it.
Nvidia trade over $140 right now, up 4.5% on the day. Good idea. MP is in, he is out. MP is in, he is out. Are you guys hearing that too?
What? I'm not. I put it on mute. There should be
every time I hear you're doing it. I don't mind it. I don't know if the audience can hear it or not, but whatever. I think it's funny. Hey, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag fast markets. MP is getting in and out. What are filled.
Yeah, how do you hear that?
I hear it in my ears, dude. I don't know.
I hear it as well.
I want to get short up here.
Can you guys hear?
I want to get short up here.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to get long down there. I want to get long down there. Now I think it's, I don't know.
Yes. What about the show? Nothing's planned. No, nothing. has been in pen as far as plans for event. Michael's just talking. We'll usually throw a summer event sometime, a get together, if you will.
Yeah,
But anyways,
we're putting
nothing
things
on schedule.
together, but
Yeah, of course.
it will
We'll do
happen.
a little summer event.
More or less, it's
Anyways,
just the point of I want to, and we want to hang out with people that want to talk trading. That's what that was about. And yes, I know I did say something about 100,000 stuff, and we will do that, but we literally
got
just
you
did it
next
last
week.
night. So we
got
weren't
you next
hanging by the thread, being like,
no, because we know exactly what day is going to happen.
It's over.
Anyways, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter, X, call it what you will. Give us your trader setups, your cool memes, some cool swag, pictures of your pets wearing the cool swag, funded trader certificates, anything you got good for us. Hit us up at Twitter or X, hashtag Fast Markets. We'll scrape that, and we'll show you guys later in Fast Markets. Probably about 2 hours. Get those in. Anyways, back to the markets. Dow shot out of a cannon here, making new highs on the day. 39,380.
Tilt getting tilty. Tilt's getting really tilty,
Michael.
right?
What are you seeing? What are you seeing in Tilt, Michael? Oh, yes, it is. What are you seeing over there?
75% of people in the NASDAQ are long. 76%. That's long. That's a lot. So if 1,000 people had an open position, it's much more than 1,000 people. That's 760 people, all one-sided on one direction. Now you guys can watch right now. Are they all going to get paid? Or is the market going to take a turn? We're trading at the 60s level. Nick4ATick said he liked the, pay attention. Nick4ATick said he liked the 60s and he liked the 70s. That's why we're telling everybody talk about free resets to get off. And I'm not venting. I'm just basically saying you're distracting. He said 60s and 70s were level. Johnny said something about that up there. You look at daily levels at the top of your screen. It says nothing about fire drill, but it says daily levels. And you click on there. And it says 2270s, Tuesday's high. We got all that happening up here. We got a VWAP up here. So you got all this stuff happening, and you got the everybody and their sister that is long from. I don't know where long from. Actually, let me tell you, average price is
yes, you can
22.40. So right now they got about 14, 15 handles in the money. The average folks of all these longs are long from 22.41. You do the math, you do the figure out, annotate it on your charts. Don't talk about a free reset. Talk about what you're doing in the markets. Bada bing, bada bang.
Wow, Michael.
You're taking some of these levels. You don't need a free reset.
Nick.
I love
Nick.
Nick. You sound like a jaded
you don't
trader
need
who's
a
been doing this
free
for 25 years, man. You sound like a jaded trader that's been doing this for 20 some odd years.
It's true. I know Hoag
I
puts
love
a lot
it.
of time
I
into
love
it. I put some logic into where I'm looking to position. So it's like this is hours of market prep at times that hey you're just giving away, and if you long you short off some of these, you're more likely than not going to have potentially a winning trade if you know how to manage trades.
And the final point to this, so we can move on to the markets, is you got one of the best gosh darn traders that Topstep has, and we have a lot of traders, and they are all committed to working towards getting funded. But do it in the right way. Listen to Nick. There's a reason why we're on here. Listen to him. Yes, for a promo, you're missing the forest through the trees.
I like that saying, Michael. I like that. That's it. It's all for the day. Come on.
I don't know.
Yeah, and like this 270 level is now going to correspond most likely with the 24-hour VWAP. That's I'm looking at the wrong chart. The 24-hour VWAP right here, right around 272. And like we said, that was Tuesday's high. So it's like there's some confluence there to kind of look for a reaction. It may be a long. It could be a long if we break above that level and we go retest the all-time high during RTH. It also could be a very cheap short if that's what you're looking to take. So there's a reason to look to interact with that level, whether it's a long or a short. You just need to be patient. I wouldn't say jump right into a short the second we tag that level, but that's why we have these. And that's why you kind of prep. But when you get confluence of something like VWAP with a level you'd already planned, kind of makes sense to potentially take an entry there.
Okay.
That's the
last reference. Equities have taken out the high of the opening range now.
That sounds bullish to me, John.
Yeah, it's
I
looking
said
pretty
I'm
bullish to
looking
me
for a
as
place to
well.
buy
Yeah,
them.
Yeah, okay.
NASDAQ traded right down to
200
Tuesday's
level.
settlement.
Yes, it did. 98 was the trade. Okay. Well, we are coming off a bank holiday yesterday. I hope everyone enjoyed some time off, reflected on what Juneteenth meant to everybody. As well as taking a back alley, touched some grass. Michael climbed a mountain and also went to the rodeo. But we have some catching up to do, perhaps on data. I'll go get back to that in a second. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for today?
The calendar for today, in about 39 minutes, we got our Atlanta Braves Fed GDP coming up here. 10 o'clock, we've got a crude traders. We got that crude oil inventory. Now, it's not going to be at 9:30. It's going to be at 10 o'clock since we did have the holiday. Also, we do have coming up here at 10:30, we got a 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction. We'll have our 5-year tips auction at high noon, and Barkin speaking here a little later on at 3 o'clock today. And that's what you got here. Balance sheet a little after that. And that's what I've got here. Back to Andre.
Oh, we got some Braves fans in the house. Freddie called out the Atlanta Braves. Very cool to see. All right, did you short off those 270s, Nick? Short off those 270s. If you could,
I was just short 258s. I was short 258.
MP hitting that reverse button.
I don't know, Hoag, if you saw this. It looks like we have about a 2,000 plus positive delta at those highs on ES. So a little bit of iceberging. I couldn't see it on Bookmap to see exactly, what was happening, but there definitely is. There was a motivated seller there.
I do see that, Nick. Yeah, there's about a handle and a half there where there's lots of positive delta on some pretty strong volume, but not hugely strong.
Nothing crazy
up there. But so yeah, certainly some motivated sellers up there.
Okay, I was watching a queue, but then I looked over and saw that.
We have one check, Andre, on that 2200s. We need to get more. We need to get more input on the house account. House account has been taking some time off, and the market.
We got to get that.
We got to get it going.
We got to get the check marks. The check marks are starting to fade a little bit here. I always got my man Jay Cook in the house. Jay Cook's hitting me up right now, slacking me something. He wanted to see how it reacted to 200s. We did buy 200s on the daily levels. What are you laughing at?
Just Wayne Simpson. It's funny. 100,000 subscribers, big party. Not LOL. I love it. That's good humor.
We like to throw. We throw a party fashionably late around here, so we'll throw a party. It might be next week.
Show up fashionably late. Yeah,
we have to make.
We got to call the caterers and the bartenders and get them all in here.
Yes.
Early next week.
There you go. Jack has spoken. Early next week.
You showed up on time. You're looking for the free apps and the free alcohol right out of the gate. So, yeah, you got to show up a little later. Schmooze with the crowd, Andre. That's what you love to do. I
do love a good schmoozing. Do love a good schmoozing. But, yes, we got something that works for you guys early next week, as you heard Jack say. We got your back. By then, we might have 105,000 subscribers. Who knows? But thank you for clicking like, clicking subscribe. We greatly appreciate it. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff.
If we can get that Click Farm to subscribe, I think you guys will be at 150 by then.
Oh, that Click Farm is busy this week.
Oh my God, we had 50,000 people.
I was just like sitting there, like, what is happening?
What was that, Deeyana?
Yeah, me too. I was like,
what, Deeyana?
What? You don't believe that we can do that?
You don't believe we could do that, Deeyana?
Somebody bought.
You got to believe, Deeyana. You got to believe we could do that.
You'll be shocked to know that YouTube did remove those viewers from our stats.
Oh, I'm very shocked. Yes.
I know. Very, very shocking, like abhorrent.
The technology is a little bit better than the Click Farms. Yeah.
All right. So I'm doing a little feeler ES long trading just in a combine to see whether this has legs, because I'm seeing something like there's some orders that keep kind of popping up right underneath, and they keep kind of having an effect on the price around 55.72. And if we can get a little bit more volume here, we have the case of similar stuff that happened. When was it? Was it Monday? So even though yesterday was a holiday, ES tagged the value high from the reduced short day and just ran up. So if this continues, we're going to have more upside. So I wouldn't want to fight that necessarily. We could have some short-term shorts stepping in. But anytime a product rejects the value area and it's an equity index, it's generally not a good idea to go against it.
Hey, MP, what was tilt when we called it out? Was it 80%? What did we talk?
Oh yeah, let's go back to that.
What happened?
I told you guys
broke
to
up.
I told you guys to annotate it. Did anybody annotate it? And can anybody tell me the price? I'm thinking it was in the 65s. Thinking it was in the 65s.
What was the percentage?
75%. And it was bananas. And then average longs is 41. So guess what the average longs are right now? 39. So you got a lot of them that just peeled off or whatever. I don't know. Who knows? 39, 20, 239 is the average price of the longs right now. And it's only 69%. It's building up again a little bit. So you got them flushed out and then you got them building up. So you do have buyers in this area. That's another great way to tell if there's people that have interest in this area and what their bias is the tilt, very top of your screen.
Yep.
It is in real time, though, if you get Topstep X platform. Topstep X platform has real-time tilt data. This is delayed, what you guys are seeing on the very top by 10 seconds. I don't know.
Scrolling across the top, yes.
Scrolling at the very, very top. Then you can see the funded traders. You can see the funded traders right underneath that. So-and-so short 3. They're up $6,000. So-and-so short, long, blah, blah, blah. You see all that. So you see their average entry prices. You don't know who they are, but I can tell you I know for sure they're a funded trader. Another great source of information. This is all free. You don't have that. You don't even have to ask for it.
All right, D. You said you did a little feeler trade. Should we update the board? Do you have a position on still?
No, I didn't go in yet. I'm looking at the orders to actually give some reaction first.
Market generate information like D said in the kickoff. That's how we do it around here. Yes. Nvidia. Take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia is beneath $140 right now. Nick, you're quiet in there. What are you looking at? Typically, when you go quiet, you got to trade on or you're stalking something. What's going on over there?
Yeah, I was looking for an ES short of like 274. Didn't take it. Yeah, it's kind of still, we were having trouble kind of getting back into that area of like 55.75. Where, like I said, I saw that positive delta starting to build. We kind of came back in there and rejected it again. And then it just quickly waterfalled down 3 points. So I didn't get the entry I was looking for.
Markets are moves are happening. They're happening quick. You gotta be super decisive. MP's been decisive as hell this morning. Sharp at 68. Is that your only trade? You got short 68?
No. I got short on the way up there multiple times. 10 handle stop. Oh. And then the last time when I'm like, I can't take any more of this, which is typical, then the market turns. So I put myself $700 in the hole out of the gate. That lock it up feature that I did on Tuesday before.
How smart was that?
Juneteenth. It's great. I locked it up. Went golfing. Well, driving range.
You gotta put that time in. Just like getting screen reps or screen time, getting reps in the market, working on your golf game. You gotta put time in at the range. Prove that swing.
So much.
Work on making good content. Gold new highs here. Trading $23.62. $23.62. Everything's moving up higher. Crude did see a bit of a sell-off when we hit those $81.38, about 16 cents beneath that, trading $81.22. Order filled. I heard that again.
I mean, I can't hide shit. I can't hide it.
You can't hide it. I guess they can't hear it, but only we can hear it. Only we can hear it over here. So, all right, we got some sellers here.
I'm buying this pullback.
Okay.
We're gonna see if it's gonna firm up.
We are sitting right at the 5,500 SPX option wall. So kind of decision time.
Mm-hmm. What are you looking for at that 55.50s, right, Nick? What are you looking for? A reaction there?
Realistically, yeah, I'm either looking to see, does the call wall start to roll up? Do we see bigger interest starting to build at 55.50? Excuse me. So there's just too many fives there. Basically, like, are they going to start buying the call about 20 to 50 points higher, rolling it up, rolling that strike even higher for tomorrow's expiration and things like that? If I don't see that, and we continue to kind of be push, right up against this, then I'd be leaning more short. But yeah, we are starting to build above right now. And, with all of that Asia inventory and Euro inventory a little bit higher, and as we know, we don't usually love to make new all-time highs during Globex. So a retest of those at some point today is not outlandish. Hence why I was kind of leaning to look long out of the open down to, 20,200, just didn't quite get it. But yeah, I'm really in a wait and see kind of mode right now. There's a lot of things that could happen, and it's hard to want to short this really when Nvidia is up 4%.
True words could not be spoken. Nvidia just the darling of the markets right now.
3%. So we are seeing a bear market in Nvidia.
Stop it, Nick. Stop it. A bear market. Up 4%, up 3%. Sellers are in control, according to Nick here. He's just joking. All right, starting to see some sellers. We kind of bounced off VWAP in NASDAQ. Like Nick was saying, sellers coming in right now. I think we might see another test of this 20,200 level in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
If we do push through.
I don't know, second test makes me nervous a bit,
Same.
but I'm not the one. I'm executing. I may be better at executing today than trading. Totally okay executing. And let's put a little bit of size on. I'm an executor, so I can execute the size. You find the trade from our trusted folks, Andre, and we have a house account play in action. Formulate a decision.
We were looking for 170. So I got 2 check marks for long from 20,170. We still got 50 points to go there. So if we're going to get there, why not go short?
Yeah, if we get there, I'm all for it.
170? So there's 3 check marks for 170. All right, Nick. Okay.
Richard Harris, today is the day. Today's the day. I remember I did that when you were emotionally beat. And I go, I'm going to fade you because you threw it out there. Today might be the day. If you see me get a position on, now house account, I don't know.
I'll put my check on that too. There's a naked point of control down at 179. I'd like to see us check.
Oh, we got 4 check marks for long from 170. Still 50 points away. We got 4 check marks, MP.
I am in favor of longs, but I'm looking at ES rather than Q. So, I mean, they're pretty similar. So, yeah.
Okay.
An embarrassment of check marks. I love it.
Embarrassment of check marks.
That looks like it'd be roughly 55, 50-ish, 55, 55 maybe on ES, like a similar area for 170 on NQ.
Okay.
Unless I'm crazy.
How do you find that correlation, Nick? You just kind of eyeball it, or is there something?
I'm just looking at the same rough area of volume profile.
Okay.
Like Hoag was saying, there's kind of a point of control, at least for the last week or so, down towards that area on NQ. So I'm looking for the same volume structure on ES, like here. If we're on the screen, yes, we are. So that same volume node coinciding with this one on NQ.
Can we get a poll? A poll saying I like a long from the
170
or short, or just the poll would have 2 options: long or short, or do nothing.
Trouble trader in the chat. Put me down for a check mark at 172. All right, we got check marks in the chat.
Oh, I like it. See, that's the convo we want to have. Love it.
Chat. That's a 5 check mark banger. Let's put chat down for. All right, we got to get there though.
Where if we get some, legs, I may fade you guys now.
Yeah, I know.
If it waterfalls though, I mean, who knows? It's options expiration.
Just thinking the same thing.
Get weird.
What's that, John? If it just catches.
If we all like it, it's probably not good.
I'm 100%. It's like I said, when you're on when it's monthly options expiration, and if you get a move like that and it's somewhat violent and people are out of position, it can snowball real quick. But 50 points, 60 points lower, we'll see. It's not that far.
I got a short 2 from 21. And when I got long up there, I actually made money because I got out of it a few times. So right now, yeah, I'm short.
MP is short. From what price? MP 21s? 21s? What are we short
now? I'm out. That was 400, so I'm down $200. Look
at that, just carving it
up.
up.
Richard Harris, don't fade that one. You would have been down 400.
It's too quick. Too quick
for me. A lot of 11s.
Gold.
Still struggling to break through this SPX 5500 level.
Well, long or short from the house account, guys, needs to have a price on it. So, right?
170.
Aren't we
Oh,
talking?
the poll question?
Yeah, poll question needs more detail. But I guess we can just use it.
Well, we do.
62% are saying long. Oh my God, everybody wants to do this. Is this a fall out of bed day? Everybody wanted to be long up. Is everybody wanted to be long up there?
Deeyana.
Yeah.
Everyone's thinking the same thing.
When everybody's thinking the same thing, guys, annotate it. Annotate it on your chart.
If it is a fade, it's going to roll probably to about 120.
Shoot.
There we go.
So if that level does not hold,
there.
it probably waterfalls another 50. That's what I'm saying.
All right. We still got 50 points. Yeah, 40 points till we get there.
Now back down to 11s. We can't catch a bid here.
So, yeah, it's building about 55.74 in the ES, so we really need to clear those out before anything happens on the long side.
20,000 260s is what we were trading. Those that are on radio only. What we were trading when we had all those folks getting long. I'm like, holy bananas! You're all average our price of 241. I was trading 265, and I remember saying we got 15 handles in the money. Well, you guys have been 15 handles in the money before, and you think you got the tiger by the tail. Well, those folks are getting crushed right now. The average price now is still 238. So you got these folks holding these longs. Now they're more than 15 handles out of the money. So that was your pivot up there. I told you to annotate it. So do what you want with tilt, but that was a perfect tell right there that the whole world, I even said everybody and their sister, I even said everybody and their brother or whatever. You get the whole farm. Everybody on the farm is what we called it, Audrey.
Did you guys really call it that? Did you guys really call it everyone on the farm?
We didn't. I was going to say. I do this to Nick and Deeyana. I do this to Andre because he's a city kid, and I always use farm. Like I make up farm terms that don't even exist.
Yeah, so I have to ask them. Did they really say that or no? Because I'm gullible. I'm a cidiot, as they call it. I'm a cidiot.
I'm not in favor. At the moment, I'm not in favor of longs. We couldn't break through the block of orders, so I'm not.
I think Nick mentioned it. The SPX right now is hanging out right at 5,500.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay, here comes some
sellers.
It
looks like we're breaking through, and this is where it might get weird.
Mm-hmm.
Might get dicey here. All right, let's see how it reacts. Currently trading 20,193. 20,000.
I'm hands off.
He says
you're hands off, even though the ones.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't see anything super obvious, and the levels are all a bit weird. So I want something that's more high probability and that is supported by price action around it. I don't have that anywhere at the moment.
Well, if 270s are 270s, and we're liking it from the long, do you guys look at that as now an area that if it hits, we're looking to get short there?
The way I see it, if I'm looking for something to happen around the level. Sorry, Nick, go.
I was going to say, I'd be looking for a reoffer a little bit higher. That's all. If I'm going to short it. For thinking breaking through 170s MP.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was. You guys been talking. I'm just helping. You're looking where?
I was looking for that reoffer, kind of where you got. I think you got short at like 240-ish. Like I was looking for same thing. I think I'm being a little picky. I'm looking for a few points higher, and it's not quite getting there for those reoffers. But here we go again. Let's see. It's going to come to 170.
It's going to come to 170. Well, we still got 5. I still got 5 check marks. You guys can pull your check mark whenever. But we just see buyers step in at 200 nicely. I don't see a real catalyst for the selling. Just maybe some profit taking, some shorts coming in. Maybe it's tactical.
Well, okay.
NVIDIA up only 2%.
Only 2. Longs, 46% of people are saying get long 2170s. We're looking at a free fall. We're looking at everybody saying the same thing. I also look at how many people are so long from tilt up above there, and I can only imagine. And hear me out. I can only imagine if I had my personal brokerage account, I'm probably doing the same thing I'm doing at a funding company. Now imagine if you're taking heat on your personal brokerage account where you don't have a loss limit and you get blown out by auto liquidated because of margins. But
shout out Jay, thanks for watching. I see if these sellers come in here. Keep pushing it lower. Currently trading 20,187, about 2 points off the lows. Lows in the NASDAQ.
100
Yep,
points
relay.
almost. If it goes to 70s, I'll be 100 points.
It's going.
All right, we're
90
coming
for
up on
sure.
All right, we're going to be testing these 70s here, Michael. Do you have house account open? What do you think? We still got 5 check marks here.
That'd be,
If you
that'd be
did
200
take
points
if you
off the
did-
weekly kickoff high.
Yeah, if you
370.
did take a long here, which we're getting a majority rule from chat, we're getting still the check boxes, but it's still, I mean, it's in this
Tuesday's
free fall
value
mode.
area low. Tuesday's value area low, 20,171. Here we go. MP.
I wouldn't try getting in front of this, guys, because it looks very catching a falling knife sort of thing. If you're gonna long it, you need to see it at least.
Well, we did. We got
not
long
freaking out to the
67. 10 lot.
downside.
We got long 67s on a 10 lot.
We are in.
But it's
Like
not holding.
60s. You got out.
Deeyana doesn't like it's in free fall. I thought it had a good fill and it instantly was in the money, then out of the money. So you guys tell me if you want me to get long. There's a better price right here. Dre, how many check boxes do you have?
We have 5 and it's 170.
Yeah, I'm pulling mine though.
She's
Okay,
pulling
we have
hers,
4.
so stop.
We have 4.
I'm long from 67 back again. Here's how we'll do it. The house is in. We still have the check boxes. We're in the scary zone. Deeyana did back out. We're on our lows. Now we're on our lows again.
We're going 120.
Now you're saying 120. Okay.
That
we're
was not the
gonna stick
reaction
with
I
it.
wanted to see off 170. So
I trust Nick.
So
We'll
the
take a
problem that I'm
$1,600
having
lead.
with the longs is that we overshot the average daily range low. That's never a good sign. That can be a sign of a single direction day in that direction, so to the downside. And until we get some structure building in an area that we want to see, I just wouldn't go against this move at the moment because it's just freaking out to the downside. And it's like
9-handle loser,
Yeah.
Andre. We got out of a 9-handle
All
loser.
right.
Not bad.
All right. No, I like the
what's
long.
funny is like
I like the long. I like it.
Yeah, but our
this
opinions
looked
don't
like
matter.
a short the whole time, except for the liquidity that was sitting at 55.80, that 500 lot, and we looked like we were going to go fill it. Outside of that, this is, with that iceberging in the 75s, like this looked like a very simple, short, which I feel like you haven't had in weeks, where it's just like, this is a pretty simple reoffer on NQ at, 260, same thing. I was looking a little higher, 270, and I was looking the 55.80, so just a smidge higher, but that's pretty clean. It's not like, you went short or you saw sellers come in and they just got stuffed in the face like we've been seeing for weeks. Like Dee said, there wasn't really structure building. This has just been some very passive selling, very orderly.
Right. Okay. Well, to that point, if it's passive and orderly selling, doesn't mean that. Wouldn't you think to the flip side, when buyers could step in and very easily take it higher, as we saw when we bounced off the 200s and perhaps the 170s? Then Nick.
You could. You didn't see anyone wanted to catch that at 170, which we've been seeing. You've been seeing dip buyers step in pretty regularly the last few sessions and few weeks. There was just nobody to be found. Nobody on the offer, or excuse me, on the bid.
on the bid, yeah, that's what I was saying because I
But
wanted to
now
go
let's see,
long, and I was like, nothing.
You're starting to see some people step in here in the 60s or 160s on NQ. You're seeing us, kind of hang around initial bounce low on ES. So if somebody wants to step in here, then longs back on the table.
Now,
But
how do you know
I'd
if
be
they're
looking, same thing? I'd be looking for a reoffer personally. This is looking, like structure I haven't seen in a few days since we've just been going up and to the right, so basically since last Monday.
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
John, what are you at with this? The 270s touched a rip through. Now it's in the 50s. Now it's in the 40s.
No, we're
So
still
clearly those 270s, when we all thought, and guys, you in chat thought so, majority, 4% of you said get long. So we're all in the same boat here on the 170s where we all wanted to get long. Then we talked about everybody seeing the same thing and how it may not be a good play. This is just trader talk to help everybody get an idea of how the markets are moving. Nobody knows for sure.
Yeah, and that's why we use market generated information as well because we're not psychic.
Yep.
We're traders.
We
No,
should
we're
get a
not.
person in here
John liked
that is
that one.
psychic. That's like
Can we? We should get a psychic on here. We should get a psychic on the show. Like a Friday afternoon. Let's get us. Yeah, the psychics' premonitions are worth like 4 check marks, and then
how about this?
Yeah.
Dre, as a funny joke, Jack, why don't we get an 8-ball that we can
Okay.
that we can shake and ask it a question and let it be a checkbox. We'll make that checkbox look like a round 8-ball, and then we'll just have fun with it. Being the stupid.
Maybe we should have like another account just designated to the 8-ball decisions and see how it performs, and then we can measure analytics.
It just kills it. We'll be out of a job.
Yeah.
We'll be out of a job.
It sounds so bad every time I say that, but you get my point.
The comedic pause there was done on purpose. I can assure you that. That was well done, Michael.
It's just funny.
John Jones, I don't know what he's asking me for exactly. I don't know. He's open an account here. We're just let the 8-balls call it the shots. All right, guys. Sellers stepping in here. 70s did not hold. So good call. Like Dee said, market generated information. We had a trade idea. She pulled her check mark. Everyone else pulled her check mark because they saw what the market was doing. And so trade ideas are good in that moment, but obviously things can change on the fly in real time. This is a very dynamic, very liquid situation. Yep. So good stuff.
I think the risk management was good on that.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you. We'd be down about $5,000 right now with an open position, still deep in the money, or still deep out of the money with no pops. You aren't feeling any pops right now. This is 20 handles away from where we got long. Those 67s trading 47s. So right now we're still sitting here, wishing that it's going to come back up. We're $4,000 down if we want to play the fake game. Yeah.
And this is where, like, even if you look at the 4-hour chart, I mean, volume's thin. Down to about 20,000 on NQ, like over the last few days. Like, we're in summer, like you had these low liquidity, just kind of moves on a roll week and things like that. It wouldn't shock me if, like I said, if people are finally taking a little bit of profit here before they really do kind of, fall off the face of the earth until August.
Ooh. Average price of longs right now is 2208. 2208. Guys that are driving in their big rig, it's trading 20-143. Trading 20-143. So those 100 handles, the average price, remember the average price was 20-241 when we talked about it trading 20-265. And if you can't follow this, what you need to do as a trader is follow these numbers.
Yep.
Because it tells you, kind of gives you a feel. John, we used to do this in the pit. It was just numbers. We didn't have charts and all that kind of stuff in the pits. And then you get comfortable with where the numbers are. And nothing's ever for sure. So when it was trading 20-265, the average of all those longs, when it was 75% of everybody and their sister, when I said 760 people out of 1,000, if that's what it was, and there's more than that, are long. Now it's 100 handles lower, and the average price is 2206 now. So these longs, who's ever holding on to longs,
to reoffer here.
Man, good no trade there.
Like I'm looking at this point, I may short 170. 160s, 170s, if we get a reoffer there.
Yeah. And what about your 20s?
Yeah, that's the same thing. I'd be looking for a reaction there. But if we kind of don't get someone stepping in and starting to build volume here, like I said, a path to 20,000 would not be weird on all that thin volume this week.
Sellers are in control. Now trading 20,00123, 20,00123, new lows of the day, new lows of the day, 20,00120. We are into the teens. Can we get in the teens?
NVIDIA just closed the gap to Tuesday's high.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, here's your 120s right on it.
Let's see if someone steps in. ES is still sitting at previous day low, basically overnight low. So, we haven't quite lost to that yet. It seems to be NQ looks weak, but majority of that is probably because NVIDIA is down about almost, 3.5% from the high on the day.
Wow, those 270s, everybody wanted to be it long. All of us are talking about Deeyana backed out of it, which is smart. Guys, we'd be down 50
daily
handles.
Daily.
40.
Daily
DLL would have been hitting the house account.
For sure.
Yeah.
Right there.
That was the right call. But now I'm seeing buyers step in. I'm seeing some positive delta start to come in. So 120 long.
Did you guys see how we all started talking really rapidly, really quickly? And this is everybody. While the 270s, the 170s area, we were all like, blah, 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 because you formulate your idea because things are different. The market's telling you certain thing. We're watching the tape. We're watching the levels. We're watching how the market's reacting around all that. And then we quickly have to make a decision. That's trading. I don't think anybody here asked for a free reset while we were doing that, right, Deeyana? You didn't say that, did you?
Oh man,
No.
And P's seeing what we've been seeing in the chat forever. Yes, Michael, they do like to pass the collection basket around in the chat a little bit, looking for some free resets and what have you. We got something in store for you guys for 100,000 subscribers. Hey, gold making new highs here. Gold trading $2,370. Gold pushing higher here. Crude in a tight range right now. High of 81.38. Currently trading $81.25. We keep bouncing off those $81.38 level. All right, those buyers did step in around that 120 level in the NASDAQ. Currently trading 133. Buyers did step in. See if we can get a push higher. Nick, go ahead.
No, it's just I want to long this right here, but it's just so thin below this.
It touched your 20s, Nick. You're dead on, guys. Anybody's listening to Nick would have 13 handles in the money.
But I don't, this is where it's like, I don't love knife catching here, because I think this is where if we don't hold this, it's going to 20,000 today.
It's very like John said,
cautious, and you have no problem longing, in the 40s. Like if we continue to see some build here. But here we go. Yeah, we are.
Handles.
Looks like that was the long.
20 sort of level.
If you're listening to Nick, there's 25 handles. You would have taken a tick of heat.
With the stop, it is a cheap long. There's no question. I just am a little cautious because, like I said, I think that waterfalls if it doesn't build there. But yeah, you could have easily done a quick 15 handle stop, and you're in good shape.
Coach Jay did it, guys. Coach Jay's focused on working together. He got long the 20s.
I mean, it sounds crazy, but NVIDIA really did just touch that high of day and reject it. And so goes the market.
It really does, Jack.
Interesting.
It's not allowed to go.
Jack, are you watching the Magnificent Seven? Is that what you're watching?
I'm watching all sorts of things. I'm like the guy in the Matrix watching the code. But yeah, no, I have it up among other things.
Back there taking pills.
Tons of pills.
All right. Those 120s were nice. Shout out to anyone that got long the 120s. I think I heard you dip a toe in the water there, Michael. You bought something on the way up.
I bought 20s, 0.75.
You dirty dog. You still long?
And I got out at one point higher because it was just fluttering around. It took the weak ones out that were all scared like me. And I bought 20.75. You can see it on my screen right here.
I mean, the supportive long for NQ is still the fact that ES was kind of not continuing to make new lows, was continuing to kind of start to build some volume there. That previous day low at 55.60. So there was, I guess, your confluence of saying, yeah, I feel safe longing this.
And Nick, your 20s hit. Deeyana, the 70s, and Nick, the 70s, and everywhere else where we talked about the 70s, and Johnny Hoagland trading 57, 13 handles away from the 70s. What are we thinking now?
Could short the 70s.
Watching for the reaction at 170-ish, saying if the same sellers are motivated and make a reoffer. Otherwise, we are going to see a classic version of what we've been seeing, which is sellers get ripped here the remainder of the day.
Yes, I'm just looking at ES.
They all get off together and work as one.
Some orders are 55.68, so I want to see what happens there. If we get some sellers stepping back in, then that's another short.
55.68.
Hey, can we do the exact same poll that we just did? Robert, bring it back in. House count, longer short, NQ, 2170s. Let's going to see exactly what this is about. We got people in the chat being like, hey, I'm going to get short up here. So let's just see what the new data set tells us. You can probably say if the market comes in touch, no. Long or short, same exact poll.
Was the poll short 170s?
Nice level.
Yeah, it was.
Same poll that we just had. I think it was house count, long or short, NQ at 2170s.
Yeah, they'll be able to get that poll up. There it is.
Or no trade. You got a poll in here, guys.
Damn those 20s.
Oh, winner out of
Michael,
the
do you
gate
want
so
to
far.
hit the news story that's one that you wanted to cover?
I don't think right now is a good time for that one just because it's trading 167s. Now it's 170s. 47%.
Easy knife
you
catch.
thinking,
It
Nick?
seems like you didn't. If you just long 120, you really didn't have a tick move against you there. Wow.
Yeah, if you stayed focused, you got long 120s, listened to Nick, didn't talk about or hear anything else, you did get distracted, you probably could have put yourself in a position where you got either funded, you did a combine, like let's just say you did a 2-lot right now, or a 1-lot. A 1-lot would have been 40 handles. That's 8. You would have been halfway to your, roughly halfway to your 50K profit target.
Man.
You don't even need a reset. You don't even need it. And if you're funded, you take that payout.
That was the trade. All right. Well, on to the
There's
next
a
one.
little bit of confluence on that 120 level in the NASDAQ. I've got the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart that comes in at 118. A little confluence there.
Oh, we live and we learn here. 800 votes out of the gate here. How's it count? Long or short? NQ 170?
Kind of same
Let's
thing.
see. Right,
Guys, this is exact same.
Yes,
They're all
it
stuck
is.
to the same thing. This is exact same stats, but it was 44% long and 33% short last time. Exact same. Convicted. I like it. All right, so we're trading 2167 NASDAQ. 50 handles you would have had off.
Point banger.
Yeah.
And if you need more support for longs, looks like the largest zero DTE strike is 55.20 on SPX, so roughly 25 points higher than we are trading right now. So call buying off that sell-off is still what we're seeing. These guys have a problem, and they're not ready to deal with it yet.
What's the problem, Nick?
Won't quit. They won't quit the relentless zero DTE call buying every day.
They love it.
The
Who could
interns are
blame
running
them?
the
Wow,
Who could blame
we're
them?
getting big tilt. We're getting big tilt again. Longs right here.
What market,
Let's
Michael?
do it.
Like I said, I'm looking
Yes,
for the
thank you.
reoffer here. If not, we probably rotate back towards 200. And I would coincide that with roughly 55.70, which is SPX 5,500 again.
Personal account will look to get short around the 80s and 90s. Because it can't go any higher.
Oh,
Can't go higher than the highs. My goodness, nice bounce off those 120s. Anyways, on to the next one. Gold still making new highs here. New high of the day, 23.73. About $4 off of that. We just bounced off the 170s. We'll see what happens. A very important area of interest, I would call it. 20,170. Currently trading with 20,165.
have a slightly more accurate zone of interest at 23.73.5, and we just missed it.
Yep.
Average price of all longs. Average price of all longs trading at Topstep. Either funded account or XFA is 21.80. 21.80. The average price of all longs in NASDAQ is 21.80.
I don't know if I've ever asked, are the live funded accounts actually equated in tilt too?
Oh no, we don't give you guys that information.
I had a feeling. I just was curious.
Yeah. The sim environment's a data set, and it should be treated that way, both for evaluation and for feeding it back to you guys. Now, a lot of other prop firms don't spend the money or the attention or care. They'll sell you and change prices and lower prices and tell you how great a deal this new deal is, but they don't give you any of that data back. Ask them for it. Say, hey, you got it all sitting here. I guarantee they don't know what to do with it either. So there's a couple other firms that I talk to, CEOs know exactly what to do with it. They put in hedge funds tied to it and all that kind of stuff. It's smart. It's data set. Doesn't affect anything in the markets. You can't push the markets. We have had people say before, you push the market down to get my stop. I don't know how we would ever do that on a sim evaluation account. But the point of the story is the live traders, then we're going to start providing them the data too in different ways. Benefit of being a live
Somebody
trader.
is asking,
We'll put that.
what's wrong with crude?
What is wrong with crude? I'm
Is
watching.
its own story. Yeah. It's
do have-
waiting for the inventories, I think. We have the inventories coming out in about half an hour, so we need to wait for that before we see some good movement there.
Wow.
Whoa, big
Nasdaq
buyers on the
shot out
tape.
of Nasdaq shot out of a cannon off those 120s. Currently trading 174s. It's up and away. And
some days I have a quick trigger finger. Today is not one of those days. Just a little more patient, which is fine. I'm not taking a trade here today, but two good reads, just both of them, or the 261 just a little early, but 120 was dead on. I'm glad you guys pulled that 170 long out.
Yeah.
That would have been brutal.
Hmm.
Bulls on parade. Nick, okay, you're saying but Nick, you were calling you were being picky earlier, and now it's I think picky is okay.
Well, I've just been, it's funny. I feel like I shouldn't be picky on catching knives in this market because you're usually rewarded for being, I would say, fading the trend, as opposed to you calling tops. You've gotten your face ripped off for the last month versus, you knife catch just about anywhere. If your stop is strategic, you're most likely going to get paid out of that long. So the 120s work, the 170s, not so much. So if you were sitting at 120, you're feeling really good right now. And that's kind of the type of knife catch where, we didn't necessarily see anyone, not a single soul stepping in at 170, but we did at 120.
Yes,
and here we are. Like I said, looking potentially, since nobody was looking to reoffer at 170s, looking at 200s now with the RTH view up.
Who would have gotten short down there? That would have been their face ripped off right now. Still short. That was a tough trade to get short.
Yeah.
So as long as
shorting in the hole at
paid,
170, sure. But the 120s, that was where, we called it. I was like, that's kind of the bottom of that, the last few days of confluence. So it just would, kind of make sense if anyone's protecting a position from basically this week to step in there.
So if we played like the make-believe game and we got everybody that was long all that way down, and just imagine yourself got long at any point, because I kept showing you guys the tilt was pretty tilty to the long side bias. Then I'm just you got to play out like what the human beings that are participating in these markets, they all got flushed out. Let's just say they got flushed out at the 120s. Now the market rallied so hard, they're all kicking themselves, being like, well, damn it, and hesitant to get back in. It's just kind of fun to think. I don't know what is what, but it's always interesting if you're getting data sets again about the bias, and then you're like, well, everybody's getting long around here, and then the market flushed out. We just saw the 20s held up, but that was already after a huge 100 handle, 100 point sell-off.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how many people could take that heat and then say they're still right on the trade. So right now they probably got flushed out, stopped out, DLL busted out, MLL busted out, margin called, whatever you want to say, out of all the participants. And they're sitting here flipping pissed because it's now back up to where they probably got long. I don't know. Something to think about.
All right, speaking of rallies, gold is rallying hard right now. New highs today, 23.72. Right out of the gate, it's just been up and away. We're up about $20 since the open. So gold is on the move higher here. Oil is doing absolutely nothing, D. We are waiting for those numbers at the top of the hour. Maybe that could get the oil market woken up. For the time being, it is waiting.
ES is turned around. ES is turned around at 68.
68, okay. Yes, it has.
You saying that's the crude market, Andre? Crude market's woke, huh?
What?
Hey, if I can add,
what the hell are you doing?
Regarding the tilt, a lot of questions. We got a lot of new people wondering where it is, and it's the banner that's scrolling up top. It's the very top on our stream, and this is an intuitive tool that aids in identifying trends, gauging liquidity, and so forth. It's for traders. It's about spotting opportunities, understanding market forces. The tilt enhances the trading strategy with real time. And just to let you know, it refreshes every 10 seconds.
Thank you for that, Tilt. Thank you for that, Eddie. Yes, Tilt. Use it as you want. Trade with it, trade against it. Hands off. But it's just another tool in the shed, as we say around here.
Yes, it is.
All right, sellers coming back in. D said, what level did we bounce off there in the ES 69s or 70s ish?
Yeah, about 55, 68. 69. So far that level held. That is the POC on the day as well. Developing point of control. Which is, again, unusual and could signal a single direction day again.
Shout out, Matt James. Thanks for tuning in. All right, crude maybe woke up a little bit, starting to see maybe some sellers. We'll see. yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to wait for this number at the top of the hour here. Inventory's number.
Yeah, poke it with a stick.
Well, come on.
Poke it with a stick. Wake up. Oh, crude, wake up. P's just carving it up over there. Take a look. I'm guessing NVIDIA caught a bid here. Taking a quick look. My man Nick. Yep, NVIDIA did find some buyers. Currently trading $138.80. We bought them up around 136. News or stats? MP, you want to squeeze some news or stats in right now, or you think the markets are still moving pretty high?
You guys doing? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do some news quick because me and
Let's do
Jimmy
it.
are sharing a code. So,
Okay, sounds good.
As we've seen, first want to hit a Bloomberg story today. This rally is killing all the bears. The bears are endangered. Goldman, UBS, all lifted outlooks 3 times this year. It's not really cool to be a bear right now. So once again, this could run much higher.
Feisty.
Now I wanted to get to something that MP wanted to share here. Here's a tweet from Mr. Patak.
Happening.
Happening. What's this?
Happening. So we'll go more into this story, but there was another story in Bloomberg today about how these huge hedge funds like Citadel, here's the story here, Citadel 0.72 are doing these, their pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is getting at these multi-strategy hedge funds, finding the most baller people they can. Out of thousands, they cull it down to just a few that are portfolio managers. So they're teaching them the ways of that. And what I liked from the story, MP, as you highlighted here, they kind of poached our band of traders things.
Yeah, I know.
They call them bands of high performers, which
I know.
That's like
all right.
Band of high performers.
Are they coming for our talent? Are they coming for our?
They're watching. They're watching.
Huh.
They're the ones asking for the free reset. Citadel guys.
That's up in the chat.
To get to that level, though, you have to be absolutely a machine. They were saying in this story that, like, for these programs, Citadel, of people that went to, Harvard or MIT, the acceptance rate is like 0.5% or something. So that's how they make money, I guess.
The feeder schools.
Yeah, they have 130,000 people that apply to Citadel a year. Is that if that's correct? Or we're going to talk to recruiting. I've always wanted to talk to these big hedge funds recruiting departments and say, give us a shot. Give us a shot. Let's put them on a sim. Let's see how they do. Mm-hmm. And then we'll show you guys the cream that rises to the top, and then you guys talk to those people. Don't waste your time talking to anybody else.
I know a few people over there. I don't think they're going to be allowed to do that, but maybe some former people. I'll see what I can do.
Get them on here.
Do that. Talk about their how they were trained or anything. Probably anything.
Sworn to secrecy.
Ask him to come out here and talk about how Citadel recruits, hires, and trains their talent.
And how they buy world. Selling order flow too. No. We won't get into that.
No.
We will not touch that with a 10-foot pole.
No.
All right. Gold just retreating about $2 off the highs. High of the day again, 23.73. D, crude is just trading sideways. D, have you made a trade yet? Or are we're just chilling out?
I'm just doing a very doing a very small MES short because I don't really trade ES at this time of day. So I'm in with 3 MES short on
what
the
price?
live. It's nine ticks in profit. 55 66.25.
Thank you. Short 3 MES from 66. You said 66.25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super tidy.
Nick Dolby. That's a great idea. Well, I mean, it's an idea we've always talked about, but it's a great trading combine to XFA, to live account, to Citadel. I don't know. It would be very cool.
Yes. We're the gatekeepers.
Your progression here. Yeah. I've always thought that. I mean, to really professionalize yourself, I don't know if they do work from anywhere.
I don't know. I worked for about a month in an asset management firm, and I absolutely hated it.
Tell us how you really feel, D.
Yeah.
Because you come from a music background, and then to go from that into a corporate environment, I was like, oh man, this is a bit too formal for me. But at the same time, a bit childish as well, because they were like, everybody was getting smashed on Thursdays before they go to their wives on a Friday. I thought that was a bit weird.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the trading floor was too.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but you see, I'm okay with that with the traders because we're more like sort of like, yeah, what's up? You know, there are a lot of like non-PC conversations go on in prop trading offices. You can't really do that in a corporate environment.
No.
But prop trading, some of the most inappropriate conversations were, quite frequent. Let's put it that
different
way.
time. It was a different time, indeed.
It was a
different time. That's all you can say about that. Yes.
Before the whole Me Too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, D. I'm not allowed to say you can say that. I cannot. So I cannot touch that.
I mean, I'm a woman. I've always been in like male-dominated environments, and I never minded that too much. But yeah, it was different.
Some of the stuff, yeah. All right, bull still in control in gold. For all you shout out to all the gold traders, see what the tilt is here in gold. Tilt's been long 60%. Hopefully, from what average price? I say they're long, but more importantly, from what price? Long from 23.66. Beautiful, $7 in the money here in gold on the tilt.
Nice.
D is short from 66.25 in the S&Ps. Nick, no trades yet.
Down now.
I took a scratch. I was trying to build into a short, basically that little, we had that little sell off like 180, and then I got blown out real quick for a quick 10-point stop. So looking to get potentially back in, but I had that nice little 15-point candle that just kind of wicked me out of a stop real quick, and then immediately went back to my entry. So, but here we go. It was probably a better, safer short at like 200 if you were going to retry it. But
wow, look at this freaking bounce off the 20s.
I was short 80. I was short 86s around there, but then I covered at 84, and then 86. So yeah, this thing might blow the top off or on a flush out, but I don't know if everybody's getting short here. Seems like the longs were the majority.
And this is where the frustration of like having my two initial reads are the right reads, and then you take a diddle in the middle type trade that stops you out immediately. You're just like, what are you doing?
Yep.
You got to be careful on those days. You got to be careful on those days. It's Richard Harris fade day where he should be fading us.
Those can spiral out of control quick. Your two paper trades were winners, and the actual third trade you get in with is a loser. And then you start questioning yourself.
Yeah, spin cycle is what you call it.
Spin cycle. All right. Well, did we hit those 200s here in the NASDAQ?
Not quite.
Well, markets seem to be taking a bit of a break. Let's see what happens with these 200s. JD, we'll come to you. We'll see what happens with these 20,200s in NASDAQ. Then we can go to you. We've got some stats. I want to see those stats. Wait, crude oil, an absolute no trade right now. Unless you're playing the range. I should take that back. It's not a no trade. It's a range-bound market right now.
It's a range.
I need to rephrase that. It's not a no trade. Yeah. It's not.
You know, bouncing around in a 30 tick
Exactly.
range.
It's not a no trade. It's a range bound trade. You gotta unlearn it and then relearn it. Take a look at crude here. I think I get my charts up right now. So let's take a look at crude.
What if this is going to pull back? Nick, I got short again at 88s. Just
Yeah.
to
Crude
kind of,
oil currently flatter than a Kate Moss's chest.
what? What was that?
What? Say that again, D.
No, what was that?
What? Nothing. I just said crude oil is flatter than the Kate Moss's chest at the moment. So, you know, Kate Moss.
Again,
model.
only you can say that. Again, only you can say that. Not us.
No comment.
That's why I'm here, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, D.
My wife
For the
loves Kate
inappropriate
Moss.
Mike, Michael, your wife loves Kate Moss.
Oh, she's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's locker room talk. That is fun. We are just joking, and is your joke. I'm not participating in it, and you're having fun. If you're having fun, then we're all having fun. Well,
the chat loved that one. The chat loved that one, D.
Yeah, I'm still short from 88s. I covered a one lot.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I'm going to cover the final lot. I'm up 220 on the day. All right, there's a turnaround.
Nice comeback. Nice comeback.
Who said they were going to start fading me right when I was saying fade me?
Don't
I was about
fade
ready
me.
to fade myself.
Where's it?
Aaron,
Looks like we're gonna go retest
HR
the
manager.
lows and yes.
We have such a great relationship with our HR manager, VP of people. And when we have events, we kind of look to her and say, "Can we say that?" She's like, "I probably won't," but she's great. And love you.
Am I going to get in trouble now?
Nope.
No,
Nope.
no.
Nope. That was a
I
good
don't
one.
know
That was a
if
good
I'm
joke.
bad.
If it's funny,
Yeah.
it's good by me. Hey, nice short there, D. We are selling off here. Currently trading 55.62 in the S&P. She is short from 66.25.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are seeing it. These people are seeing it very well right now. You guys are taking advantage of it. There goes down, or the gold. Keep pushing higher. Gold. So many green bars on my 5-minute chart.
Gold is
Gold's on
screaming
parade.
higher.
Yeah.
If we could have
It's
a bunch of these kind of lines, it'd be kind of funny.
Probably heading towards weekly kickoff high, 23.91 gold. Broke out.
I think we could
nice
have fun
pattern.
with I think we could have fun with these Dre's. Like, the markets. I'm reading the markets hazier than Justin Timberlake driving through the Hamptons on a Tuesday. You know, like something like that.
How about that mugshot? How about that mugshot, man?
Oh, his eyes were glazed.
He had more than just one martini. I'll tell you that.
Oh, he was toast. Who died? If you're rich enough, get a driver. They're like $100 for the night.
Yeah.
It's more fun to drive your Ferrari.
You idiot!
All right, here we go. Sellers still. See if we push the sucker lower. Dow's seeing some sellers here. Dow coming right up against VWAP. VWAP 39,326. Currently trading 39,342. So about 6 points above that for all the Dow traders. MP's loving his Justin Timberlake joke over there. More buyers. More buyers in gold.
Deeyana's joke.
Oh, still Deeyana's jokes. Still bouncing around in your head. It was pretty good.
Oh,
Thought I heard
guys,
right
I'm
the first
crying.
time. These love it. All
Oh,
right,
you got
let's
me.
get back. Let's get back in these markets. All right, we're trading 20,174, Nick. We're in the middle now, right? Can you say we're in the middle in terms of the range?
Yeah, pretty much. Your ES is still below initial balance low. It's just it's a tough place to initiate right now. I guess the 66 short on ES couldn't quite get it back to 5,500. So yeah, I'm still kind of looking. Sellers aren't really stepping in, so I still would expect this to go tag at least 200 and then kind of make a decision.
200s again, upside.
Nvidia is still up 2%. So
So all's right in the world, Nick. I mean,
it depends on your outlook, I guess. 2% off the high of the day or 2% up on the day. What's your time horizon, Andre?
Nick4ATick, what's your outlook about NVIDIA? What is yours?
I think I've made my point clear. I love the stock. I just can't explain it anymore.
Man,
I would have taken profit probably at the split, but that's just me.
I know.
I would have been probably completely flat in any NVIDIA position and then looking to rebuy it in a few weeks. And I would have just looked like an idiot.
Really 20 more bucks after the split. All right, we got more buyers in the house here at NASDAQ. Let's see if we come up to this 20,200 level. Currently trading 20,192. 193 now, 194s, 95s. We are on the way to 200s again. Second time is the charm, perhaps. Can't get the check marks right now. MP markets, we are in the middle of the range for house account trades. Trade of the day, short in 270s, 260s. Trade of the day.
All right, here's your 290s. Or sorry,
290. 190.
Right, sorry, 190s.
190.
You heard Nick just said something about the 190s. We also talked about the 2200s. We were talking about the 2170s that the market went all the way through, 50 handles down, bounced really, really hard. Now we're back up 20 handles higher than the 170s. We would have been stopped out on the house account. A lot of other traders would have been stopped out with that much heat. And now we're above that 170. So very interesting, very, very interesting. Exaggerated moves possibly around key levels. I don't know. Just chit chat right now.
All right, again, about 8 minutes.
I'm gonna go.
Those. What are you done?
No, 8 minutes. What?
EIA numbers. I believe Eddie will bounce in with those when those come out. EIA crude.
About 8 minutes
EIA,
here.
8 minutes. Crude inventories. 8 minutes. Expecting minus 0.28 million. That's yes. We'll see if they're even close to that. Typically, they're not even close.
Let's see how wrong they are.
They're never close with their forecast. I don't know what to make of it. They're never.
I was going to say, in my next life, I want to come back as an analyst that does forecasts for some of these economic numbers because they are.
What a game.
I mean, in my old background, if I was ever that wrong on a projection, a forecast for data, for sales, for revenue, whatever, I would be fired on the spot with some of them.
See you later. See you later. Yeah. Oh, what a gig. That and being a weatherman in San Diego. What a gig.
I reckon it's just a ploy to reprice the markets. Like, let's just give them any old number and then use that as an excuse to drive the price wherever we want to, completely irrespective to the number.
Arbitrary. Yep. First day I met you, D, you made it very clear your disdain for this number, and you are spot on with this. This number means a whole lot of nothing. But hey, the market pauses for it. I mean, you can see the holding pattern crude's been in. And I bet we get out of this range once that number hits.
Well, they wait for it. They wait for it for sure. But it is an excuse to move the market either side, you know. And in fact, I would argue that any news to a degree is, maybe apart from like interest rate changes that actually change the relationships of the underlying products. But crude oil inventories, I don't know, we get them every week. Russians and Arabs can buy the crude oil whenever they want. They can sell it whenever they want. Like, who said it? Tuckman said it. They're not going to ask us before they do that.
No, they're not. They're not.
Like, do they really care about those numbers? Probably not.
No. Tuckman is the best. Tuckman will be joining us again this Friday. Tomorrow's Friday.
Oh.
Yes,
He'll be joining us tomorrow during Power Players, 11 o'clock
he's
Central.
awesome.
He's fired up, man. That guy's fired up. I asked him a question. I go, who's the most famous person in the green room? I go, who's your most famous person in your cell phone? He said, Iggy Azalea. Iggy Azalea? Yeah. Apparently, he just gave her a tour of the New York Stock Exchange trading floor the other day. He now has her phone number.
Who is that?
He's like a singer,
He's a rapper.
type rapper, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I just met her. Yeah.
Minutes remaining.
Tuckman, rubbing elbows with high society there in New York. All right, let's see if we can push up here to 20,200.
That's a great question to ask. I like that question.
Yeah. Well, I see his Instagram. He runs. There's definitely some famous people he's running around. All right, see if we can push up to this 20,200. level here in NASDAQ. Nick, what do we make of this 20,200s? Is it?
Yeah, looking
I know it's a
for
big round number.
some kind of reaction. Hopefully a decision if we're going to continue to build back up above 5,500, or do we maybe go retest and bounce low on the NASDAQ? Yes, it's still hanging around there, which still gives me a lean. Like buyers have not really stepped up and kind of pushing us back up on ES. NQ, they've done it a little bit better, but NQ was weaker to start the day.
It was.
I don't know. Tough
All
read.
right,
This is still a diddle in the middle. So,
hey, JD, if you want, let's do some stats right now, because then we got the oil number in 4 minutes. The markets are kind of chilling right now, up against this 20,200 level. NASDAQ, so JD, everything's kind of taking a holding pattern for the time. So let's do some stats right now, JD, if you're ready to go.
Yeah, let's burn through these hot streaks real quick. Here we go.
So Jacob, where's Jacob?
Jacob didn't trade. He's still top,
No trades
though.
for Jacob. Okay,
Nope.
okay.
We get some fresh names today. 2 traders did not trade. Jacob, one of them, and 2 others hit their daily loss limits. So we got 4 new names today. First, our leader, like I said, Jacob didn't trade. Gokul moved into the top spot for a day. Gokul carved up the NASDAQ for a nice $450 to extend his streak to 28 days. Next, say hello to Michael, who is on a nice 19-day heater. And Matush, Ryan, and Scott all sitting on 18-day hot streaks. So Jacob, 35 days is still intact. We'll see what he does today.
That's incredible. 35. The record's 36, JD, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think so.
36.
Coming up on it.
Okay. Very good.
All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. This is actually Tuesday's best live funded P&Ls.
I know one of those names on there.
We sure do.
Yay.
David, David 6100, Donald 4,000, Brian P. We're going to see him on the leaderboard in just a little bit. Justin K. And there he is, Nick4ATick. Spreading some love around the ES and the NQ on Tuesday. Nice job, Nick.
Good job, Nick.
All right,
Nice job,
I got some
Nick.
payouts too.
Oh,
These are payouts from yesterday. We didn't get Tuesday's numbers. These are from yesterday.
all right. Another 50 grand. Oh, yeah.
And that's incorrect right there. Raphael 7150 took out 10 grand. Ricardo Brooks and Dakota, not our Dakota, a different Dakota. There's another Dakota.
Another Dakota.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Dakota's got a Dakota at his heels.
An imposter.
I'll try and get some more info on this Dakota and see where he's actually at.
Yeah. Congrats to that Dakota. Dakota P. $7,000 payouts. That's what we do.
Cool.
Real
Call me
payouts.
Call me back when you're ready for the leaderboard.
You got it, JD. Simple payout policy here at Topstep. No fine print. None of that crap. We don't just pull the chair out, pull the rug out from underneath you.
Hey, what levels do you have up here, or what levels do you like? I got a little losses that I took on the short, down 600 now. Squeeze on the 200s.
Squeeze on the 200s is right.
$230s, $222s. This is just squeezing shorts now.
Look at this rally. VWAP, NASDAQ.
Almost 100 handle rally drag from the 20s,
Yes,
120s,
yes.
all the way up to
Train the day.
90 down, 100 down, 100 up.
Yeah.
Welcome to roll week and
Welcome to roll.
the NASDAQ.
All roads, George. All roads. About 20 points to go in NASDAQ to get the VWAP. S&P is about 3 points away from getting a VWAP. VWAP 5570 in S&Ps. 20,232 VWAP in the NASDAQ. About 20 points beneath that. Yeah, we got these crude numbers coming out any second now. Eddie, when you get those, please jump in.
All right. We've
there
got
we go.
these here right
There
on the
they
bell. Crude oil inventories. They were looking at negative 2.8, coming in at negative 2.54.
Ooh,
So
they're
it's
close.
a little lower than expected. They had a prior of positive 3.7, so we do see a big change in crude oil inventories. As far as your gasoline goes, they were looking at 1.5 million. It's coming in at negative 2.28 million. So there it is, EIA gas and crude oil. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Yeah, all right. Finally broke out of that range now. New highs in crude oil, $81.49. New highs of the day. We broke out. See some sellers come back in. Finally woke up.
Kind of a critical area there. That's where that neckline from the Head and Shoulders comes across at 81.45. So that's kind of a critical area.
Okay. 81.45 critical area. Thanks, John. 81.45. We rejected off the first time around, but 10 cents beneath that, 15 cents beneath that. Now trading $81.30. Again, John said critical area, $81.45. Sellers did step in. Push it down about 15 cents from there. All right, bulls on parade, NASDAQ, bulls on parade, S&Ps.
Yep.
100 points off those 120s.
I'm out.
Yeah. Gems, different anchored to different stuff. Overnight, New York session. Gem, answer your question. All right. How we doing, man?
Yeah, this is Nick. Exactly what you said. This is rip your face off shorts that you would have had.
Yeah, pretty much.
Type of rally.
Tricky.
Guys,
very tricky.
Yeah, these are tricky markets. These are
tough
to trade. 100 handles down, 100 handles up. Unless you're... Who's still long from Nick's 20s? Call him your 20s. 21 20s. Coach J, I know you got long there. I took a whole point out of it. 99 more to go. This thing won't pull back because I've been short this entire time.
And just when you say that, MP, now it's going back to 200.
I got back in at 14, so I'm short 2 from 14s. But this whole 200s to 215 area was just chewing me up.
It basically tagged 5,500 and then started to roll back over on ES.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 10 handle pullback, if that.
This is where it's just like, you get these, we've seen it where, whatever, maybe it was Monday or Tuesday, where you basically didn't get a 10-point pullback on the NASDAQ, which is just insane. So it's not even really giving you an opportunity to buy unless you're just going to blindly buy it.
Yeah. Still 9 handles, not even 10 on this pullback. This thing's.
Rip your face off rally. Hey, you got almost 6,000 people watching. It seems to be real this time, as opposed to the wacky 50,000 we got sometime a couple days ago. Please click like, please click subscribe. 101,000 subscribers. Topstep YouTube channel. Yeah. And people's like,
hey, our numbers. I looked at our numbers, Jack, and we're cruising up to Bloomberg type stuff. We're halfway there or something like that.
We'll have to make our own terminals.
Oh man,
yeah, we got to make our own terminal. I know. And become mayor.
Mayor,
Jack, you can lead that. Yeah,
Jack would be a great mayor.
There's a 10 handle pullback. Covered one. Watch, I covered
Trying
two.
another short term, yes. Just kind of seeing whether the 68s are still being defended.
It is pretty exciting to have the only active trading live streaming network, if you want to call it that word, not just one person streaming, but a group production team and all that. That was the bet, Jack. Remember September? Like, we're going to bet on this. We're going to say that we've been watching CNBC and Bloomberg, which is pretty much the two things that are on cable or whatever I don't even know. Is Cheddar around? Remember Cheddar?
I do remember Cheddar. I remember that network. I haven't seen him in a minute.
Yeah, and the only one focused on futures trading. I think there's
we are right,
but yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the Mag 7, but everybody here trades futures.
We have to talk about that.
You guys want an update on Delta?
Yeah, what's the Delta update, John?
Delta in the S&Ps is negative 5,000 now, and it's getting pretty negative without being able to kind of push new lows. I'm thinking there may be some buyers here in the September contract. I don't really trust Delta during rollover that much, but this is getting a little bit deep and unable to push price lower. Still wrestling with D's 68 level here, but just a little bit of information there. Getting a little bit deep into negative Delta without being able to push price lower could be some good information.
I got a question for you, John. Why don't you put so much credence in Delta during roll week?
Well, because mostly the longer time frame traders are more interested in getting a cheap rollover or making money on the rollover than adjusting longer time frame positioning. Their focus really goes away from adjusting inventories against all the other things that they're trading, and they're focusing on making sure that they don't get beat up for the rollover. If you've got 100,000 contracts to roll over, if you do it on the bid, it saves you 100,000 ticks. And that's
a lot.
That's not chicken feed.
No.
That's in Cicero, 100,000 ticks is 100,000 ticks.
Tell them, Johnny.
Andre, that's not chicken feed. What do you think? Country term or not?
Real or fake? That's a real one.
Jack.
That's a real one. We should play that game. Real term or made up term for the Idiot. All right, buyers stepping in here. 22,220s trade, 20,221s trade. VWAP 20,232. So about 10 points off of that could become the buyers in the S&Ps. My goodness.
Nick, I covered 03s and 06s because I didn't believe that we were going to get more than a 10, 15 handle pullback. So clearly,
it just keeps going.
And it keeps going.
Yeah, we just lost about 500 in that delta on this last push to the upside. We're starting to get some shorts that are getting a little bit squeezed in here.
Hey, I think, Jack, can you get the stocks Mag 7 on Topstep X? Somebody just asked. I thought you could. I thought we said we were going to pump that in, but I don't know. Anybody know the answer in the Topstep green room production?
I think we'd have to talk to the product folk about that, but we probably could if you don't need a different feed. I have them up if you want to know anything right now.
No, somebody's just asking.
Well, while we do wait, Gabe, I hope I'm not springing this on you. We do have a very quick Series 3 today.
Oh.
I increasingly, they are, this is easy, I think.
Be careful.
I keep making them easier until I'm right.
Read the question.
Andre
the question.
All the easy ones.
I lost the last one. I didn't read the damn question. Read the question.
All right. Once again, I used the fourth template for true-false questions. Here is your question. Only one exchange can trade a futures contract on a specific commodity, index, foreign currency, or security. Is this A, true, B, false, C, the 1973 New York Mets, or D, Boz Skaggs?
Wow. Well, Eddie liked that one. That is
the Lido Shuffle.
That is
yeah. Test your speakers, Hoag.
That is false.
I know that. Nope.
It's true. How is I trading euro dollars on Cymex and CME?
Yeah, so we're saying false.
Specific. You don't see S&P traded it anywhere else because the CME owns the S&P contract.
Well,
so I think the word specific would make it two.
I was trading euro dollars.
You don't see the WTI.
I guess that's true.
I don't know.
Euro dollars. I was trading euro dollars.
You're thinking, not to give it away, but you're thinking branding there. Like, yes, they own the ES contract, but they don't own. Like there's other places that are currently in the process of making other exchanges for.
Because it says foreign currency. Currencies are traded everywhere. I mean, hotels, resorts, those are all typical exchanges. So I'm going to say B.
I'm saying B as well.
Commodities, the ICE exchange trades.
Yeah.
I think it's B.
I think it's B too.
Yeah.
I don't give
All
a
right.
shit. I passed the test.
I knew you were gonna say that.
All right, let's see. The answer is Buzzscags. No, it is false.
He's the only one.
Right here, baby. Right here. Right here. See that word?
Look at that.
See that word?
Yeah.
Pass.
I don't give a
NFA
shit.
Series 3.
I got the
Show that to the
three.
police when you get pulled over.
I'm going to
Justin
show it.
Timberlake.
This gets me out of jail free card. I could
All right.
be wrong.
After getting stopped
entire
out
way.
again, I'm
Could be
trying
right.
another short
All right.
in my XFAs at
Okay.
227 a 3-lot.
Oh, you're short? You got 227s? I got 227s. 227s, 220. I got a 3-lot, but then I covered at 26.
Yeah, I'm not looking for much on this. I'm really looking for at the most probably 200, unless it's just snowballs.
That was a good short. That was a really good short.
Looks like all roads lead to VWAP.
Yeah. Yes, they do, John. George. We gotta get a t-shirt made. All right, crude finally busted.
You know,
New highs.
yesterday,
81.
Mm-hmm.
George, when I was hiking yesterday, I thought about you. Swear to God.
Ooh, go on.
Andre, you know, you and I talk about topography and how streams all
I'm flat.
flow and lead to somewhere.
Yeah.
Nice 10 handle.
Yeah, just taking a quick
Civilization.
10.
Yeah. I said all streams lead to VWAP. I'm like, well, I'm going to use that one when we come back. All roads lead it. Well, all streams lead, because all streams lead to one big one, like Colorado River. I'm up at Cathedral Lake, which is like all the snow lake. So that's like the first of the water. That's where water starts. There you go. Wow, that's me, Andre.
What? You really did hike.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a proper hike. This isn't just a walking trail. Okay, good.
No, man. Look, see how steep that was? That's back and forth. This is switchback stuff.
It is a real hike.
You probably would have gotten out of the car and back into the car, drove away.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Looking for
Any
lunch.
rodeo
Lot
pictures,
hiker.
Michael?
Looking for lunch. He was at the rodeo too yesterday.
I do have those, I think, but I don't have them on my phone. There's a
What
double
horse?
rainbow.
Did you ride a
last night.
horse or a bull, Michael?
Oh no, I went and got a
Rode a
I went and got a vodka lemonade. That's what I was riding, vodka lemonades.
For the horse
Hey,
or the bull?
Hey, finally see some selling here in gold. About $6 off the highs. Currently trading 23.73. High today 23.79. All roads lead to VWAP. S&Ps check. Nasdaq check. Dow above VWAP. Cash and bid just above it. So VWAP play holding nicely. Gold.
Nick, that was a great entry.
Yeah, it
What
was.
got you out? Just the short pullback, and you thought it was going to firm
Yeah.
back up, and you want to take some money off
And,
the
and
table.
just the fact
for
that I've taken 2 stop outs trying to short this, even though
Yep.
my initial long was
Yep.
the right play. So it's just like getting
Yep.
points back. And I'm
Yep.
same thing. I'm working on some XFAs here. So I tend to be greedy as that balance is pretty low as that builds up. Or not greedy, excuse me. I tend to just take points off the table in XFAs.
Hey, Nick, could you reshare your charts for me, brother? Please and thank you.
Yeah, that's probably because I logged out of my live and into my XFA.
It's Captain Gabe right there. Very soothing voice.
Richard Harris, I'm liking this banter we got going on now.
You guys got something going on over there, man.
I faded him one time. One time I faded him, and now we got
He's got a little
to
online
fade
rivalry.
off.
Online rivalry.
Fade off.
Yep.
This is funny. I like his lines.
Hey, 75% long right now in the Dow. 67% long ES. 70% short gold. So hopefully they caught that move to the downside that we're seeing right now. Seeing about $8 sell-off in gold. Average price short in gold from 23.72. Nice. So they are in the money right now. It looks like they did have to take some heat on the way up. Those shorts.
Hey, question. I'm going to get this chat room's help. We've never advertised for Topstep TV now that we hit 100,000. We wanted to have a number before we ever put anything behind it.
I was
Call
reading
it
into this,
organic
yeah.
growth, because that's really shows you true ability to grow. But now we are going to be advertising. Where would you, Jack, and all that, where would you think that Topstep would be best suited to advertise? And OnlyFans is not an option because I know you guys throw that out here all the time. Yeah, you know it's coming. Where? Like TradingView, like Google Ads? Should we litter you on your YouTube viewing? I don't know. The marketing team wants to get TopstepTV more exposure now that we've done this. LinkedIn, here you go. So marketing team, you shall whatever time, annotate this time, production team, so then we can provide this real-time survey. No, and guys, we're hiding the XXX websites that you're typing in here too, that I can see. That Andre's
Meet
taking
your
notes
audience where they are, Michael. That's what you do.
He's not even here. Exactly. Nobody caught that.
Yeah, we're exclusively going to be on advertising on CNBC and XXX video places. Diversified strategy.
Technically, those websites get the most traffic, period, out of any.
Oh, F1 would be cool. I like that F1 suggestion.
Yeah.
I'm down with that one.
We'll get like a nickel-sized sticker.
Let's say right at Lewis Hamilton's helmet would be so sweet.
$10 million.
Oh.
Bring us some good stuff, guys, so we can actually do this. NASCAR, huh? Andre's more of an F1 guy. I'm more of a NASCAR guy. I like bringing coolers to the stadium. He likes
Busch Light. I like champagne. Michael likes Busch Light. So I mean, there's just
I do
difference in
like
taste.
I do.
All right. Crude's seen a sell off here, about 40 cents off the highs. Crude's still pretty quiet after that number. D, we did kind of break out of the range, but sellers did step in. D, I don't know. Are you seeing any trades in RBOB,
No,
crude?
not yet.
Nothing. Okay.
Not yet. No.
Nick,
So ideally, I want to see crude oil at closer to 81. So 80.95 is where we have the value high. And so at the very least, I would like to see it at overnight view up before I do anything with it. And now that will make neutral day type, so that will limit my profit expectation for today. So I don't know. I don't know whether I'm going to find a crude oil trade today. You know, storm teacup.
Okay. Teacup is right. Coming up about 40 minutes left in fast markets. Nick4ATick, what is the P&L right now? I know you've kind of gotten some trades, kind of haven't. You have not been that aggressive. You've been very patient.
Yeah, we're up 750 in my XFAs and nearing a daily loss limit in my live.
What got you on the live? Getting short or getting long?
Trying to short and just taking stop outs as this has been moving up at 170, at 200, and so on and so forth. And here we are. So I wouldn't even say too early. It's just, areas, and I was kind of jump shorting it a little bit too quickly instead of waiting like now where sellers, are a little bit motivated here at 200. If we break VWAP, it may retest 170. And that's a better short than me immediately shorting 200. So these are those situations where the areas make sense, but it doesn't make sense to be the first person to short it. And there you go. So obviously should have held my 227 short, but when you get stopped out in the account that matters, you get a little frustrated and a little tedious in the other ones.
Yep. My last shorts were 3 lot at 227. And I had already made up, or I had already got stopped out a few times on the way up because I was up money. Now I'm down $600 again. I don't like this because I was down 700. I brought it all the way up, almost 300, and then I lost it all down to 600. This is where it can get really slippery slope, and I've learned that as a trader, like it's totally okay to lock it down on the day. Like we always call it lock it up on my thing right here. I can confirm trade lockout. I'm going to cancel right now. But this is where it gets really slippery. Because if you're not seeing it well, Nick was saying the same thing. Great entry. But like if he would have waited, if I would have waited, I'm sure we might have been holding those for 20, 30, 40
if you don't start your day red, those are trades that I'm very comfortable holding, like, and just kind of letting it really play out. But when you're red, it's like, no, I'm going to take some money off the table a little bit, kind of lower my risk for the day and kind of get closer to, an overall break even. And this is back to a struggle that I've been in, and which is just, I feel like my account balance has been basically flat for a month. Like I keep getting like, up 5-6 grand, and then I'm down 5, and then I'm up 3, and then I'm break even. And so it's just like this ending battle. And for me, it's days like this that are the ones that just kind of kill my sanity and kill my account growth. Cause it's just like, I'm not wrong, but I don't allow trades to kind of play out, and then you take stop outs, and yeah, here we are still sitting at the same balance I was in for the last 5 weeks almost.
It's all right, though, Nick. At least you're not taking huge drawdowns. I know it's kind of
exactly.
Like you're chasing.
I'm not in a drawdown. It's in zero growth.
Right. Zero growth can't feel like you're in a drawdown. So yeah, you're just kind of treading water right now. It sucks. But yeah, I don't know. Like we said, the first two paper trades of the day were spot on. Third trade you take, loser, and that's when it gets tricky. So it gets really tricky mentally. I think the mental is more difficult than trying to figure out what the market's going to do next.
Do those 70s come into play again? Deeyana and Nick and even the chat. It's coming. It's 93s. We talked about the 70s. Went through it like butter the first time. Paused on it the second time. Ripped higher, sort of like butter on the second time. Ripping knife through butter or whatever it's called.
Hot knife through butter.
There you go. Thanks, Andre.
I got you, pal.
Is that a city term?
That's a city. That is a city term. You guys just use your hands to spread butter in front. What's up, Nick?
The bounce. Sorry.
I got that.
The bounce still makes sense at the 170 level, but it's kind of that if we lose that again, you start to look at a 4-hour chart. It's not looking very bullish as far as like profit taking. What's been happening the last couple?
Can we go to your 4-hour chart? Can we go to your 4-hour chart really quick? Show us what you're looking at, Nick.
We cannot.
Oh, he's not sharing.
Yeah, Gabe, I tried and it like kicked me out again.
Yeah, but just try one more time for me, man. Whenever you're ready.
You got it.
Go to the 4-hour. Let's look at the 4-hour here.
What's up, Gabe?
What's up, MP?
Shout out, Gabe.
Getting chopped up.
I can relate.
Yeah, how's your combine going?
I am flat currently. Was up 150 on Friday and then down 150. My reset count is now 1 as of last week. Thursday and Friday were rough days. Daily loss limit on both days.
Totally fine.
But,
totally fine.
Chilling around 50K.
Jabbing.
Yes, sir.
Got to keep jabbing. That's totally fine. Anybody gets discouraged is missing, again, the forest through the trees. This is a marathon. This is not a race. Guys that don't know, this is called what? Gabe's Road to Funding.
Yep. There we go.
Hopefully I got that branded correctly.
Gabe
is being very transparent. Is it this afternoon? What time?
It's today, 1 o'clock.
Nice play.
All right.
Very nice.
You guys notice we have him trading in the quietest time and said, "Hey, Gabe, good luck with the 1 o'clock hour."
Oh, he's noticed.
It's only going to make him a better trader.
He's going to make him a better trader. Thank you, Eddie.
All right. I think we got Nick4ATick's charts up here. Nick,
Yeah.
You're talking about the NASDAQ 4-hour. Tell us what you were looking at there.
Yeah, you just see volume. If we kind of lose this, 190 to 170 level, which is this big volume right here on my volume profile on the right. So that big volume node there, if you start to lose it, like just volume gets very thin back towards 20,000. So we're just kind of like, if we tend to lose that point of control on the shorter time frame, with OPEX week and things like that, it just would not surprise me, since we built most of this on low volume, to kind of start to retrace this. But the same equation could be made for the other side of it, which is, it's OPEX, so anything can happen. But if we do not see buyers continue to hold these levels, some profit taking, some unwinding of these positions make sense. But I was rated along 120 and didn't, and here we are. But I would like to see buyers step in like they're kind of doing right now. If I go back to my execution chart, seeing buyers kind of hold this 190 level, continue to build, back into that 210 area that we've been seeing. So that's kind of what I'm looking for at least the remainder of the session. But I would not necessarily want to long 120 again if we were to kind of break and start building below 170 this time.
All right. 170s.
Because on the daily, I know buyers just tend to step in and, you get rewarded for buying dips right now. But if you're just looking at an overall, like, hey, what is the trend on the day kind of shaping up to be? It doesn't scream bullish to me. When you look at where the overnight high was and where we are now, and pretty much just like I said, has been passive selling most of the day, it wouldn't be something I'm like jumping out of, my seat to try to relong and continue to fade. It worked once, it may not work again, is all I'm saying.
Nick, would you say that move back towards VWAP and the NASDAQ and the S&P is you got sellers pretty much in control? We're seeing negative delta, 6,500 negative in the S&Ps now. They're aggressive. It seems like sellers are getting a little bit more aggressive.
Yep, because we're seeing the RTH VWAP and the 24-hour VWAP. We're now trading below both of those, in theory, too, these two lines on my chart. So the fact that we couldn't kind of pierce above and really continue to build there, it just leans a little bit more bearish on, on the daily session time frame. So, and we're seeing it now, like sellers are continuing to kind of step in here. ES is making a run at the low of the day. So you're back to just typical don't fade a trend day. I mean, it's not a typical trend day, but the trend is down on the day. There's no question. If you look at all your
100%.
kind of, daily VWAPs and moving averages on the, shorter time frame, they're kind of starting to trend downwards here on the day. So my EMAs and things. But then you look at the daily chart and it still looks like the most bullish thing you've ever seen in your life.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Nick.
And you look at Nvidia's and it looks like, what they would teach you in an economic textbook of a market bubble.
100% on a chalkboard, just a static ass stock chart is Nvidia chart. It's not static and it's real. All right, guys. We've got 27 after hour European close coming up here in 3 minutes. Before we go to JD for the leaderboard, we did see crude. We are just beneath that $81 level, currently trading $81.93, $80.88. High of the day, $81.52. Sellers came in and have slammed it down about 70 cents in the last 20 minutes or so. So oil is getting hit right now. Dow seeing some sellers. S&P seeing some selling. Gold seeing some selling as well. I wouldn't say the volume is picked up by any means. But all right, let's go to JD. JD, let's do the funded. Let's do the leaderboards. And then after that, Eddie's got some messages and some plugs for us as well. So let's do JD, then let's go to Eddie. Go ahead, JD.
For sure. Let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls real quick, though.
Yeah.
All right, there they are. Jeremiah with a huge day trading the NASDAQ. Brooks trading the NASDAQ and gold. Jerry had a massive day on Tuesday. Jerry traded in 5 XFAs for a total of $52,105 in profits. He made it on the leaderboard today, too. Sam trading the NASDAQ, close to $8,000. And Umar was trading gold, the Nikkei, crude oil, and NASDAQ. Way to spread it around. All right, here is the bottom half of our leaderboard.
Let me see this.
All right, Jerry F. Just mentioned him. $52,000, moved into 6th place. Soren not giving up 7th place for anything. Soren's been in 7th place for the better part of a week now, since last week. Yep. Arjun dropped down to 4th place, took a little drawdown. Raphael has been on the list for a while, still hanging in 9th place. And Ayush, it's spelled wrong. It should be Ayush. Picked up a few bucks and moved into 10th place. All right. Here is the big 5.
Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? Huh?
Wow. Hey.
Right.
Oh, man.
There they are.
Nick.
Adrian moved up, starting at the bottom. Adrian was in 5th place on Tuesday, popped up to 5th with a nice $26,000 day across a handful of XFAs. Brian P. was on our live funded leaderboard, had a nice day, moved in, but still dropped a spot from 3rd down to 4th place. Nick4ATick, there he is, jumped up from 5th to 3rd place. Nicely done, Nick. Kingway still hanging in 2nd place, and Dakota took a Dakota hit the DLL on Tuesday, but he's still sitting there on in first place, pretty far above everyone else.
Took a payout too, didn't he? I want to say he took a payout this week as well.
Last Friday, he took the payout,
gotcha.
and it cleared on Monday. We showed him on the payouts list
Yes.
on Monday. That's when it cleared. Yep.
Beautiful.
So Dakota's taking payouts.
Good job.
I got some more info on the other Dakota that we shared earlier. Not quite,
yeah.
not
twin
quite
brother.
making it into the leaderboard just yet, but he's putting up a good fight so far. He's trading in 3 XFAs right now. Took a nice $10,000 payout yesterday, so we'll see if
Dakota
see if he
P.
makes it. Dakota
That's
P.
Dakota P. Dakota P. Yes, Dakota P. We got Dakota A at top. Dakota P coming for Dakota A. Next time Dakota A is on, we'll have to ask him what he thinks about having some of the same name. All right. Thank you, Jack. Is that all we got?
That's it.
No, is that we good? We're good there, JD. Okay, cool. After that, JD. Okay, I'm gonna throw it to Eddie now. Eddie, we got some plugs. I know we got a lot of stuff coming out. Eddie, what do we got?
All right. It's time for our Top Step featured highlights.
Say that again.
It's time for our Top Step X featured highlights.
When?
Right now. Are you ready? All right, let's start.
Super.
All right. You can contribute your ideas for new features and support the ideas. And we've been sort of pushing this for a while where you can vote. Now, if you got my charts up here, I'm going to show you where to go. Follow my little arrow. He's sort of circling around. Keep your eye on the ball, and it's going to land right on that question mark. Look at that. Presto changeo, it lights up. You click on that with your left click on your mouse, and you're going to go to feature voting. There it is. Take a look. If you got an idea, we've been talking about this here today in chat. If you got an idea, do the search first, because a lot of people have been entering their ideas, sharing their ideas, suggestions. So check and search first if your idea is on there, because you don't want to put a new idea that's got votes on it already. So if you don't see it there is create a new post where you would put your new idea. So there is that. And check out the other ones too. We got Robbie's 5-minute tutorials, support, help center. If you want to get to our Top Step Discord, which I'm going to be talking about here next. If you have a question about Top Step on our program, we have a new channel in Discord to help. Now head over to the Discord channel, hashtag Topstep AI support, and submit a question. Our chatbot will answer the question and provide you with details from our help center. Now, this is an easy way to get quick answers. All right. And of course, yes, some of these questions you do have will go to real people if the bot cannot answer them. So I'm going to put that link in here in the chat. Head over to Topstep. It's going to be hashtag Topstep AI support. That's the channel name, and that will get you to answer your questions. And that's what I've got here. Andre, back to you.
Yeah, good stuff.
Nick, do you have any levels around here? I'm getting beat up.
Yeah, this is just it's
We're
a
in the
tough
chop
spot.
right now.
We're back to where I shouldn't have even entered in the first place when I took stop outs earlier, which is like you're just kind of in the middle of the range on the day, and my lean is short, but realistically, the short was where I got at almost 225 to 230, which was pretty much some confluence of a little bit of yesterday's action and Tuesday's action, so nothing crazy. But yeah, we're kind of just sitting here, and my guess is with tomorrow being options expiration, we probably are looking to pin around 5,500. We haven't really drifted too far from it.
Yeah. This is where I need a coach T, a digital performance coach. And why I would want that is because I would want to know if it tells me some pattern of my behavior. Hey, Michael, 90% of your trades today have been short. Like something like that. Just let me know right now. I mean, I guess I could do the math and I could look in here and all that kind of stuff. I'm just using one stat. You can find that wherever. But there's also other stats about my prior history with my current trading that I could do some AI stuff and tell me what my behavior could be next that I don't know about. Machine learning, I don't know. All that's that data set that we're going to start working on more and more. We got some quants that we hired that are digging into all that. So it's going to be fun.
Robert's asking, you want me to pull your report and get GPT stats for you, Michael? Do that.
Well, no, I'm already feeling
Yeah,
like
he
shit.
does that.
Michael said no.
I want
all right,
I want a computer to do it, so then the computer, I can't be upset at the person.
Yeah.
So just a computer tell me data.
All right,
I already
D.
know I short too much.
I want to throw it to you,
I'm
D.
long crude.
Okay, yeah, I was
I'm
gonna
long crude
say
from 1895.
Century, very good because we just had
One.
just beneath VWAP. I got VWAP at $80.99. D is long, $80.95. See if we can push back in the 81s. We are currently trading $81.04.
Yeah, it needs to stay above 81, really.
Is it, Nick? Is it harder to get short right here or long? Just like gut instinct.
I mean, my gut would still be. I mean, it would still lean short just because the trend on the day is still down.
Mm-hmm.
Like looking at the VWAPs, they're still all kind of flat trending downwards.
Yeah.
So just basing it off that is since you're in the middle, and we're below point of control on the day on ES and the NASDAQ. So same logic. Delta's negative according to Hoag. I mean, there was a ton of absorption at the lows on ES, but still it looks like more negative delta. I'm not sure if that's still holding true, but
all right, D, I want to talk to you about this oil trade. What would your target profit be? Profit target be? Target profit, take profit? What's your exit price? What are you looking for?
Exit price. So anywhere from, ideally, I would like to see high of day again because there is a new uptrend, but that might be a bit wishful thinking because it's not the biggest day today. So I would be looking to take maybe 81.40.
40s.
But anywhere from 81.30 up to high of day at 81.49. That would be like a target zone, if you will.
Yes.
Statistically viable target zone. Yeah.
44s to 49s. I like that. And P, what's the chop looking like?
I don't know if you've seen on Tuesday it was I was holding a really good trade that I completely called to a T, and I only took I think it was only 2R or something. I took $300 out of it, and it went to 4R within the last 2 minutes. It was awesome. I waited for 90 minutes for that to happen, and in the last 2 minutes, they're like, boom, and I'm like, why? You had the whole day to
trading.
do this.
Welcome to trading. The worst.
When it wears you down, you're sitting in a trade, and that the analysis is pretty correct. But at some point, man, you're just like, well, we're coming into settlement. It's the same as the last 10 minutes of equities, right?
Yes.
It could go either way. So I figured, I'll take the 30 takes. I'll be perfectly happy with that. And then it just popped, and I was like, just sitting there. Eddie was like, "Yeah, did you see it?" I'm looking at it.
Lucky cat trades. That says, I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Watching.
Yep. Hate watching. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Really quick, those that are asking about Coach T, we pulled it out of Top Step to then bring it. The goal is to bring it back, actually, with the true intentions of why we even started it, and that is to be a true digital performance coach. But we need to get all of our data in a way that we could scale it and or provide quality content via the data to you.
It's really our version of Skynet. The beginning. Coach T.
What's that? Oh yeah.
Well, if you plug in the AI into Coach T, it would be like Skynet, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We actually, what's so funny? He did sell it. We actually got the trademark of Coach T from a guy who was Coach T, not Mr. T.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There was a Coach T.
Coach T.
It was an actual Coach T.
I think it was just some guy that considered himself Coach T. Did
I don't know. You could trademark one letter like that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I think you had to have Coach in front of it. Coach T. You could trademark it. Sometimes it doesn't hold up. We had trademarked funded account. I was going to go after everybody for using that word. I'm like, we created that word in 2010. And they're like, well, it's pretty vague. But like, they did approve us for the trademark. But then our IP attorneys are like, yeah, I don't know if you want to like go after all this because it's a pretty big uphill battle. Like, well, we created the word. Like, yeah, it's not like Kleenex or anything like that. It's like a real created word. You can fund an account. I'm like, yeah, but in the prop firm space, we want to call it a funded account. Because everybody is using that word. FTMO is the smartest one. They call it an FTMO account.
I think there's a lot of lingo that we sort of created. It's being used everywhere.
Can't use tradertainment. That's pretty big.
That's us. All right.
That's us.
Can't use Nick4ATick anymore.
Oh, yeah.
I like it.
What about the original version of that, Nick? Use that?
I mean, that one's probably available, but someone wants that. Go for it, man.
D's on fire,
Nick. That's like Elon trying to get X trademark. Just a letter. You're like,
yeah.
Just a letter.
D, you're cracking me up today. I'm loving it. Anyways, see if the Dow catches up. Dow, we don't have that many Dow traders, but we do got to quote the Dow. As it is.
Is there somebody else outside of just Dolby trading that?
We do have some.
we did this only for Dolby. It's only for Dolby.
It's just the Dolby time market. Yeah.
The one Topstep trader.
And Marie trades it once in a while.
And Marie
Yeah,
gets in
and
there.
yes, but
I do enjoy sitting with Nick sometimes on this because it's like I just get an inside look into what the Dow's doing, which I do not have a chart built for the Dow. I definitely do not.
There's someone asked. They were going to start asking John for Dow levels. I don't know if he's got better use of his time. We don't have that many Dow traders.
Dodgy Halls calls them mostly for old people. Now, I used to trade the Dow all the time.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, weren't you
You
down
were a Dow
over the
trader.
bumpy?
Yeah.
Right
Why
here.
don't you disparage Michael's first love?
That was Dow only.
But
Dow only. I could only walk into
what
one.
year was this?
Oh, it was the year before I grew facial hair.
Look at that. Look how young you are.
Old Michael, just full of life. Didn't know what he was getting into. Didn't know the heartaches and the love-hate that I was going to be a part of.
That's where I met you.
It worked out.
In the Dow pit.
You were Kid Comedy on your badge. It said Kid Comedy. Everybody loved Eddie. Everybody still does, Eddie.
Now, Michael, when you treat the so-called Dow, you're doing so with your hands?
Trading in the pit?
Yes, and a pencil and a
abacus,
a note card.
Oh, yeah. How would you?
I was a pit trader, so I guess at some point I had to raise my hand and trade.
Right. I was just saying, no, you're right. Those don't sound. That does not sound like old things.
Oh,
you're just saying yes, outdated market. Outdated.
No, I would just write on a note and put it, throw the carrier pigeon up in the air, and he'd run across the pit. I'd have a trade on.
What's the
How
old
far back you want to go, Jack?
Machines called? What were those called? Comes out on that probably in the Dow.
Yeah,
ticker tape.
Ticker tape.
That's actually what it's called.
Just your daily reminder that 8% of the Dow, the top weighted stock, is United Health Group.
Because of its price. It's price weighted, not market cap weighted.
Exactly.
Yep, Jack. I learned from you, Jack. All right, we still have.
This is not holding over 81. No.
Push.
It really needs to hold over 81 for this to work.
Michelle A.
Still trying to hold the opening range low.
Yes. Answer your question in chat, Michelle A. Pretty much.
Jack, imagine if you were like sending smoke signals to put a trade on. You got your quantity. We're all gonna. It puffs up in the air.
You could front run the hell out of those trades, man.
It's got to be a swing trade, though, right?
It's got to be a swing trade.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not scalping. You're not scalping those,
Yeah.
Deanna.
Scalping with no signals.
If the wind changes direction from the east to the west, you're screwed. You're
Right. Hey, that looked like a hunter lot. No, dude, it started off as a micro.
yeah.
Well, I have to sign out of VMix soon to make room for our guest coming up next, but just wanted to leave with some other tech giants in those 30 stocks. We got Cisco, we have Honeywell, we have what else is in there? Dow Inc.
Do you have boring? Do you have boring? Is Boring Company in there? Eli just throws in to fit with them all.
Whatever happened to the tunnels he was building with that company?
Where's our tunnel from downtown O'Hare? What happened to that?
We need it.
A grift?
Yeah,
Something?
I'll go check on it.
Well,
be right
sure
back.
it
I
just
got to
funded
sign out of
more
VMix.
things.
Talk to you guys later.
Start digging a hole, Jack. Start digging tunnels. Nick called him a grifter this morning. Elon catches strays.
I think the Boring Company in itself, it's anything actually outside of the flamethrower, which is really cool. Maybe the tequila. What else has actually been a viable product that's come out of there outside of them just taking money? So
I completely forgot.
Remember he was like shooting the flamethrower up on stage or something like that. He was doing it one. I mean, he sold $10 million worth of it or something crazy like that.
I would have bought.
He said all it was.
Attention.
Yeah, he said all it was. He's like, there's nothing illegal about it. It's what the roofing companies use all the time. They use these type of, and we just outfitted them to look like a gun.
The flamethrower.
And I'm short 202 again, by the way.
Okay, cool.
Hopefully
Nice.
this doesn't blow up in my face.
Short. Nick is
Did
short.
you get it on the way down?
What? Sorry.
Did you get it on the way down?
It was like after we kind of pierced 210 and came back.
Yeah, that was a good trade.
All right, D, did you hang in there? Hang in there in the long.
Yeah.
Nick short Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I always keep my trades for at least like 15-20 minutes, and then if it's not doing anything, if it stops me out, it stops me out. But generally, I like to keep all of my trades, if they're in profit, anywhere from 45 up to about a couple of hours, and then after 90 minutes, I'm like, okay, it's enough.
Yeah,
for now we're holding.
In the final 10 minutes, it rallies another 200 points.
I'm feeling like this is kind of now or never for sellers here before they get blown to hell if they don't show some initiative here and kind of take us below 180. Otherwise, we're going to think we're going to see a nice little squeeze.
Yeah, I love the short. Nice trade thus far. Unrealized. I love it when people start talking about trades that are still unrealized, and then it goes all the way back.
Oof, yeah.
Uh-huh. It's like talking in your back.
That's a great trade. I always say we'll see.
Yes.
Should we multiply this by 20 accounts?
Oh, why don't we? Why don't we? Nobody ever shows the bad days on those.
So I think that's a roughly $27,000 day. Oops.
There you go.
No, it isn't. It's a $1,200 trade. Now $1,600 trade.
All right, it's now or never right now.
It really is.
What could you see downside? Possible downside if we can get.
So now we're back to the 170s. This is where, like I said, it is kind of do or die. If they rebid off this, I think bears and sellers are cooked for today. If not, we might go retest the lows, and that's where, like I said, I may not want to long 120 again, just based on the fact that there's no volume down to 20K.
Yes.
Like I said, I've been a little bearish all morning outside of the 120 long. I just
60s.
Since majority of the overnight was same thing, just on no volume and everything else that's going on with, the fact that it's very much NVIDIA and nothing else kind of really in the semis just continuing to drive us. I was leaning for some level of a rollover here. So ES is about to, let's see if they can break the low of the day.
One time for Nick. S&P's getting smoked, but getting close to the lows of the day here. Low of the day, new lows put in here. Slow day 55.58 quarter, 55.58 quarter. Last trade 55.58 half. So we're about a tick above that. All right, Nasdaq now into the 50s. Nick, talk to us.
Yeah, I'm looking to potentially hold this down to see if the Nasdaq wants to retest the low. But once again, I will flatten this if I see buyers start to really step in and want to hold this. But for the most part, I think this could unwind back to the low of the day on the NASDAQ.
Okay. Low of the day in the NASDAQ,
Like I
20,000.
said, the trend was down on the day. This is where I was kind of saying, like, you know, just basic principles, don't fade the trend day. Was my same logic. I mean, the long was at 120.
Yes,
But we've seen this so many times where buyers could step in and just kind of quickly rip shorts. But I'm going to try to let this play out a little bit. I would like to see at least 140 to start covering this.
40s. Okay. Short from 02.
Any house account trade down here? Play the 70s again? No. Long short?
20s, maybe 20s.
Nick's looking for the 40s, though. 40s would be.
But this is where on ES, like, did we just get a failed downside auction and they kind of rebid out of this now? Too early to tell.
Just going to say that,
but
Nick.
they are building it back into previous day low and back inside the range for the day. So this is where I don't love this. Because of options expiration and everything else. God.
Delta is now negative 8,600 in the S&Ps with a potential failed downside auction.
It's 8,700. Thanks, John.
Look at that wick.
Yeah. What minute chart are you looking at, Michael?
5 minute. Well, no, I was looking at 15 and 30. Yeah.
Okay.
I got short a 2 lot here from 83. Now, Nick, if it does firm out up, it's probably getting stopped out where you are. But if this thing wants to fall apart, I'll be a part of that.
Yeah, these are those moves. This is why I tend to not let shorts run. It's just because we see moves like this and it's just is like, there's no reason not to take 20, 30 points sometimes. Or it just immediately, you know, it flushes 50 points in my favor and then it immediately rips back 30 within 20 seconds.
All right, we got D long oil, Nick short NASDAQ, MP short NASDAQ as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And we got about 5 minutes left here on fast markets. And coming up next, we got power players coming up next. Flyer Jim 57 joining us. That's a new name. TopQuiz, Eddie Devin. Shoulder tap, Jack and Brett. Group coaching, JD and Robert. Right about now, we do have, I've got the levels up. JD and Robert for group coaching. And after that, Gabe's Road to Funding. With myself, Dolby Time and Gabe. And of course, all right, haven't seen this guy in a minute. Power Hour with myself, Dolby Time and Max Maserati. Of course, we have slow markets, 8 p.m. Central. I did see Coach Dakota in the chat saying he's targeting 20,000.
Yeah, MP, if they can keep this under 80, I think we're safe.
Yeah. I noticed there's a lot of buyers come in.
Yeah.
Lots of folks hitting the bit.
Let's try and. But like I said, it makes sense. Like, why you buy every dip? You've been rewarded for weeks. So there you go. You rewarded again, knife catching in the 60s on ES and 120.
You have like 30 handles into it. I have 10, not even. So to me, this isn't. It could definitely rally up, stop me out, and then in a flash fall apart.
Yeah. But if we break 70, I think you are in good shape for, like I said, MP, the 140s.
You're still long or short, right?
I'm still short. I was about to flatten it out of panic, but I'm going to let this play out, man. Which I haven't done. I haven't been able to in any sort of short for weeks outside of like, you know, a quick 30-point flush here and there. Which is basically where we're sitting right now, about 30 points.
I'm going to let a one lot runner for a break even. I just covered one right here at 72, 73. So I'll sit a one lot runner.
Coach Dakota in the chat. I see a break below 20,100.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I agree with Dakota, and that's where I was saying if it got back to that 120, I'm probably not longing it this time.
All right, 2 minutes left here. D, you're still long?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep this through to however long I'm I'm in.
All right, cool. All right, Gabe. Yep.
Yeah,
let's
I
do it.
only have an 18 tick stop loss, so even if it stops me out, I'm only going to be down 180. And I kind of skimmed about $47 earlier from those MES thingies, little
Thingies.
shorts that I was doing.
Thingies.
Yeah. So, even if
Skimming,
this doesn't work, I'm going to be down like 140. There's something happening with like multiple contracts on my accounts. I'm going to have to like be really careful whenever I'm in with multiple contracts. But yeah, this is just a one lot, so it shouldn't be a problem.
All right, excellent. All right, we got 2 minutes left here in Fast Markets. D long crude, Nick short NASDAQ, MP short NASDAQ. 2 minutes left. We asked our amazing audience to come submit their submissions for hashtag Fast Markets, so we got to show the people what they submitted us. Let's do it right now. Gabe, how do we do? Good? Let's see. Let's check it out. What do we got?
We do. We have a couple submissions for their setup. So we love seeing how people create their trading environments. We have a couple of these. So
nice.
Drew, thanks for submitting. Looks like a pretty solid setup, man. More screens than I could probably handle.
Where's Topstep TV? Oh, there it is, lower left corner. Gotcha. Good job.
Yeah, lower left.
Okay, cool.
Next setup here. Loving the Topstep gear as well.
Nice.
Sweet.
Hey, Ray. Nice. Appreciate the submission.
I like the hat.
Moving into a couple comedy pieces here. First one coming from Ursa. I had to throw this one in here, knowing MP had the little rant on everybody asking for free shit today. Here we go.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's funny.
That's good. That is good.
But we will not block you. We will just simply time you out for excessive requests.
Yeah. People have emailed before, but like, yeah, here's your 70s, here's your 69s, here's your 68s. We're on our lows of S&Ps as well. Pretty far off our lows of NASDAQ. We're on 5559, 5560 if you want to call it a round number, is the S&P. 5558, 2 points lower is the low, but we're 40 points away from our lows on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, S&P is definitely weaker of the two.
I'm just covering mine right now. I'll watch you as in spectator mode.
Yeah, I still, the fact that they couldn't hold it above 180 again, I'm still liking this to go retest a new low. Yes, same thing is making a run at another new low. So I'm willing to hold this. If they fail again to kind of break out of the 150 range, I'm probably going to start covering and move to a runner to break even.
I like it. Nice trade. Nice trade. All right, well, that's going to wrap up Fast Markets for right now. We got Power Players coming up next with Flyer Jim. You might recognize the face. He rocks our gear when he goes out. We stay tuned for that. Anyways, D, you cracked me up today. Nice chain. Hopefully these crude trade does pop higher. Nick4ATick, I'm happy this short is looking like it might be working out here. Keep us posted in the chat. MP, I like it as well. Good job there. I'm glad you went to the rodeo and hiked a mountain yesterday. You look refreshed. And keep us posted. No house account trades, Michael. We might need to refine the process a little bit, start getting some check marks, pull check marks a little faster. We can talk about
that. You need more help. You need more help pulling checks.
Maybe more help pulling checks. Or getting checks. Anyways, we can talk about that off air. But any means, I loved it. D, thank you so much. Nick4ATick, thanks for joining us. MP, great work as always. We got Power Players coming up on the other side of this break. Stay tuned. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. The man in the middle is Fire Jim. This is Power Players. Welcome, everybody. Jim, you are officially a Power Player here on Topstep TV. My partner to the right of him, Dolby Time. I like those shades today, matching the shirt, looking good as always. Yep, always time. Jim, welcome to Power Players. How are you feeling today? Tell us about yourself. How did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
Thanks, Andre. Dolby, yeah, glad to be on. It's been a journey. I've been trading for years and always looked into futures. I'm coming from the way back days of calling a broker, reading the Wall Street Journal, and placing an order over the phone. So I've gone through modem, dial-up, and electronic trading, and now I'm here with Topstep. Just doing some research, looking into good trading avenues like futures and options, and found Topstep, and this is where we're at. Started about 5 years ago with Topstep.
Wow. A true veteran, Jim. You've probably seen a lot of changes at Topstep. And actually, I did want to start with this question. You have been in the prop space for 5 years. You know, how have you seen this prop space change just in the 5 years that you've been in it? Do you think it's better? Do you think it's worse? Is it a good time to get into trading now for futures? What's kind of your opinion on that?
I like this question.
It's definitely retail trader friendly today. When I first started, you were on your own. I burned through a bunch of personal accounts, finding all different ways to go. And realized with commissions and fees that, boy, those accounts can get burned through pretty quick if you don't know what you're doing. And having mentorship in something like TopStep to help you along. The first couple times with TopStep, their rules were tough, but you can understand they wanted to weed out and get good traders, and gave some good shots at it, but could never get over that hump of being funded. So with the new rules, just the past year or two, it's really changed the game and made it a lot more exciting and a lot of fun. This is an avocation for me. I don't trade as a primary income. This is something that I do along with a lot of my other hobbies to help me on. I'm getting close to retirement age. So this is just going to be a fun thing for me to do. You may not see big numbers out of me, but you're going to see a lot of big enthusiasm. I really enjoy this, and TopStep is really been great. I really love the community and the company.
Love to hear that. I got a question. You said you're talking about, you're looking into retirement. Can you see more people in your generation around your age kind of looking at this as I don't want to call it a hobby, maybe a side hustle, call it what you will, but maybe getting into futures trading after retirement? Is this something that you can see growing?
A side hustle is a big word that's used, and it's funny. I grew up with a father. I'm the oldest of 11, and I grew up with a father that had side hustles. I mean, he was doing everything before side hustle was a common term. He found ways, and he actually was trading the markets, and that's where I first learned, hey, what is this stuff about trading stocks and options? So more and more people, I think, are looking for that kind of thing to do, and I've done a lot of different things as far as woodworking, Uber, Lyft, craft jobs, done all kinds of extra things as side gigs, and found, for the time and effort involved, you can't beat trading. It's a journey. You have to spend some time to learn the process, but I think it's got a lot of great potential. So that's where I'm at. And I think more and more, I talk to all my friends about it, and a lot of them are watching and just a little afraid to pull the plug, to pull the trigger, but I think they will. I
like that. All right. Well, quick update here on the markets. I know MPN Nick4ATick was short going at the end of fast markets. We're starting to see some more sellers coming here in the NASDAQ. I know they want to see a push into the 150s here in the NASDAQ. Currently trading 20,155. So we get more push. They are targeting 20,100. Wow. Nick4ATick in the chat saying, still holding. Good to see. Stay strong, Nick4ATick. All right, Jim, if you don't mind, love to go over to your charts. We'd like to see what your indicators are, your products, your charts, just see what your general setup is, what you're looking at, how you trade. First of all, have you taken any trades today?
Yes, I have. I started out early this morning. I follow a lot of people like Rips and such, and I got up early, and I'm kind of on the fence of where to go. I came from a scalping background. I used to sit down and scalp minis all the time and short moves and make a good bundle. But with today, I'm focusing on micros, trying to keep those accounts alive. So I started out this morning, took a couple trades kind of behind the eight ball. I felt like I was out of pocket. I was down a couple $100, but gave it a rest and came on for fast markets. And some of you guys are really on it and called some really good markers, things to look at. I don't consider anything a signals class or a signals course. I don't follow along just to see where to buy or where to sell, but there's a lot of great input. And I take my time, and I like doing micros right now, and I'm up $104 for the day. So, on minis that'd be $1,000. So, I'm happy. Back into the positive.
Excellent.
Right now I'm trading mostly the ES, MES, the NQ, and MNQ, and I've got gold and crude in the background. So I try to simplify it a little bit.
I do like that. Yep. I like that a lot.
Crude oil is probably a lot more fun to trade back in the day, right, Jim?
It sure was.
Yeah. When you have big swings, it was always a lot more fun. When you have these short things, it drives me nuts. So I've kind of put crude in the background. Listening to Deeyana is funny. It's hilarious because I'm kind of in that same camp. It used to be, but I think I've got a little bit of a cooling off going right now. A little divorce.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be. It does. The ranges have been Ranges have been tight. We got a dollar range today. Currently sitting in crude trading $80.92. Low of the day, $80.55. High of the day, $81.52. So we've got about $1 range there. Dolby time. I look at the 5 minute here on the NASDAQ, and it looks like we're at the bottom end of this range. We call it 5 minute range.
Yep.
You do have
exactly right.
Yeah. Will this because we got Dow popping a little bit, but that is a Dow. We were goofing on the Dow about 20 minutes ago. Dow is the only one moving right now. But Dolby time, looking at this bottom end of this range, kind of trading 20,160. I'm not saying we take a cheap short here, but this is something that you would at least recognize and perhaps see how we trade around this price.
100%. Yeah, it's 5 minute range, offers cheap trade. The only thing that I would be wary about going long here is that we have a series of lower highs, which is not great. That's typically pretty bearish. But, like I said, doesn't mean it won't pop here. But it is showing that price is consolidating. Could be a cheap long here if you are bullish. That's kind of why I like ranges, because it helps kind of define an area where you can identify a good place to put a stop and makes the market kind of work for it. So we would kind of want to see what happens here. I don't know. The lower highs really kind of make me nervous, but it's NASDAQ, scroll week, literally anything can happen right now. I was kind of messing around in a trading combine earlier. I did manage to snag 20,122s. I think with some people in chat, but then kind of just messed around and lost the money. But it was nice grabbing that. I was playing the daily range in the end. That was the bottom of the daily range, 20,120. Just maybe why we saw a bounce. But I want to get a question into Jim here.
Sure.
Jim, you've been doing this. So you've been trading longer than 5 years, right? You've only been with Topstep for 5 years. Is that right?
That's correct, but still on just a limited basis. I've had a full-time career that's really been a blessing to me. I've been with the same company 33 years. We're now employee-owned. Yep. In retail sales. And
cool.
So I've, on my spare time, always looked at the markets and trading, but never really as serious or full-time as I am now. Now's the time to really buckle in and learn the processes and learn the markets.
So if you could give some advice to new traders here, you've been doing this for 5 years. What would kind of be your first couple of pieces for someone who's trying to get into futures trading?
Start small, start slow. You really have to open your eyes to the potential, but you have to really rein it in until you can understand what's going on. Follow practice. I used paper trading for years. Paper trading before it was actual paper, practice and get an idea for it. I just read an article about someone said it takes 10,000 hours to become expert at something. And in a way, it's kind of true. You really have to put in the time, put in the hours, the miles, and understand what's going on. I'm still learning. I'm still not really good at a lot of this stuff. The technical aspects of it, I do a lot of fundamental and technical trading. I always look at what's going on in the markets, but then I look at the technical aspects too. And I can't wait till Topstep X gets TPO charts and range trade, range charts available. Coach Bob has got me using the Renko chart, which is real nice to help me with my trade entries. So the whole thing with learning how to trade is really take some time and go ahead and go through a couple of combines just to get a feel for it. But just not expect to bust the bank and make that first million in 6 months. It's not going to happen. The Coach Dakotas are great to follow, but that's really, that's the peak. That's the epitome. And it takes a long time to get there.
It does indeed. Well, Dakota's been doing this for a lot longer than 5 years. Like you said, 10,000 hours. You can't. All right, we got some more sellers coming here in NASDAQ. Nick4ATick, if you're still short, let us know. That's fine. I'll just go. No, did he get out? Oh, no. I don't know. Based on that comment in the chat, he may have gotten out. We are starting to see some sellers here. 20,138 last trade in the NASDAQ. Oh, no.
Nick, that's fine. I'll just have myself.
Yeah. I hope that
it happens.
I hope that doesn't. Oh, he covered. Yes. Oh, no. Yep. 155s. That's the problem with being short. That's the tricky part of being short. You got to see profit, take profit. Anyways, let's get back. All right, so Jim, tip of the week here at TopstepTV. Have a trading plan. Define your goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon. Develop a clear trading plan with entry and exit points. Set realistic profit targets and stop loss levels. I just want to talk generally, high level. What are your goals, your risk tolerance, and time horizon in terms of like your trades? Are you trying to hit the home runs? Are you more of a base hit? You like the singles and doubles? Or are you trying to go for the home runs?
I really go short term and look for short, quick gains. That's why I'm doing micros, and that's why you'll see, $104 today. It might not sound like a lot, but if that was minis, of course, it's. I do try to start it on a top down, start it at an hour or daily hour and look down on the charts to see where the trends are. Try to figure if it's going to be a range day or if it's going to be a momentum day, and slowly go at it. I try to work a 1 to 4 risk reward. So I realize I'm not going to have a lot of winners. So my percentage might be 30 or 40% or less. But that's what I try to do. But I'm not afraid to get out early if I feel it's not moving or cut my losses quick. So that's something I do. I for example, my XFA right now, I think I'm on 33 days and I'm getting low on it, but I take it slow, so that's the whole idea. There's no particular signal I use. I'm not a big guy when it comes to indicators. So I like to just read what's going on, follow some basic things like VWAP and EMAs. But I try to keep it pretty simple and straightforward.
Do you feel
like I mentioned, I'm learning.
Yeah, the more indicators and the more charts and the more lines and graphs and what have you on the chart, the more complicated it gets. Because you say you're pretty much an EMA and a VWAP trader. Anything else? Does it just kind of see like clutter? Or you just get paralysis by overanalysis, so to speak?
Exactly. I got my best buddy is a big trader, and he MACD on this and Bollinger Bands and fibs, and he does all this stuff. I looked at his chart one day and I was like, holy smokes. But he's a full-time trader. He's very good at it, but it's just not my cup of tea. It just confuses the heck out of me sometimes. And you get paralyzed. You want to take a trade. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. These numbers aren't all lining up. And then boom, it's gone. I try to keep it a little bit more clear. I do like the level 2 data though. So I do watch on the DOM where, movement is. So, so there's some keys I use, but I'm still learning.
Okay. Adobe time while we're doing that. We just made new lows here in NASDAQ and S&Ps. Yeah, the sellers look aggressive. I was looking at volume. Volume did show some conviction behind this. We are coming up to the 550 level. We just hit at 550s now in the S&Ps. 20,100 coming up in the NASDAQ. So sellers are in control. Adobe time. New lows just made in the NASDAQ. We are out of the range. How do we approach this moving forward now?
Out of the range? No,
we're out of the range.
Like,
just wait for the
way out. Yeah, I mean, ideally, if you're a range trader, you would have want to been in on maybe like this 15-minute range that we had at around 10:15 when things started tightening up a little bit. We had those 5-minute candlesticks and the 15-minute get pretty tight at around, say, between like 9:40 and about 10:30. And I actually really did like that 5-minute consolidation at 10:30 because it consolidated underneath a previous 5-minute range. So kind of support became resistance. And then it did another stair step down at around 10:50. This is all central time. And so when you kind of get those 5-minute consolidations kind of stacking underneath each other, it typically is pretty bearish. But I mean, it's kind of showing why, if you can grab a 5-minute range, if it's making lower highs, that's clearly pretty bearish. And it obviously broke over here. We even broke through the daily range low. So this could go anywhere.
Wow, here we go.
At this point. Yeah. So I would not step in front of this personally until we find a new place to get range bound and maybe reassess. But I think, Nick4ATick had a really solid trade on. Play that 5-minute range break, and you kind of just hold it and see what you can get. I think you flattened a little bit, but I also heard you got some money, so don't feel too bad.
Can't complain about winners. Jim, all right, so you're seeing this type of price action right now. We're just putting new lows in the S&Ps, putting new lows in the NASDAQ. We do know, if you look at the daily chart, we are in a bull market. Buyers do eventually step in. How would you approach a market like this? Would you look to be getting low, or would you look to be getting low? Look to be getting long off the lows, or would you be looking to perhaps sell a rip and for more movement to the downside?
It's interesting because advice I had gotten when I was first mentioning I was going to be on Topstep TV is don't trade while you're on Topstep TV. And I haven't been paying attention a whole lot to it. And I'm looking and saying, I would have been in here a while back.
Yeah, the
so,
FOMO.
I kind of saw this coming down. No, truthfully, I did on the MES. I saw this coming down at about 55, 56. That's where, I kind of had a trigger. But, I'm not paying attention right now. This is my first time on TV. So I kind of let it go. But here I'm going to wait because if it's bouncing up like this, there's a gap there to fill. And I got a feeling it just might start settling down here around the noontime. So I think it'd be kind of late to do anything.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Jim, we have your bio here, and it says that you also enjoy flying planes, real planes as well as model planes. Are there any parallels in trading that kind of carry over to the aviation world?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I like that.
Think about trading, having a plan. Well, when you fly an airplane, for example, you have a checklist. I mean, you don't have the luxury of being up in the air and pulling over to the side of the road and say, oh, maybe I need to figure out how to do this or how to do that. So you are regimented to know what's going on with a checklist. And I equate that directly to trading. I mean, you got to have an idea where you want to go, what you want to do. So every morning I have my checklist I go through. I make sure everything is set up and ready to go before I turn the key on that propeller and want to take off and fly. So, and that even applies to my hobby models too, because although I'm not in the air with these things, I'm on the ground. You still want to make sure that everything is working and proper. And so same thing with trading. And just like with trading, with flying, you have to be able to adapt to conditions. So you might be flying into a cloud, you might be flying into a tough area of air and turbulence. Well, how do you react? Same thing with the market. You got to be able to react. And if you have a plan in place, you know how to do that. You won't overreact. You'll be able to keep under control.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I really like that. No mulligans in flying, is there, Jim?
That's for sure. And I do take a few mulligans on the course. So
yeah, no one's looking. I'll look the other way. When you take a mulligan on the golf course. But no mulligans in trading, no mulligans in flying. So there are some similarities there. We are seeing some more sellers coming in here, guys. New lows, S&Ps, new lows, NASDAQ. This is tricky. This is a tricky trade right now. The first time we got short, the buyers definitely stepped in. We rallied about 100 points off those 120s here in the NASDAQ. And it just kind of rolled over. Now we're making new lows, trading 20,081. I know Dakota was targeting a level of 20,000 even. So we're only about 80 points from that. That is not too far-fetched. S&P seeing some more sellers. Jim, since you've been on, someone hit the sell button in these markets, and they are rocking and rolling. So this is good to see. New lows here. S&P. New lows, NASDAQ, new lows, S&Ps. We'll keep you guys posted. We got about 10, 14 minutes. Wow, look at these sellers coming.
Bring you in for Power Hour. Keep on bringing this volatility, Jim. We're going to be hitting you up for volatility and Power Hour.
That's my kind of
there
style.
You go. I see some numbers in the MES, though, on the DOM. There's some bigger numbers up there, 55, 51 and such. So I don't know. This may bounce, but
we are putting new lows. We will see if we get to those 20,000 even level. Currently looking at the tilt, 71% long Dow, everything else 50-50 across the board. Keep in mind, we did have a negative delta about 40 minutes ago. It was minus 8,700 in the ES. That is congruent with price action right now as we speak. So they're probably happy about that. Maybe Hope can give me a delta update as we keep it moving here. Taking a quick look at crude. Crude still trading around $80.96. I know D was long from this price right here. D, keep us updated on that trade. Gold trading $23.69. High of the day, $79.50. So about $10 off the highs of the day, about $10 off the lows of the day. So right there in the middle. We're going to keep an eye on these sellers.
I did well on gold this morning.
Did you? Did you get long or short?
Yep. I got long at about 23.52 or so, and wrote it up. And but I chickened out because I didn't think it was going to keep going, but it did. It did.
Nice long. Yes, we did. We rallied all the way to 23.79. So nice longs there for sure. All right, more sellers, guys. The markets are getting hammered right now.
Wow.
NASDAQ's getting smoked. We are down about 50 points in the last 10 minutes. S&P's getting hammered here too as well, down about 10 points in the last 5 minutes or so. And there's this volume back in this sucker up. I'm looking for liquidity here in the ES. There is more down. That's pretty thin. The ES and NASDAQ. Go ahead, Joby.
Maybe 950? 19,950?
Wow. 19,950. 2001. I'm sorry, what was the price?
Like
9
points.
Yeah.
19,950. I think an NQ could be a possibility.
Wow.
Like go with a longer term chart. That is where we had a daily high from last week, June 14th.
Yes, we did.
That could be a little area.
Wow.
Which
hey, Nick, weekly kickoff low is 18,850. So we've got a long ways to go there.
Yeah, we do. But sellers are coming in. And, I think 20,000 even is in our sights. I'm sure there's going to be some buyers. There will be some stops just beneath that. But looks like we're going to try to test that sucker, 20,000 even. S&Ps, maybe try. Wow, look at here we go. Nick4ATick was all over the Nick4ATick was all over. This is good stuff, Jim. You brought the volatility with you here too. Power players on Topstep TV. Excellent stuff. Trading new lows. New lows. Here we go. New lows in the 20s now. Maybe we're going to hit these 20,000.
Nick, did I hear you say you use a 5-minute chart? Sorry, Andre.
Yeah, the 5-minute range trade is probably one of my favorite setups. But I like ranges in general, but the 5-minute range is probably the smallest I'll go as far as trying to find a setup to get into a trade. I don't go to the 1 minute. I like the 5-minute the most, and kind of got it from crude oil. So Jim, you've been in the program for 5 years. How do you think you have, improved as a trader from like year one to the present moment?
Here's that bounce I was thinking of. One thing I've learned is that, that's why I was asking about your 5-minute bars. I'm trying to go to longer time frames and get a more overall broader view. So I used to be a 30-second, 33 tick, 100 tick scalper. I used to trade really quick when I first got into electronic trading, and it just drove me nuts. And I don't have the personality, the temperament for it. My heart can't handle some of that quick movement. So I'm starting to go into more of a range trade program and going at those longer times. I still fall into those habits sometimes. Like this morning, I bumped off a couple quick trades, but that's basically what I'm learning is a lot more patience, a lot more. There's going to be trades every day. Unless something happens where prop firms go away and the market collapses, there's always going to be a trade tomorrow. So I'm learning patience.
I'm taking a quick short here. I'm
trying to.
We got a little 1 minute range. I'm going to see if I can get short. It's just trending so viciously.
We're falling out of bed here. We're falling out of bed nicely here.
I'm going to see if I can grab a couple.
We're filled. Dolby times in. New lows.
Get a couple of micros on. Let's get a couple.
All right, Jim's in too, baby. Hell yes. You're watching Power Players here. Topstep TV. Markets are falling out of bed right now. Let's see if the NASDAQ can hit that 20,000 even level. See if the S&Ps will catch up as well. Selling here. Let's make these guys some money.
Let's see if we can turn this market around, Jim, live on air. Have our shorts become the sign to reverse.
Oh, hang tough, fellas.
Probably will. Probably
hang
will.
Tough.
Probably, yeah, you're right.
I'm in short, a couple of micros. It'll probably bounce big time. Yep, it is.
Look.
It's temporary. Hold on.
Take a look.
Nvidia is about $8 off the high of the day, of their high of the day, trading $132.38. I think we saw a 140s print. We saw 140s print in Nvidia today. All right, we did see buyers did try to step. That was dead cat for sure. I mean, all right, what are you guys short from? We can update the board here, guys. Jim, what are you short from? And Dolby time as well.
I'm sure 2021 on. Go ahead.
2021s. I got 29 evens in NQ.
29 short from Dolby time, short from 29. Jim short from 21.
Yep.
Okay, currently trading 24s right now. Let's push this sucker into back in the teens. Buyers do try to step in here. 20,000.
Market was looking at, if you go back to June 17th, there is a high 30-minute candlestick that tops out right at about 20,012. And I wonder if that's where it bounced. And it looks like I timed this very poorly.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh my goodness.
The buyers. This
Might be out of here too. Let's see.
Yeah. Gold sideways.
One more.
Crude sideways. Nothing going on.
Nothing is going on. Hey, yeah, quick update. Thank you, WH. We got a 5-year tips auction here at the top of the hour in about 25 minutes. We'll get you those results. Tips, Treasury, Inflation Protected Security. Those that are asking what tips stand for. Got the 5-year auction coming up at the top of the hour. We did see some nice selling coming in the NASDAQ and S&Ps. Dakota getting paid on those options. Great to see. Okay, Jim. Gold not doing a whole heck of a lot. When you see this type of price, would you consider yourself more of a range trader, momentum trader, trend trader? What kind of market action, or what do you prefer to see in order to pull the trigger?
Well, I just consider myself more an opportunity trader. I don't look at one particular thing because, like right now, this is definitely momentum down, right? But it's going to bounce, so I might be ready for it. I don't know. So it's hard to really characterize it. I want to be fluid. I want to be flexible. Yes. But the big thing for me is risk management. That's what I've learned dramatically. It's like, I'm not afraid to get into a trade anymore. Where before it was like, oh my gosh, 1-to-1. I'm putting in 1,000. Am I going to make 1,000? It's like, now it's like, let's open up that risk reward ratio. Let's just be smart about, how we're risking and risk management. It's a big thing. I've learned that a lot.
That's Dolby time. That's a Dolby time. Dolbyism right there all the time. Dolby, are you still short?
I am. Yes. I got my stop at like 49.25. We have to get through this 12.5 in the NQ, 20,000, 12.5. And I think if we do, we'll be sitting very pretty. I am looking for 19,950 though. And I will walk my stop down on the 1 minute chart if we could start getting range bound, but we really have to have this 20,012 start to fail. Like I said, I do think that's why we bounced, is that there were most likely some buyers there. Sorry, some short sellers who might have covered, and now they became buyers temporarily. And so now maybe buyers are coming back in. So if we can get below this, that would make me very happy. So we're risking about $40 to make 150. And like I said, if we can get through this 2012, I'll probably start accepting less risk on this trade. But I do want to give it time. I cannot tell you how much money I have given up and left on the table by just over managing positions. It is way more money.
Yep. I agree. I put it in, let it go. Not meaning I won't take money off the table, like John, like Hoagland says, 90%, hey, take it.
Yep.
And if I see a bad trade, I'll cut it quick.
You have to, right? You'll time stop it. You won't let it run all the way to your stop, Jim.
Right. Yep. If it starts getting sideways, okay. Let's reassess what we're doing.
It's got to go. It's got to go. It's got to go now, as John says. Delta update, minus 17,600, 17.6 thousand as of 6 minutes ago. So it is congruent with price action right now. Shorts are pushing this sucker lower. Gold trying to look to the downside here. 23.67 last trade. Dow doing absolutely nothing. So we're going to stop talking about Dow for the time being. All right, Jim, we've got a question for you. We got a couple minutes left here on Power Players. Do you have any friends or family watching as we speak?
I don't know, maybe, but shout out to my sons. I got twin sons and my daughter. I got some grandkids. Love my grandbabies.
Yes,
my son-in-law. He's great supporters. And props for guys at work. A lot of the guys at work are just, what are you doing? It's like, yeah, we're doing something a little different here, trading, and check out TopstepTV. So.
I like that.
Being a single guy, I'm on my own. So, it's.
I love it. Jim with the shout outs here on TopstepTV Power Players. All right, we did see a bit of a bounce. Low of the day in the S&P, low of the day in the NASDAQ, 20,011, 11.5. We are currently trading 35.5. 35.5. Little bounce in, $5 bounce, 5-point bounce here in the S&Ps. Low of the day, nope. Oh, now $7 bounce. Man, the buyers step in and his heart being short
there we
in
go.
Here.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So on look at this, bro. On Power Players here, I know I'm going to bring in my man Eddie, because my man Eddie likes that. He's going to have you pick a number between 1 and 20. He's picking a number 1 and 20. So Eddie, come on in. Let's give Jim the fun question. Let's see how he answers.
Hey, Jim, nice to
Sweet.
see you, buddy. Nice to see you. Glad to have you here. Actually, Andre, I added one more question, so we got 21 now.
21.
And
There's always 21, right? There's always
before I go to that question, who's on the Cryon? I am loving the Cryon today. Whoever's on there, great stuff. There it is, putting that on there. But ready, Jim? Pick a number between 1 and 21. I'm going to ask you that question. You give me a short answer.
Well, let's try lucky 7.
Mickey Mantle, lucky 7. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received? Let's say outside of trading.
Be yourself. Be who you are. That's about it. My dad used to say that. He said, "You're a jack of all trades, master of none, but you're a Renaissance man." He says, "Be who you are." So it's like, great. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
I like that. That
Thank
is
you, Jim.
music.
Great answer.
Thanks, Jim. Great stuff. That's music to Michael's ears. Jack of all trades, master of none. And there's a third little part to that always slips my mind. All right, guys, we did see the buyer step in. Whew, that was vicious. It is hard to stay short. When we sell off, we sell off. Yeah, it's like it always comes to an end. We never hit those 20,000s. Everyone's targeting 20,000s here in the NASDAQ. Never got there. 5530s never got there in the S&Ps. Currently trading 20,061. Jim, I want to say thank you very much for joining
There's
us.
that bounce, I was telling you.
There's that bounce, Jim. And boy, did we bounce ever. Oh, my God.
Yep.
50
Great call.
point bounce right there. 50-point bounce. It is vicious.
Yep.
Yeah, it is tough. Maybe we saw this rip right here. If there is one room to the downside, it is tricky. But there is volatility. Jim, thanks for coming on. You brought the volatility with you. We'll definitely be sure to have you back on maybe for Power Hour. Sling it up a little bit. He did make a trade today on Power Players. Good stuff. To Jolie time, I'll see you later on today. But coming up next, we got Top Quiz. We got Top Quiz coming up with who's on Top Quiz? We got Devin and Eddie. Anytime Eddie's in control of Top Quiz, controversy ensues. Let's see if that's the case today. Anyways, Top Quiz coming up next. Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Good stuff.
Yes, it is time. Yes, you've been waiting for it, 11:45-ish here today. And we've got Devin with us. Devin is our Thursday contestant. Devin, how are you today?
Hi, Eddie. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, and I am ready. I got some questions that I'm going to baffle everyone with, I hope. No,
God.
actually, I like to see people win things. You know, that's why when I was a carnival carny, they fired me the first day because I was giving animals out. And yeah, that was close enough. You win an animal, which one you want. So, but anyway, I've changed my tune and I've sort of hardened up the questions. So you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So, Jack, before we start, can you please share the rules on how to win if they reset? Yeah.
Of course. For Carving Delane, there are no sloth questions on here. Eddie, I think you might have been hungry when you made this quiz. That'll be your only hint. Links at the top. All of y'all have already signed up. You will get 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 of them correct, you are entered into a raffle for one of 55 free resets, with 5 going to the top 5. Answer the questions as they appear on your device. Answering in chat will only gain you my ire. Check your names. Once again, this is really just for like 1 or 2 people who suck, but pretty much everything's good to go. But if you cross certain lines, you will not get a reset. That is all I have to say for now, Eddie. Good luck to the quiz contestants.
All right. Devin, here we go. Let's get our questions ready.
All right.
And welcome to Coots at Work. Remember, this is just for fun. We're having fun on June 20th, 2024. And here is our first question. Oh, today. In which country was ice cream invented? Was it China, Iceland, Norway, or the USA? What do you think? Okay.
Oh, God, I have no idea. Iceland.
Oh, Iceland, no. It is China. Yes, back in the 6th century, he invented ice cream. I'm
Would
sure it
not have
wasn't like
expected.
Haagen-Dazs or anything like that, but yes, it was China. Labani taking that first spot. Q. Photos, remember? Demand, supply, and our top 5 for question number 1. All right, I am ready for some question number 2. Let's get her done. Which of the following is not a vegetable? Is it an avocado, an eggplant, Topstep Trading Combine, or all of the above?
I feel like this is a trick. Maybe, I don't know, yellow?
Oh, yellow?
Oh.
No. It is all of the above. Yes, I'm sorry about that one. An avocado is a fruit, so is an eggplant, and yes, that Topstep Trading Combine is not a fruit or a vegetable. All right, Fellows taking the top spot. Stop to the tick. Anthony, 2834, Mikey Hawk, and Happy 100K. Oh, thank you very much. All right, let's take a look at our
I
third.
can't believe an eggplant is not a vegetable.
I couldn't either. I looked at the list. I did some research. I even called the capital of Eggplant City, and they said, no, it's a fruit. What else do you need?
Okay, I'll believe you then.
My whole life is a lie. All right, next
Right.
question.
Eggplant Parmesan. I thought it was a vegetable. Okay. All right, here we
Fruity
go.
pasta.
Question number 3. 1, 2, 3. What's the most consumed food on the planet? Pop-Tarts, pizza, corn, or rice?
Corn?
Corn Corn is
Maybe.
the answer. Oh no, it's rice.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm 0
Majority
for
of the
3
planet.
so far.
You're 0 for 3. Oh, Devin. All right, you
It
get
happens
this
to the
last
best
one
of
right.
us.
I'll give you the other 3 correct. Jack, you were going to say something. I'm sorry. Stop
It
to the
happens to the
tick.
best of us,
Anthony,
Eddie.
20. Huh?
It happens to the best of us. We all
To
go
the
0
best
for
of us.
3, 0 for 10 sometimes.
Yes. Anthony, 2834, sticking in there. Marbles. Princess Leia. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Long and strong. We got some new names up here, top 5. And for our last question of the day. Where did Michael Patak go for his day off yesterday? Was it a Russian bathhouse? Did he get a pedicure? Did he go on a hike? Or did he get a new tattoo?
Is it blue?
Is it? They got a pedicure? No, no, no.
Oh my god.
Well, what consolation prizes do we have for her today, Jack?
Devin, you get a
This is
pat on the
bad.
back and an insurance that this is the low point, and how you recover from this is what will define you on Top Quiz. You're all right.
This is
It
this
only
is the
gets
worst
better.
it's ever been.
Well,
Yes.
at least 60 other people, 59. Well, 60 other people said got a pedicure, so you're not alone. But that was Top Quiz for June 2nd, and in third place, Princess Leia with the Force. Good job. In the number 2 spot, Marbles hanging on there, and number 1. Who could it be now? Stop to the tick. Congratulations. And we did have Meat Face and Kelt 4 and 5. Meat Face. Yes. They call that in a kid in school. All right. Thank you very much for playing Cahoots. There's the form. I think they put that in the crayon. But coming up next year, we do have Brett. And who do we have? Is it with you, Jack? You and Brett?
Yes, it is.
So, oh, wow. Stick around. This is going to be good for Shoulder Tap. Jack and Brett. All right. We're going to take a time out. Devin, thank you very much for playing with us. Am I going to see you next Thursday?
You will. I have to come back from this somehow.
I think it only gets
actually,
better.
not next Thursday. Sorry, I'm on vacation next week, but the Thursday after that, I'll be here.
You got a phone, right? You got a CB, a ham radio, anything we can? No? Okay.
Off grid.
All right.
Sorry.
We'll find some other victim. All right. Devin, have a good trip. Be safe. And we'll see you the following Thursday. We'll be right back with Shoulder Tap.
Thank you.
Don't go away.
Hello, everybody out there on YouTube. Welcome to The Shoulder Tap. I am Jack. I'm joined by risk manager Brett today. Mick is maybe on the boat back from Europe right now. It'll take him a little while longer. But Brett, what's up today? You were telling me in the green room that we got some big numbers on the board this morning.
We have some huge numbers from some of our users. One of them I actually planned on making I do have a trading card for, and that's Raphael in the live funded account. Raphael is up $41,000 in their live funded account right now. And I just did some quick math. I actually checked. I was looking at Raphael's P&L at about 10:15 this morning, so just about 2 hours ago, and they were at about 16,000. And for the past 2 hours, being that their account is at 41,000 now, and actually that number has grown in the past 5 minutes, they have made $183 for every one of those minutes across 2 hours. We have another trader that is in a very tight race with Raphael that is up 37,000 in their live funded account. And it looks like they're trading in and out of the markets a little bit more than Raphael, as Raphael has just put on one trade and added to it today, and it has continued to grow. And actually, the risk team has been talking with Raphael today, being that the trading card that I had for him doesn't really display some of the best stuff that we have seen, but man, I love when I am proven wrong, when I say somebody needs to change something or do something differently, and then they just knock it out of the park. So, Raphael, great job. We're actually going to get into them shortly, but
real quick, if I can clarify on that, that's his account balance, or how much is he up on the day?
That I'm glad you asked. That is the day. They have about doubled their account, and really, why don't we just jump right into the trading card? That being the case, we do have a few other standouts. Yeah, let's do that. I may mention some of these other standouts shortly, but Raphael has been in their live funded account, and I featured them about 2 weeks ago, and their XFA had some great trading, and their live account, I don't know if something shifted for them, but it's been a rough start, and some of the notes might be a little dated now, as I made them about 45 minutes ago on some of them. But one thing that every day but one, Raphael in this live account has hit daily loss limit, and we hate to see it, being that they were up right around $20,000, which was what they had lost since the account had started. I was saying in the notes, hey, stop trading today, take it for a profit, and I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad I didn't tell them to do so. It didn't really pull back too much, and they've been able to keep the trade on and let it grow. The one suggestion I would have for anybody in a monster trade, and I'm not sure if Raphael is watching, but it looks like they just got flat and locked in $44,000 in profit today, effectively more than doubling their live funded account.
Yikes. Okay. Wow, that's a hell of a trade, because he was up, as some people mentioned there, Nvidia is dumping right now too, just to say that's down about $10 from the highs. I once again did not know that was legal. So back to Raphael real quick. He was up 35 when we were in the green room. Now he's locked it out, up $41,000. What would your advice be for Raphael for the rest of the day? Flat now.
You were close with what he's up now, but it's actually 3,000 more than what you said. He's locked in 44,300 for the day, and did that with just a 7x7 trade. That means seven contracts or lots that they've traded on the day. They got in their position and they just took them off. I know that Raphael did say that they had a trailing stop in, and love to see it locked in. My advice is on a banger best day that you have is it's tough to improve on it. And if you want to trade or try stuff, do one lots. It's not going to get better than this. And in reality, even if you make 10% more than what you've already made, is that really going to change anything? Take the rest of the day off. Go treat yourself to something, and most importantly, take a payout.
So it looks like if he was short 7 NQ, I presume, it looks like he came in right first thing in the morning because he needs. Let me think about this for a second. 100 points on one is 2,000 times 7 is 14. Okay, so he needs like that whole. So he took like 300 points out of this. So came in at like 7:30 thereabouts this morning and has just been holding short all day. Does that sound about right?
A little bit earlier than that, added to the position at about 6 a.m. and started out the day with three contracts, and then a few about an hour later got 2 more into that position and then added to it at about 6 this morning, totaling seven buys or 7 sells and 7 buys to close out the position.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I can't remember if I think I was on with you when we talked about it last week. Was he just a few days into the account?
What good memory. Good memory. Yeah, it was a couple days into the account. The stats that I had were from the XFA at that time. Everything you see on this trading is from their current live funded account.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely. I think what he was looking for is more apparent now. When we saw it before, it was just like 3 straight daily loss limits. And now, looking at this live account, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 days daily loss limit. When you see that in a vacuum, you're kind of like, what the hell is going on here? Total trades just like 1 or 2 a day, it looks like, through that. Now it's coming into focus where you need a larger sample size. What I will say is like, friggin' congratulations for everyone out there. It is very hard to hold a trade like that for 300 points, right? Or to be up, especially when you've been getting kicked around the last couple days, or like in this live account, to be up 20 grand and keep on going. I'd be interested to know what how far he was trailing that stop, just because looking at the charts, it looks like it would have had to be, we had 117, we had 100 point pullback in the NQ at one point. But as you see there, the 14% winning days, he had a small winning day, and then this is, if you're able to do it, I mean, we were talking about how different people have different percentages, right? If your average loser is 3K or 4K or close to it, you can afford a lot of losing days if you can take 44,000 out. Now, when you operate with these strategies that rely on lower probabilities of success, it's more variable, right? That's like a statistics thing. If you're looking for a 1 in 10 thing, it really hurts if you don't get it or it keeps on going for a while, which it can. But hell of a trade. He was obviously looking for a huge break in the NQ, so got eaten up, and then paid it off. So I admire that he could hold it. Anything else here, Brett? That's a huge day.
Yeah, and it is so tough to and we watched it with Raphael's trade. it is so difficult to have 20K in profits and watch it go to 15 because, hey, you could have been done and had 5,000 more locked in profits. In this case, nailed it and let it continue to grow. One of the things that I had in the notes, and my perspective has shifted as a result of today's trading, is it almost looked like Raphael wasn't really managing some of the trades, allowing one trade to go against them and hit the daily loss limit. My suggestion is don't let this day change anything about your trading except maybe that daily loss limit. Keep it where it's at or tighten it up a little bit because I'm not sure this trade really went against them at all today, and they added to it while it was in profit. I never saw it in the red for the trade, and really that daily loss limit got them to today because if they didn't have it, who knows where the account might be if at all today.
Yeah. I would just be like, if this is the way you want to do it, completely valid. There's a bunch of different ways to trade. I'd be very careful about, you're really going to have to be careful about how you're trailing that stop because you need that big, today was a really like, it worked out perfectly, but if the percentage of winning days doesn't change slightly, it's like, it'll make, when you're relying on just 10 to 20% of your trades working, the amount you make on those 10 to 20% of trades, because they're more rare, is very important that you get all that. So you have the data. I would love to know more about how Raphael was using the stop, but I'm not going to sit here and complain about someone making $40,000. I couldn't do that. So great job, Raphael. Now don't go back in there. Set a P&L limit, either be done for the day or set a loss limit for yourself right now that is very much lower than that.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. And I mean, one thing I will say for at least my own trading, and Jack, I imagine you can add to this, is only having 15-20% winning days. That's a tough existence, in my opinion, and it can be rather stressful. And some of the best traders that I've spoken with are some of the calmest traders and really kind of don't show emotion during their trading and are consistent with profit.
Yeah, you got cut off there at the end, Brett. Once again, this card does not include the the $44,000 winner today. So yes, the math doesn't work on this card. The math works now if you put in the winner. So great trade.
Yeah. And made up about the $20,000 in losses over the first or the 6 days that did include the daily loss limits, and they're highly profitable now. With, I'll do some rough math in my head, but they're over an average from down 3,000 average per day to up close to 3,000 per day now.
Before we go to the next card,
reversed it.
I don't know if you're in touch with Raphael, but I just have two questions for him. What was the trailing stop, and how did you decide to take it off? Like, I'm just very curious on a trade like that. So, great stuff. Love it.
Yeah, and
What do we got
actually,
next?
looking at the order book, I also didn't talk with Raphael today, but it was a limit order. It was not the trailing stop, so decided to lock it in today and used a limit order to get out. And I don't see any other orders for Raphael.
Cool.
So,
well, we've
Hey,
talked a lot
just
about
to
Raphael. Let's see. What's up?
not to butt in or anything, but Raphael is currently number 9 on the Topstep leaderboard with a total current take of 68,151. This $40,000 day could put him in second place tomorrow. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Take a payout. Very good, JD. Thanks for that. So let's blister through these other two cards. Anyone else make $44,000 today?
Not yet. We've got a few more hours of trading, so we will see.
All right.
The next
What do you got
trader
next?
that I wanted to highlight was Chi. And Chi is in a 100K XFA that we actually decided to call up all three of Chi's XFAs yesterday. And another NASDAQ trader. Kind of really consistent and really good at stopping at the daily highs in their account and not forcing trades. She has taken 32,000 in payouts with an average daily P&L of 581, and they've completed 29 trade days in this account and really showing consistency, kind of unlike what we were talking about with Raphael.
Oh my goodness. Consistency all around. I'm loving the payouts too. It's just like clockwork. Looks like about 10K in payouts, taking them every couple weeks. This is
That's from each
wildly
of the three
consistent card.
XFAs.
Oh,
10K roughly. Yeah, totaling about 32,000 in the life of the XFAs, and they're eligible for up to a 50% payout when they're being called up to live. So I didn't get an update in the past hour, but they are eligible for up to 50% of their account value being called up to live. So it could grow from the 32 that it presently is. The one thing with Chi that stood out is really on a hot streak. 8 consecutive profitable days. And the one thing that I love is they're happy taking profits and logging benchmark days of $200 or more, making them eligible for those payouts. And they stop at their account high for the day so frequently. That is a gift that a lot of traders could benefit from.
goodness. Looks like one of our traders in chat, Michael Patak, don't sweat it. Oh, you hit the DLL today? You got to be like Raphael and Chi here, Michael. We'll talk about it. Chi is very different from Raphael, whereas when I was looking at Raphael's card, right, Raphael was making one trade per day, and it's clear in retrospect they were looking for a huge move, probably to the downside, judging how they finally got paid today after getting stop. Cheese looks almost more algorithmic, for lack of a better word. There's a lot more trades on some of the days, a lot shorter hold times on a lot of these trades, but as you mentioned, very consistent. Not basically, as you can see there with the 76% winning days, just a lot of winning days, not a ton of, well, a little club DLL on the loss, but who doesn't? They're putting up the money. With the 29 days and all these trades working out, I mean, this is, I think, a really strong. This is a real strong track record here for these days. I like it.
Yeah, and it's kind of the other end of the spectrum to some degree in that with 83% winning days, we don't ever like to hit our DLL, but when you have a high winning day percentage, it is a little bit more acceptable in that you can absorb those hits, even if your average daily P&L is 581. And with a 76% winning trade percentage and $96 profit, 200 in losses per trade, you can absorb those bigger losing numbers, I'll say, with daily loss limits and individual trade losses.
Yeah, I mean, 74% winners, that's on 461 trades. That's a pretty significant sample size. I could see that coming down a little bit, but they make so many trades in a day that the winning day being so high isn't necessarily out of the ordinary, just because they're not really making one trade a day. They're making several trades and they have such a high percentage. But yeah, totally different card, but similar results.
Yeah. And with just 3 contracts per day, they can limit those losses like they have and get out at their highs for the day. The one thing I would suggest for Chi, when you get your live funded account, you've proven that you can trade a funded level account. And just don't let that change your attitude or mentality towards the trading. Keep it real and start off slow. Even though you've successfully taken money out of the markets, take it slow when you get to the live funded account, and then work towards bigger numbers.
Yeah, and I noticed too, is the reward, the risk ratio right there? Are they, people were asking, are they like 2 to 1 or 1 to 2?
1 to 2.
1 to 2. And that makes sense given the super high winning trade percentage. So I'm okay with that. It's a different way to trade, but yeah, you got to be careful with that. But yeah, great card. Do you want to try and burn through the last one here real quick?
Yeah, we can get through Daniel's account trading card real quick. Daniel has 150K X account, trading the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, kind of similar to Chi in some ways in those percentages, 77% winning days, 66% winning trades. The one thing that stood out was their risk reward over risk is a little bit better than 1 to 1. And really taking very few trades per day, similar to Raphael. But really, it looks like to me, Jack, and I'd love your perspective on this, that Daniel is starting out really slow on each given day, with that intraday profit and loss being at just minus 26, meaning on a given day, the lowest account balance that they realized or were out of their trades for was down $26, which it's a great way to trade and execute, in that you start off slow on a daily basis and then you work towards more profitability, as well as the consistency with not hitting massive home runs with the best day of 1,300. We're going to have a talk on the risk team later today about possibly calling up Daniel to the live markets. And sorry, I keep going, but really quick, Daniel, as an XFA trader, it looks like his focus, actually positively, their focus has been on just this account, which I encourage anybody trying to gain experience in the markets, focus on one account, whether that be a trading combine that you get called up to a funded level in an XFA that hopefully gets called up to the live funded markets. Focus on one account and grow and learn as much as you can from that.
Yeah. So real quick, because we're running out of a little bit of time here before group coaching, the biggest thing that stands out to me about this card is just spectacular discipline when it comes to losses. Okay. 43 trading days. You see that right there, the worst day is 1,700. This is very much not club DLL. It's a 150K account. They could lose $3 grand, right? That's even an aberration, that 1,700. One of the other days, I think Daniel lost maybe 1,100. Besides those 2 days, all the other losing days, right? Because there's 43, so there's at least, 10 of them, we'll say, are in the $500 range. It almost looks like for a time that Daniel had a stop, like a daily loss limit he set himself of around $600 or something like that. And that's great, especially if you haven't put up, as you mentioned, his biggest winning days in super high yet. I really applaud the discipline here of not being like, well, I got 3K, let's friggin' send it, right? very disciplined card. Interested to hear how your conversation goes. This is good job, Daniel. Great 3 cards today. Totally different, but pretty great.
Yeah, and one last quick thing about Daniel, they haven't exceeded $1,000 in losses since May 1st, and they've been actively trading since May 1st, nearly every trade day.
Damn. All right. Well, there's some consistency for you. Stick around. Brett, thank you once again. And it's cool that we got to have that trade closed while we were on, so we have no suspense with Raphael. But now that that's off, stick around because right after this, we have group coaching with JD and Robert. Then we're doing Gabe's trading combine journey at 1 with Dolby and the crew. And then they're sticking around to do Power Hour with the happiest man in trading himself. Max Maserati will be there, so you won't want to miss that. Brett, thanks again. We'll be back right after the break. Talk to you later.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to another episode of Group Coaching. This is the time of day where you submit your questions and we answer them. You're looking at Coach Robert there. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding questions to Coach Robert and helping answer the best I can. We've got equities working on new lows right now, so we'll be checking back in on the markets every couple of minutes just to see where everything's at. Golden Crew just kind of diddling in the middle, not much happening there, but new lows coming in equities, extending the ranges lower as we speak right now. Coach Robert, what's good in the world? How was your little excursion
JD.
yesterday? I saw some pictures.
Well, we had the day off there for off TV for Juneteenth. I'm a fan of oysters. I love raw oysters on the half show. And I don't usually get them unless they're about $2.50 or $2 to $2.50 like that. Because if they're like $3.75, $4, I don't want to. It's too expensive for me. But there's a place like 3 miles from me that on Wednesdays they're $1 oysters. But there's a limited time, and because I'm East Coast, with the end of the show and the meetings we have afterwards, I can never get to it. Since we were off yesterday, I had a great indulgence of oysters on the half shell, and I ate 5 dozen of them. So. We're good to go.
5
$60 for
dozen.
a bunch of oysters. Yeah.
It would be
Yeah.
60 oysters, ladies and gentlemen. 60 oysters consumed by Coach Robert yesterday. That's a day.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Well done. Well done.
All right.
All right, folks. Checking into the markets again. Yes, and NASDAQ both extended ranges lower. Given a little pop coming in right now. See some buyers stepping in, but we'll check back in on that in a minute. Right now, let's get into some questions. We're 4 minutes in already. What do you say, Robert? You ready to hit it?
I am ready to hit it. We got a really nice one I'm really looking forward to. So, yeah, JD, fire away.
Cool. Yep. Let's get a couple of these ones out of the way. How do I track Delta and Topstep X? Delta not yet available in Topstep X, but it is in the roadmap. We've showed you dozens of times how to check the roadmap in Topstep X to see what's coming down the pipeline, what's next, and what improvements we're making. So keep checking in there. Anything you want to add to that, Coach Robert?
Oh, that's about it. Just keep the roadmap going. We'd like to hear it. Upvote it. It'll move to the top.
Perfect. All right. Next, TopStep. What a name. TopStep. I think I pronounced that right. All right. How do I calculate risk before placing a trade? Also, something that we've gone over quite a few times. You could set your risk parameters for your per trade in your Topstep X setting menus, which is right there on the left-hand side. Should we show them how to do risk parameters one more time real quick? There's also a video for this. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Left-hand side, we have a little gear on the side over here. Settings. This is risk per trade. Under the risk settings, there's a whole bunch of tabs at the top here. Risk settings tab. I have it set to $500 and $500 profit and loss, but risk I'm putting on that trade. I like to keep them. I don't like to risk that much or profit that much, to be honest. But I like to, as soon as I enter a trade, it just puts them on the chart for me for the OCO, right? We have a target and a stop, and then I can just drag them in. If they're too close to get in, the market moves quick. You may just hit one before the other when you really want to. I like to keep a little further away, get into that trade, and then adjust them from there. So it's a real easy way to do it. And if you're asking about if there's any ways to look at risk, yeah, this tool right on the left-hand side over here. I'm on Topstep X, and there are long positions and short positions. It's under the forecasting area. If I click on long position, for example, it's going down. So click on short position. I can go over to my chart and say, okay, well, what if I got in at a particular level, and I'm just eyeballing this here. It's around 19,966. And I said, okay, I only want to risk X amount of points. So I can go select it, choose the settings that I want. I can choose the number of ticks. Let's say, I don't know, let's do 200 ticks. And I want my stop to be 200 ticks. And it plots it out there for me. And it shows me what my risk to reward is as the market is moving. It just gives me an eyeball. And if I want to say, okay, I want it 2 to 1, you can very easily do that by this middle right here. It's showing me a risk of 1. So I can move my stop up to here and then move my target down. That's 88. So it'll be down to 160-ish. Again, I'm just eyeballing this to make it quick for show. But that's how you can do it. That's the short version. And then there's also the long position. And when I put that on the chart, you'll see that the red is at the bottom to indicate the stop area and my target at the top. So it's pretty cool. Very easy to do. Very interesting. And if you know your risk ahead of time, slap it on the chart and adjust it from there. But yeah, good question.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach Robert. Richard in the chat says Robert always has the best backgrounds too. Yep. Coach Robert utilizes AI to generate a new background almost every day.
There it is. Yeah.
Let me switch over to that. Hang on. There it is.
There you go. Sweet.
All right.
The ironic thing is, I went. This one was said. I had this one do group coaching with a room in a group format, but make sure that there's a referee. And ironically, they put the referee in this lovely woman here in the front. You can kind of see it, but she's wearing these shorts and like almost just under the what do you call them? Like capris or something, just under the knees. They get the tie. I don't know. It's AI, and it's all new. So this is the internet of the 1991. But anyway, I'd like to have fun with that stuff. I hope you enjoy it.
Very nice. It's the Goldman Intern Trading Club right there. All right. Next question comes from Zeke. Zeke says, how do I pass my trading combine and have consistency in the XFA? Well, finding consistency in the XFA, we like to preach that whatever strategy you use to pass through your trading combine should carry over into your XFA. So that's how you find consistency going from the combine to the XFA. But passing the combine, that's a pretty subjective question. What do you have to say to Zeke about?
I would suggest, JD, you started that off really well, and I would suggest not focusing on passing, but focusing on trading well. The rest will take care of itself. And I'll take that one step further. Trade your combine as if you're trading your XFA, meaning you have a scaling plan, consistencies to go on there, right? So you can't, not consistency, excuse me, that's in the combine, but you have a scaling plan. You want to reduce the amount of contracts you can trade once you get in, so you start building your account up. It's just so we don't have somebody throw a bunch of contracts on, get lucky with it, and be like, oh, yeah, I'm a good trader. It's like, that happens every now and then. We all get lucky sometimes. So we want that to see that building up with the scaling plan. So trade your combine with the XFA parameters. It's not a rule, it's a parameter. Okay. So that would be my suggestion. And focus on making good trades and not worrying about passing. Yeah, you can pass it in 2 days if you want. If you run it, target halfway up for the combine for your profit level. Get the next 50% to finish your profit target on day 2. Next thing you know, you're in an XFA. Congratulations. And you did super. It's not an easy feat, but if you're trying to hurry up and pass, I don't know. I would advise not against it, but I think just a better approach is to focus on trading well, because you're going to need to be able to do that and then trade as if you're in the XFA, and just target the same parameters, the same target, same stop, and same process. That is more consistency, the way I look at it.
Sure. And, there is a psychological shift going from a trading combine to an XFA, going from, sort of like a practice account to having actual skin in the game. So with a mindset shift like that, don't be afraid of scaling down to, say, micros to get started until you're really comfortable and you ease into that XFA a little better. Build yourself a nice little cushion. All right. Next question is for John. Coach Roberts, he really wants to hit this one. John Rahm says, hello, Coach Robert. I'm a very emotional person in general. My birthday is in the first week of April, and on the astrology chart, it says I'm a Pisces. I am almost always getting shaken out of trades and have been in a big-time slump. I've given up on my prior strategy and feel like it's just a guessing game. The market is moving too quickly, and I cannot calculate my risk. At this time, I guess I'll just need to wait once each month to try to get lucky at the guessing game and hope my size doesn't mess me up again. Coach Robert.
Yeah.
This is not exclusive to this trader. We hear these same type of statements every other week or so, but trading your way out of a slump and rebuilding that confidence, I should say. What do we have to say to John on this one?
Yeah, John, thanks, JD, and thanks, John, for submitting this question. I'm actually going to take this one pretty slow, and you did a great job following up with this in preparation in the background, because it touches on a lot. It touches on like all the facets of trading. So I'm really going to take this one to heart, John, and spend some time. I hope you're listening. If you are, tag me in the chat, and if not, I hope you see this later on the replay on the YouTube channel. I'm going to take this piece by piece. You're an emotional person in general. That's a hard foundation to start with. Because trading, if we can take the emotion out of it, or at least mostly out, or at least if you have it, be able to deal with it. Okay, so it's going to be difficult to trade without emotion, but it's how we react to those emotions is what's going to, I believe, is going to give us some benefit. And I am not a psychologist. We've talked to somebody that's really a hell of a lot better at that than I am. I have a knack of just being unemotional for the most part, or just having really quick, short reactions. It's a personal thing. It is tough to work on. As an emotional person already, it's going to be a little harder. So I think that would be the very first thing that you would focus on is whatever you need to do. And everybody's different. If you need to meditate and be still and calm before you trade, awesome. If you want to go for a run or lift weights before you trade, awesome. If you operate better when you just had a light snack, awesome. If you need a big meal, awesome. Whatever it is you need to do to prepare yourself for the day, for the trading session, whether it's a day or not, I don't know where you live, but definitely focus on that. Second piece of this is that you spoke about your astrological sign. Whether somebody wants to go that and believes in it or uses that to heart, that's up to the individual. But I'm going to address this because you put it in there. Pisces, is that the balance one, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're looking for the balance, I'm an Aries, to throw it out there, and I am an Aries. My birthday is April 15th, and I'm just like strong, bullheaded. That's just who I am. I'm an Irishman from type A, from New England. That's just the way I operate. You're a balanced person. If you're an emotionally, you need to balance that somehow, right? On the Pisces side of things. So, excuse me. Excuse me, that water there got me. So take your time, and the second half, you're getting shaken out of trades when you get into this big slump. Those all three go together. If you have this sign and you're following these methods, center yourself down, take your time to calm the emotions, or if not calming them, at least accept them and use them to your advantage. And then and this will help you stop getting shaken out of trades. I believe, okay? You have given up on your prior strategy. I would have to ask why you gave up on the strategy, because it may not be the strategy. What if it's the instrument you're trading? It just doesn't match your personality or your character. What if it's the time frame you're trading? What if it's the time of day you're trading? Maybe it's not the strategy, or maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't seen anything that you're doing. Maybe it is, but to just quit the strategy and move on to something else, there needs to be a reason for it, okay? Other than it just doesn't work, because you never know. I work with traders that have strategies that I cannot trade them to save my life. And there are traders I show what I do, and they're like, this is horrible. Totally fine. Everybody is different. Got to do what works for you. If you're finding it's not working, identify the why it's not working, because it might not be the strategy, or maybe it is, but that's something you need to focus on. You say you feel like that it's a guessing game also. If you're in that mode that you're getting flustered, you're an emotional trader, you're getting shaken out of these trades, you don't feel centered, your strategy isn't working for you, and now you're just taking a stab at the market, stop trading. I don't mean quit. I mean stop trading. Focus on those first. All of that in your being comes out. The market has this uncanny ability to bring out the best of people and the worst of people. And it brings out the worst first. It will show you your weaknesses. It will beat you down. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, but that is the truth. That is hard, folks. It is hard to trade. Bring it back, slow it down, start small, identify what the problems are. Rather than say, hey, my strategy is horrible. Why? Hey, I'm feeling emotional. Why are you feeling emotional? You're getting pulled and shaken out of these trades. Why are you getting shaken out? What is the reason behind it? Most of the time, it's too big, too size, too far, too fast. Most of the time. And another part of this is that right there, the market is moving quickly, and you can't calculate your risk size. Well, you can calculate your risk ahead of time by doing what we did in our last section, which is putting your risk parameters on your chart. And if you can't calculate them in time, it means you're trying to hop into the market when it's already moving quickly, and it's hitting you, it's getting that emotional, it's shaking you out, and it's getting you all flustered, and then nothing's going to work for you. And I feel you. I get it. It happens to every single trader. Everyone. It happened to me for 8 months. It was ridiculous. Okay? So if it's moving too quick, change your instrument. Slow it down. Go to a higher time frame. Scale back. 1 micro. 1 micro. You have a practice account. Trade your practice account until you can identify what it is that's actually causing these problems and these issues that you're facing and issues that you're dealing with. Try another instrument. Okay? Try it. Try something completely different. Years ago, when I was studying for karate, like 7 years of karate training, we had to learn how to do certain types of techniques of structure, right? There's just patterns. Well, when you get to black belt, one of the first things you do to part of getting your second black is you had to learn everything you learned to make your black belt on the reverse side. So if a hand is coming in, you block this way. Well, now you're going to block that way. You step with your right, step with your left. Now, the first thing we train to do is brush our teeth with our other hand. It sounds silly, but it splits the brain up. It just gets that other side working. You put your shoes on. You normally put your right shoe on first. Put your left on first from now on. If you come into your house and you use your right hand for dexterity to unlock your door, start using your left hand. This will help balance it out. It's going to trigger stuff. Believe me, I've read all. I'm not an expert on this by any means, but this is what I've read about, and I found that it really, really works. It really does. It separates things, and it makes you learn. It gets those synapses firing. It gets those that different serotonin, the different dopamine, the way you're reprogramming your brain, the neuroplasticity, that's the word I'm looking for, that will really, really help. So that's the first thing I'm going to suggest. Slow it down, look at other instruments, start small, flip the switch on your brain, yet start doing something different, something else. And maybe, I don't know, if you drink coffee, drink decaf in the morning. I don't know, but just throwing some examples out there. And let's see, the last part is, and hope the size doesn't mess up, and he wants to wait each month, try again. You're doing the right thing. So you're stopping, you're pausing, you're stopping the guessing. And I'm going to revert back to those things that I just said and maybe go back and re-listen to this last 5-6 minutes or so. I think it's really important, and I really wanted to stay on this question for a while because it does hit a lot, John, and I really appreciate that. Chat is hearing this and at least taking it. You don't have to take everything that I say. I'm certainly not an expert on this. I'm just sharing my experiences and sharing what I've learned, and hopefully one of these things will work for you. So that's kind of the breakdown of it. Take your time, and if you're having trouble and this thing's moving, go to a larger time frame, man. I don't know what instrument you're trading. If you're saying it's moving fast, I'm assuming it's NQ. Go to MNQ. Trade 1 micro, and then figure out a way to make $25 in a day. $25. You know why? Because after you can consistently make $25, you can use 2 micros. You're now making 50. And you can use 3. Now you're making 75. But guess what? When you build up, next thing you know, you're trading 1 mini the same way. That $250, move that decimal point. $25, you move that decimal point. It's now $250. And guess what you need? You need 5 days, not consecutive, but 5 days of over $200 to take payouts. If you're making $25 on a micro, you can make $250 on a mini using the same criteria, provided you keep your risk in check with it also. Meaning you can't put a micro on there and make $25, but it went against you $400. That would be a $4,000 against you, and that's not going to work. Keep your risk in check, keep your processes in place, find that strat that works for you, slow it down, scale down, jump into practice, zen, cool, balance, and prepare yourself for your trading day in the best way that works for you. And try doing that opposite stuff. Try doing that key. And brushing your teeth with the opposite hand is really something. It's hard as hell. I had to put a sticky on my mirror because I kept forgetting about it. Like, oh, that's right. So I hopefully that helps, and hopefully this really helps. And thanks for being patient here, JD, with this question. I really wanted to hit this one home.
Oh, you did a great job there too, Robert. John, I hope you're in the chat listening. For everybody else, we're going to clip that as a one-off video so you can find it on our YouTube page sometime next week. Coach Robert on group coaching. All right, we got time for a couple more short ones. Harrison wants to know, if you get 500 accounts, is the maximum loss limit the 5 accounts, or is each account separate from each other? They are all separate. You do not combine the accounts. Just because you can copy trade across the 5 accounts does not combine those 5 accounts. They're still 5 individual accounts, so the max loss limit still stands for each individual account. Anything else you want to add there, Robert?
Nope, that is correct. There are 5 separate accounts. You have to think of it as you just logged into 5 different places and you went, I'm going to buy here, buy here, buy here, buy here, buy here, like that. It's just that it's done automated for you. So you can copy across the accounts. But yeah, it's just, they are all separate, and there's 5 activation fees to pay. So be ready for that as well. 5 resets. If you blow out one account and you need to reset it, guess what? You got to reset all 5. So just keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind. Next, big shout out to Joseph for answering all the top quiz questions in the group coaching forum. We do appreciate that. We love a good sense of humor around here. All right. Abdulatif wants to know, what is the best indicator in TopStep X? Talk about a loaded question. You can't call anything the best indicator. Everybody has their own favorite indicator, though. Robert, what's your favorite indicator?
Yeah, JD, you're right. You're absolutely right about the best. I really try to stay away from what is the best way to do this and what is the worst, and what is the best indicator, the best time frame, the best instrument, the best strategy. It really depends on the person. If you're asking me, JD, I'm a levels person. I just like looking. You see my chart right there. I just like looking at particular levels where it just makes sense to me. Like, okay, well, there's a support point that turned to a resistance point. Very straightforward. There's a really bounce off there. Once it came back down, you can see on my chart there on what, 21, 2, 3. Once it hit that, it obviously held no weight and it went right through. And then we have another area, another bounce, that a little bit of a pullback. I just like looking at these, and we can clearly see we're having this level for the most part right now happening. It's 20,020-ish. I'm just eyeballing this right here. Well, we can see right there. Now, what do we do on this area? Well, what if we long over it and we put our stop below based on our risk? And what if we wait for this candle to close and see if it drops a little lower? We can short it, put our stop above it or far enough above it so we're not just getting wicked out. You're looking at an NQ 3-minute chart, so it can be kind of wicky at times. So I will stand by my statement, and same with yours, JD, that there isn't really a best indicator because we all know that we can have a chart, that looks like this. How is that for a chart, right? Do you see moving averages on there? Do we see levels on there? I don't. I certainly don't. We're just looking at pure price action. We can trade like this. Certainly, traders love trading like that. So, yeah, I have to go back with you, JD, that there is not necessarily a best. Oh, get back to my right chart here for live trading. It's going to work. It matters what works for you. Okay, some are oscillators, RSIs, MACDs, Bollinger Bands. Some are VWAP with standard deviation bands. We have Anne-Marie uses VWAP with standard deviation bands. Brian Shannon, like this master of the anchored VWAP, doesn't use deviation bands. To each their own. It just matters what works for you. I would like to put it on my chart and have it every now and then just to glance at it and see where we're going. I just don't use it too often for my trading, but it's a very common indicator. I wouldn't say the best, but it's a very common one that we can see where this is the average price where most contracts were traded on an average. The point of control on market on volume profile is actually what I enjoy better. Exactly. I'll click it right here and I'll eyeball. There we go. There is our point of control is currently for NQ right around 20,163, 164, right around that area. I kind of like that. That's the level where the most contracts were traded. Those are the kind of things that I look for. That's it. Some traders like to use the Fibonacci stuff. I like to use fibs also, but if you know me, I have these pseudo fibs that I like to call real fibs. I'll just put them up there while we're finishing up this question as soon as it opens up for me here. Because the fibs themselves that we see on the charts, this is the real Fibonacci sequence down here. Give it a shot. Try and change your Fibonacci levels to these and just see what it looks like. See if it makes sense to you. So we 50%, everybody looks at the 50% Fibonacci line. Well, a 50 is not a fib number. 55 is. So try that. Okay? Give it a shot. See what it looks like for you based on this, quote, it's the real Fibonacci sequence. Give it a shot. See what you think.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of different answers in the chat too. People like the tilt. The tilt is a great one. Volume, moving averages, cumulative delta. It just alludes to the fact that what works for one trader, one trader's success with an indicator does not automatically translate to success you using the same indicator. Everybody looks at everything differently. You could put 100 people staring at the same 3-minute chart right now, and you'll get 100 different sort of pieces of analysis out of that chart. So
even using the same thing, right? Yeah, even the same thing. Exactly. I was in a group one time and learning some of the Wyckoff stuff, the ABCD patterns like that. And what was I going to say? Oh, and I said, okay, well, here's a chart using this setup, using this formula, using this process. Can you show me what it looks like? And 5 traders plotted it differently using the same method. I was like, oh, okay. So I was kind of stuck right there. I guess I'm not going to use that. I'm just not a very subjective person. What is the high of day? It's the same for everyone in the world. What's the settlement price yesterday? Same for everyone in the world, regardless of where you are, the time frame you look at, the time zone you're in, the time you look at the chart, the platform you use. It doesn't make any difference. It's all exactly the same. And those are just the favorites that I like to do. I like to use the standard ones, not ones that are subjective. We'll put it that way. They're subjective. And, people can make their own judgments. Hey, I'm going to use VWAP. Great. Do you use a bounce or do you use a break? Do you use a rejection or do you use a follow? Is it anchored somewhere? Are you using the open, high, low, close for or just doing the close price? So you can have a whole bunch of different setups. I just like using the standard stuff that is exactly the same for every trader, no matter where they are, what they're doing, what application or what language they speak. It doesn't matter. It's a philosophy. It's what I like to do. This works with my brain, my logical thinking and analytical stuff. Yeah, this happens to work for me. But yeah, whatever works for you works for you. That's your best indicator.
Yep, for sure. All right, folks, we are out of time. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. Make sure you keep an eye out for Robert's one-off video from today's coaching session, overcoming the trading slump and dealing with emotional trading. That should be out in the next couple of days. Coming up next, make sure you stick around because we got Gabe's Road to Funding coming up. You're going to be joined by Gabe, Andre, and Dolby Time is going to be in there also. Then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and everyone's favorite, Max Maserati is going to be here. So stick around, folks. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with Gabe's Road to Funding. Thanks again for joining us.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Everyone's new favorite segment, Gabe's Road to Funding with Andre and Dolby Time. Dolby Time is to his right. Man, in the middle is Gabe. Gabe, tell us about your road to funding. How's it going so far? Tell us where we're at.
Up and down. Last week, hit the reset, end of the week. Currently back to about scratch. Was up 150 at the end of the day off the freshly reset accounts. And then now I am chilling back around 49,999. So pretty much right at scratch. After
scratch.
Trading during, what was it, Power Players with Raul, I believe is when we jumped on a couple trades. Yeah, just looking to slowly chip away, right? Not in a hurry. Want to, remain patient. Trying to get more disciplined this week. Had a little bit of just time to reflect and noticed I was just jumping in outside of my process, right? Executing well outside my rules, and just need to tighten things up a little bit. So, but I'm excited, grateful to be here. It's a fresh day. See what kind of opportunity, presents itself in the next hour, but happy to see everybody and looking to get into some trades.
Right,
and the house account right now, some trades.
House account is open. Dolby's got the keys to the Ferrari, as they say. But in the meantime, let's do a quick recap of the markets. NASDAQ bottomed out at below 20,000, 19,958. Low of the day. Buyers did step in. Currently trading about 120 points higher off of that. So the buyers eventually did step in. It's definitely been a tricky trade in NASDAQ. S&P's a little bit smoother, but we got about a 50-point range in S&P's. Currently tracking for VWAP. VWAP at 557, 55.57. Currently trading 55.53. So about 4 points off of that. Dolby Time, I'm going to be pulling some levels for you. Left, right, high, and low. Looking around everywhere. Got Top Step daily levels up on my screen. It looks like we kind of ran through everything. Last week high, how about this? Last week high, 19,959. Low of the day, 19,958. Have those levels up. Yes. We kind of highlighted that. So make sure to have those levels up as we continue to trade here. So Gabe, talk us through what you're looking to do here. In the meantime, Dolby, I will be trying to pull some levels, but we'll see how it goes here. Go ahead, Gabe.
Yeah, so right now, looking at the 1 minute chart, I started back at the daily today. So let me kind of refresh, start back at the beginning. We have, it's really nice to finally see a little bit of selling come into the market. I mean, we've been absolutely on a tear to the north. And I do like that we printed some pretty quality demand zones. The first one on the daily that I see is the 19,951 to 19,760 and a quarter. This little area of consolidation before this breakout that we had. We came down, just almost touched it. I think we got into the lower end of the 60s, the 960s, just a little bit ago prior to this segment starting. So I wouldn't mind seeing us come back down and actually getting into that, demand level. Now, if we somehow over the coming days into next week break below the 760s, really my next kind of long-term target would be getting back down near the lower end of the 19,000s. 19,155 is where that next area of consolidation is before that gap and the nice momentum that we saw a couple days after that. So two kind of main daily larger term levels that I'd be looking at getting kind of back towards. But for the moment, in terms of short-term opportunity, I noticed that, kind of clean this up just a tad here for us real quick. So we have this fair value gap on the 1 hour that we're about to come back into and retest. So I kind of do like possibly looking at a short, knowing that I have that higher time frame demand level back down at the 19,951. I wouldn't mind seeing, some price action starting to test these lower term highs. So I'm going to drop down into a 5 minute time frame just to show you guys the high that I'm referring to.
Okay.
I do like this little 5 minute high at 20,097 and a quarter. It's, right in kind of confluence with this fair value gap. It would be a potential stop run on anybody who is short and kind of currently still holding on for dear life. So, if we can see a push above and then we see like a little reversal and some momentum the other way, I might start looking for some lower time frame supply to start building and see if I can build into a short position and target back down near the lows of the day so far.
Okay. All right.
So we'll see.
Yes, we will. Long check mark around 70s. about 100 points away. Up around, what we got here? Look at the levels. 20,127. Tuesday's low. Last trading day before the bank holiday. So kind of diddling in the middle right now in the NASDAQ. S&Ps, I've seen a whole heck of a lot right now. All I'm seeing is VWAP at 5557, 555.57. Dolby, you seen any ranges? Anything that's piquing your interest right now?
Let's see. We did bounce off of 20,960. I think I whispered that earlier and maybe just ignored it, unfortunately. But let's see if we start to form anything. I don't really have any good ranges, to be honest. Daily bounce, 4 hours, kind of in the middle of a bounce. Not quite yet. I probably want to maybe another 5 minutes. We might get like a new 15-minute candle, and we might be forming a 30-minute range if we stay below 20,090, because then we have a new 30-minute candle by 1:30. So maybe we get a little range there. But most of this is just kind of just bouncing to the upside. 15 minutes, nice strong candles that are green. 5 minute might be starting to tighten up a little bit because the 1 minute is tightening up. So there could be some opportunities. I did get some levels here. Lido, who's in chat very frequently, he had a 20,090, which kind of corresponds with Gabe's level, which is 20,097.
Okay.
So maybe there's some opportunities around there, but who knows? Honestly, it's up to chat. I'm interested in what chat thinks, what kind of levels they have. What kind of levels Nick4ATick is interested in? What
likes these
Andre,
070s.
You said 070s for long or short?
I believe short. Offered the 70s where we are right here, right now. One check mark there.
Cool. So I'm labeling all these levels here. So we got Nick4ATick at 070s. We got Lido. We got Gabe. So you can see them. Should be able to see them all on the chart. Yep, perfect. They're all right there.
Beautiful. Yeah. Living like chess, like shorts from 83. So people are liking shorts right around here.
That's what it seems like.
Okay. I'll give it 2 check marks for right now. A chat liking short right around here.
Yeah, it looks like we have that. We could maybe that range. I think it's like a 20-point range. I think we're kind of playing with. It's like from 070s to 090s in NASDAQ is what it seems like, where these levels are kind of being like a confluence here.
Mm-hmm. For playing the trend, this is the re-offer.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we could take a look at ES. ES definitely stronger today.
Also, I think a little bit easier to trade for the house account because it's a little bit slower of a market. So that way, any deliberations we have, we might be able to get the trade in at a more reasonable level. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like we're already down 15 points from 070.
Damn. Yep. All right, we got to start speeding this up. That's on me. And we got to start being more decisive. I'm gonna start pulling these levels, and we're gonna spit them out. And we're gonna no more thinking, just execution.
Yeah, so I'm looking at a possible, maybe 15 handle long to test the upper end of that range again. Looking at 20,032 3/4 and to 21.5. So it's a little 1 minute consolidation before a nice little consecutive move higher. Broke above this prior high over here to the left. So this would be a possible, good location, kind of about 50% or 40 to 60% into the range of this last leg. So, nice little correction if we are going to see a retest back up to, the high of the last range at the 97s. So I might actually try to jump into a little long to take us back up north if we can get down here to the 32s.
Cool.
The 32, long from 32.
Right. I think we just commit to ES for house account. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get these orders in fast enough between deliberation. To be honest.
Yep. Okay. On to the ES.
Yeah, I think we just commit to ES here.
Freaking money, those 70s.
Yeah, those are really nice.
Okay. All right, regroup.
Chat, look at ES. Give us the goods, chat. What do you have for ES?
Look at ES. Currently trading 5547. 49s, Tuesday's value area low. Tuesday's low, 55.41, half in the ES. So about 7 points more to the downside there. Last week's high Last week's high held pretty much to the tick in the NASDAQ. Getting long off of that. We still got some room in the ES. Those 20s were nice. Those 70s were nice, I should say. All right.
By the time you say they're even anything, it's already moved 15 points in a direction. Like you don't even have time to get words out before it's already moved away. It's just a very fast market. Very fast.
We gotta be faster. That's on me. We gotta be faster, and we will.
Okay, we're gonna switch to ES. ES is a much slower market. We should be able to get in and out with 20 pretty easily. NASDAQ's very, very thin, so I think it's a good play here. It's the switch markets.
That works too. Gabe, keep us posted on any trades you're executing. Again, this is Gabe's road to funding. He's in a combine right now. He has hit the reset button once. That's okay. That's part of the journey. We got you.
It is
back
indeed.
to Top Step. Yep.
And it's not the first time. I mean, honestly, man, I've been in plenty of combines in my time with Top Step so far. And honestly, I just keep running into some of the same hurdles. I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of things that continue to surface from my prior years of trading before having any real foundation to go off of. I struggle. The two biggest ones I say would be over trading. So being able to avoid and stay disciplined when I'm feeling bored. Like I just love to look at the charts, right? I'm passionate about the markets. So I love to just constantly be looking at the markets, but that does sometimes bite me when I feel like I need to be in a trade just for the sake of being in a trade. So that boredom, right? Of just wanting to get into something, kind of feel some excitement, get that dopamine rush. So it's, I'm sure I'm not the only one, right? So the first one would be over trading. Second one would be position sizing. I sometimes like to scale too quickly, getting more contracts on, more focused on the outcome rather than the discipline of managing my risk. So, our job is really not to make money. Our job is really to preserve capital. Because if you don't preserve capital, how are you supposed to even survive long enough to see your edge expressed? So that's kind of where I'm at. The two biggest, bugaboos for me would be over trading and position sizing.
I like that. Over trading positions. Yep. That's definitely something we all work on. It's probably, I think it's never fully conquer it or overcome it. It's something you can practice that throughout. All right. Got to trade you short from 57 half. Short from 57 half. That coincides with VWAP. Said it a couple times. Thank you, James. We got one check mark for a short 57s in the S&Ps.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Whose level was that? I just want to get on the
chat. Greg Piles. Chat. Just throw it in his chat.
Well, I got T-Man has 55.51s, Greg has 55.57, and then Nathan has 55.61.
Okay. I
think they're all leaning to the short side too.
What's up, daily levels? Settlement 55.59. Tuesday's value area high 58. So we got a couple things up there. All right, I don't mind the short at 57. Call it 2 check marks for now.
57s? Okay. I'm going to change this line to like what color do we like for maybe we take a trade here? Green? Like a sea foam? Seafoam green.
Green means we executed it. Yeah, perhaps a sea foam means trade idea consideration.
Yeah, here. Let's do, sorry, Greg, I'm deleting your name.
Yep. 57 VWAP and chat. Okay, cool. I like this short.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. I got another 3 check marks here from Jay. Jay Cook likes the 57 short as well.
That's perhaps 3's good for me. So let's start talking about how we want to get into 20 here.
10 right off the bat.
We got a 15K loss limit. What's wrong with 20?
We can do 12. We got 3 check marks. I figure each check mark's worth 5 lot.
5? Okay. All right. I'll take it. Hey, we don't have to go all in at once. We can scale in, fan them out on the ladder, stack them up, stack up some bids or offers.
Damn. All right. We got 4 check marks. Hoag with a check mark too. So now it's a 20 lot, baby.
Oh, let's do it.
57s. 4 check marks here. 5-point stop.
All right. So,
thanks,
sorry, chat.
Right.
How do we want to proceed with executing this trade? Do we want to do 5-5-5-5 and try to find some spots, go all in? What are we thinking? What do we think, chat? You had to do 20 lots and work them at 57. How would you operate? It's like choose your own adventure.
Pretty much. That's what trading essentially is. Choose your own adventure. Hey, we got Dow making new highs on the day, 39,651. I know we don't give much love to the Dow. We goof on the Dow, but the Dow is moving today. Crude, trading 80, right around 81 bucks.
Gabe, there's a question in chat that I think you'd answer very, very well. Let me get it here. Where is it? This is from...
Is it the one from 4 times that just plugged it in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer that question for him?
Absolutely. So let me kind of preface, if you haven't been tuned into any of my segments before, I am currently on a road to funding. So I am one of Topstep TV's newest, additions to the production team. Everybody else has earned their stripes, right? They've pretty much proven to the team that they're able to be in a live account. And so that's the goal for me, is to also join them and be the last addition to the live funded roster. But I got to make my way through that process and journey just like you guys would. I don't get to skip steps just because I'm a Topstep employee. That's not the point. The point is to show you guys to be fully transparent, to share this journey of my progress throughout that, throughout that road. So that's pretty much you won't see me in a live account until I get into an XFA, just like you guys would, an express funded account. And then from the express funded account, I would still have to get the call up from risk management. I would not just be able to bypass that. All the same rules and process that you guys do. I'm not special. I'm human, just like everybody else.
All right. I think you're special, Gabe.
You're special, Gabe.
I appreciate that. My mom says I'm pretty special, but I feel like most moms say that.
It is. Got it, James. All right. We'll see if we get up to those 57s. Currently trading 49, 50s right now. See if we get up to those 57s here on Road to Funding with Gabe. Watching his journey here. Hey, I'll let everyone know. Let's hype the chat and remind them that we have 100,000 subscriber celebration coming sometime next week. Make sure to stay tuned. We got you guys. Thank you for clicking like, clicking subscribe. We've got 101,000 subscribers right now. Boy, we shot through that 100,000, never looked back. So that's pretty cool. All right, Gabe. Let's see. Got any trades coming in here?
Nothing right now, but I do. First off, thanks to everybody in the chat. I really appreciate the encouragement and the love being sent my way. A couple of jokes in there, like Hoag said, I am special. I don't know if he's referring to me being on a specific bus when I was younger or whether or not
special.
But I am
everyone's special in their own way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
We're all unique, right? That's what
Yes,
one of the things that makes us human. So,
Indeed,
but no,
indeed.
in terms of the markets, I do like. Right now, we're kind of just ranging. We got a little bit of a 1-minute consolidation forming. We're keep retesting this little area of supply. This imbalance here, this pocket of sellers that stepped in, really didn't take us very far down. So if buyers look really strong. We just made pretty much a double bottom. Have a nice little bullish close candle here that just retraced the length of that whole prior candle to its left. Retesting that supply one more time. Kind of feels like we want to head higher and just head back towards the upper end of that range in the 90s. But once again, I would like to try to get a better price. This is a pretty aggressive entry to go long. If I were to consider going long here, it's kind of almost chasing it. I would rather allow price to come back down a little further, back into that, once again, this little notation I have down here. This is around the 40 to 60% range of this prior impulse leg that caused this breakout of this prior low 1-minute high. So I would like to get some better positioning. And to answer Dolby's original question that we were looking for some opinion from chat on, I think that each trader, decides a little differently in how to build themselves into a position. Some prefer just to try to get a little bit more precise and just load into all their contracts at one time. Now, I'm learning a little bit about the other, end of the spectrum, which would be what Dolby prefers to do, and that's to build himself and scale in or dollar cost average himself into the position, just to try to get a better average, and he can be a little bit less precise, right? You don't have to kind of nail the entry exactly like you would when you go in all at one time. For me, for zone trading, it does kind of end up being more of a one entry and done, just because I'm looking for just a clean, being a little bit more precise on location, just getting one clean entry, putting a stop below the demand zone or above the supply zone. And then from there, just calling it on that. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out, and we go look for another area, another demand or supply area with another clean breakout. So, but I think there's advantages and disadvantages to both. I'm curious on what your guys' opinion is on that, but that's kind of my 2 cents.
I would agree. I generally agree. Hey, real quick, gold's continue to make new highs here. Bulls are in control. We just shot up about $5 in the last 2 or 3 minutes here. New highs on the day, 23.74 new highs on the day as we continue to push up. All right, Gabe, you're asking if we agree or disagree with what exactly?
I just wanted to hear your thoughts. I know Dolby, I kind of already have an idea of what he's looking to do in terms of getting into a position and how he wants the position size. But for you, Andre, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you prefer just to go all in at once and try to get a little bit more precise with your entry, or do you prefer to average yourself in?
I prefer to go in at once, all at once. Yeah, averaging in. If you're gonna get long, you're gonna get long. I know I see both sides of it, but if you're gonna get long, you're gonna get long. Probably adding to winners. But taking heat is a tricky thing because you're not going to get all the exposure that you want. The more heat you take, the more exposure you get. So the more long you get, the more wrong you are, so to speak. But I know you are playing ranges on zones, so to speak. But yes, that's kind of this has been my thought. But I am changing. This is me coming from interest rate trading. My original background, first 15 years of trading, was trading interest rates. So it's kind of all in, all out. But now trading equities in the last few years, it's definitely had to change and adapt. So I see both sides of it. I'm trying to unlearn how to just going all in and kind of scaling in a little bit. That's all.
Yeah.
Let's see if gold continue making new highs here. 23.74.30 now. Dow making new highs as well. Nasdaq just
coming
chilling right
alive.
now. Yeah, Ovaltine. Dolby took Ovaltine.
Oh man. I think Al
Dude,
took its
Ovaltine.
Joints are
Did
good.
you guys drink Ovaltine growing up? Because I did.
I had it. I definitely have. It's like chocolate milk.
Oh yeah.
I did not.
Yeah. Did you like the malt version or there's 2 versions, right? There was the orange can and the blue can, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I could have sworn there was a
brown can. Oh, there wasn't orange.
Was it brown?
Orange was vanilla, I believe.
Was it? I didn't even think Ovaltine had a vanilla.
Blue was vanilla. I forget. I don't know. Yes.
I don't know.
Definitely try it. It's for the old people.
Either way.
Gabe. You're young. You're young, Gabe. Maybe that's why you're so tall. You drank your Ovaltine when you were a kid.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, you met me in person. I was fed majority vegetables growing up. I had a pretty good amount of milk, but honestly, not a whole lot.
Eat your vegetables.
We got ES trying to break out of 55.53 here. I know we were talking about getting short 55.57. I want to get these orders in place. So the time is now. The next question is, how do we want to place these orders? Do we just want to do all 15 at 55.57? Do we want to do 555 between 57 and 59, or even 61? What do we think, chat? Yeah, because we have 4 check marks, or we have 3 check marks.
We have 4 for 57s. 4 for 57s. We do have settlement at 59.75. 59.75. So it might be the upper end of that sell zone. Looking at these Topstep daily levels here. We definitely need to get some exposure at 57 without a doubt. And we got 4 check marks 57. We can do 15. It is the ES. I mean,
I'll sell 15. I'll put 15 in right now.
Work 15 at 57. Sure.
Okay. It's in.
5-point stop.
5-point stop. Heard.
Yeah, heard.
Let me just make sure there's no... Okay, cool. Perfect. We're good. All right. How's the count is working? 55, 57, 15. To sell with a 5-point stop. That would put our stop at 62.
Yeah, make it like 62 quarters. Maybe not a round number.
Yeah. Cool.
That's a lesson I learned here. TopstepTV. They like the round numbers. Ooh. Goldman is hunting that out for sure.
Come get us, baby.
I really do like that area, by the way. In terms of the strategy that I've learned and been trading, that's a really quality supply zone. You have a really nice defined area of consolidation or basing, followed by a really strong momentum and breakout to a new low. I like the consecutive nature to that too. You not only have one impulse, one strong leg down, but you have two others following right after that. So that would be a really quality supply zone in terms of OTA's book. I do love that area. I think the stop location is pretty decent. You said 62s there, Dolby, for the stop?
Yeah, 5-point stop was a suggestion from Dre. So yeah, we'll be like 62 and a quarter if we can get filled.
Yeah,
Hold
I like
the
that.
57s. You saw that exactly
A
what
little
you
bit of
saw
a buffer.
there, Gabe. Yeah, the momentum to the downside started 57s. The sell
absolutely.
earlier this morning. Yep. Yes, we are. Let's get a fill. Looking for some liquidity here on the ladder in the ES. There is some liquidity upside, including us. 57s. Yeah. See if we can get there.
We got what?
Continue to make new highs.
230 trading at 56 evens.
Yep.
And that's like the most I'm seeing right now is 56 evens. So we're a little bit behind that. Sorry, not.
Come get us.
Did I say 56?
Come get us.
Yeah, no, 60. Sorry, 60 evens, not 50.
60s has some size on it.
Yeah.
57 half has about 200 on it. We are working 57s.
We are.
Get there. Oil catching a bid. Oil up about 30 cents here in the last 10 minutes or so. Currently trading $81.34. High of the day, 81.52. Gold
That's really caught a bid recently.
Yeah, it has. Summer driving time season, baby. Settlement 59.75, 59 3/4. Yep. And Hodgman loves the settlement play. Right now,
D. Hodgman?
D. Hodgman always talks about settle in oil for his oil trades. So always likes the settle play. Looking at tilt here, 67% long in the NASDAQ, 73% long. Whereas it keeps jumping around me. 73% long Dow. Good luck to all you guys. Everyone getting long with the Dow. ES, 78% long. So who's long the equities right now? Get a Delta update as well. It was my 17,000 in the ES about 2 hours ago. Interesting to see. This is from Tuesday. Yep, gotcha, John. Okay, we're kind of creeping up towards these 57s, about 2.5 points away from 57s.
Yeah, buyers look like they're still in control. I mean, we continuously are making higher lows on the short term. I don't see any reason why we don't push a little higher. I mean, that would kind of coincide with the possible buy stops. If we can get a little push higher on the S&Ps, maybe NASDAQ follows. We'll take that high at 20,097. Push into that 1 hour fair value gap that we have really yet to do anything about. So, I mean, it all would go with each other. The question would be, well, will they follow each other at that point? Are they moving in tandem today? Or are they kind of out of sync?
We're getting real close here.
Yeah, we are.
Yep. Real close.
Since rally's drifting, volume is nothing that impressive. But then again, doesn't take much for the market to drift higher here. That being said, we'll see if some. Okay, negative 16,000 Delta update in ES. I see a squeeze though. I hate when this lines up like this. Yes.
Yep. This is a house account trade. So a trade idea from chat.
We got the check marks.
Real time. Choose your own adventure here, chat. Live vicariously through the house account, trading some size. Put yourself in our shoes.
Yes, true, John. Yeah, we back our traders. We back our talent. We back.
Gabe's checking an Ovaltine right now.
He's taking a swig of that Ovaltine.
No, this is carrot, apple, beet, cucumber, lemon, and ginger. Some organic cold press stuff.
Oh, nice. Not the one from 7-Eleven.
Yeah. No, this is I got this at Whole Foods.
All right.
7-Eleven's ones aren't terrible either.
No, they're good.
I like that they're in a glass bottle. I prefer glass over plastic if I can, but that's me being a little earthy, crunchy.
seller stepped
And
in
then
here.
blueberry
Came up-
Slurpees are just so healthy.
Oh man, I remember the days I used to just bike or walk up to the gas station back in
Oh man, those
when
were
I
the
was a
days.
child. Yeah, just get a
Mhm.
huge Slurpee. You guys remember the little tins of beef jerky that looked like chew?
Yeah,
That was
those
like
were
that
gnarly.
super
No.
finely ground jerky.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone trying to
Yeah.
quit dip would everyone that tried to quit dip would get on that.
I used to
Really?
think that was like the cool thing to do. Just go get a little tin of that beef jerky and pack my lip full, looking like I'm 14 and
Big league
got a
Big
big
League
dip
Chew.
in.
Oh, Big League
Yeah.
Chew is the best.
Big
Though.
League Chew
They
is
still
so
sell
wide
that.
in your cheek.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, gold. All right, not gold. Oil still making a move higher here, about up 40 cents in the last 15 minutes. Trading 81.44. High of the day 81.52.
So we were
Never got to
close
the
to getting a fill
57s.
there, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got 55 3/4, and we were at 57. So, what, 1 1/4 point away from getting that awesome fill? Good level.
Oh, they
Jack.
front, yeah, maybe,
We were
they
very,
front
very
ran us
close.
there.
Very, very close.
I think we're gonna head back up there though. I really like the move down that we're seeing. So we're coming off of this 1 minute supply zone that just continued to hold the 20,068 to 80 level. So this prior big momentum push down that brought us to a new low that held. We built out this little series of higher lows. Anybody that got in long most likely has their stops below that. We have a nice little, once again, that area of demand that I'm looking at. So I think if I can get this entry, that would be fantastic, and head back up north towards your guys' entry for the house account. I think that would be a great move. Hopefully we can get some follow through here.
If you're bullish, this is the pullback to buy.
I
Absolutely.
don't really have any long theses in chat for the ES. Everyone kind of wanted to get short around 53s to 57s. We just couldn't get that fill in there. But good call. There were some quality levels in there, but sometimes you just don't get filled.
You don't. In the house account, we have to be much more diligent in our process. It's your personal account. You can click. I was used to say, click, bang. You like it, click it, bang. You're in the market. Much more diligent. Have a process here. Boy, sellers did step in there.
All right, we're in.
50. All right, what do you got, Gabe? Talk to us.
All right.
We're in. Just got filled on the 33s for 5. 5 MNQ, 20,033. Tapped right into that area of demand that I'm looking at. Hopefully we can get a nice push higher now. I do notice, so there's a zone on zone scenario here. So I do want to point this out just for, talking through my process, knowing that we have another little smaller demand zone right below this, kind of this area of basing, that same color here. So this little turnaround point at the kind of the middle end of this other area of consolidation, knowing we have a little zone on zone scenario there. Wow, we're getting a really great push. What an entry. Just sniped the hell out of that. I will try to keep my stop for this 5 contract position. I'm going to keep it pretty tight under the first zone. But if we do get a push lower and I see some reversal, price action around this 13 demand, then I'll probably re-enter. If we break below that structure altogether, then I think we're headed back down to the low of the day. So I would not, if we break below both of these, I'm essentially going to be hands off the long bias for the moment.
Like
We'll see if we hold.
Short. Yeah. ES is kind of in a 5-minute range right now, testing the bottom of it. Strong candle through the bottom of that 5-minute range. Just do a little line, a little yellow line right here. I thought I'd consider that about the bottom of the 5-minute range. Mo says, "You're a good guy, Gabe. We like you."
I agree.
I appreciate that, Mo.
And special.
Yeah.
And special.
Like you and you're special.
We have a really great community, though. I'm going to be honest with you. This is probably one of the best trading communities. I mean, we always have, there's always going to be a couple class clowns, right? You always have the people in the chat who are going to be, just throwing out opinions left and right. I mean, we all have an opinion, so I can't knock or throw shade. But for the majority, I mean, I'd say we have a really solid community. I'm super happy that I get the opportunity to just share my experience with you guys and
like that.
Have some fun conversation. And
Positive vibes only around here.
Absolutely.
You know, trading can be hard, can be difficult, frustrating. Positive vibes only.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna get those 57s right now.
Probably not. If I had to guess,
Maybe power hour.
I mean,
we got power hour though. We got power hour.
Oh yeah,
Those
no,
check
we
marks
got
still
time.
We got time. Hold. We got Max. I think we got Max Maserati coming up here on power hour. Haven't talked to him in a minute, so it'll be good to catch up with Max Maserati. Of course, we got slow markets with Coach Dakota, 8 p.m. Central.
Yep, Max Maserati has a great theme song as well. Very catchy.
Real
I'm just
catchy.
laughing. You like the one Billy said.
Huh?
Got the shirt for it, bro.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite song that you've made so far. That one is real catchy. Real catchy.
When it comes out, I'll play it.
Yes. Oh, good.
Carl Hungus thinks I'm calling him out for being a class clown.
Yeah. What's Hungus? You sit in the back of the class and
Carl
and shoot spitballs.
He's a class prophet.
Yeah, right.
So let's see if the buyers step in here on this. They see a pullback as well. Gabe's long from 33 in the NASDAQ 5 times. An entry. So what are you looking at in terms of scaling out? All in, all out, Gabe? Or, 5 in, scale out? How do you attack this?
That's a great question. So at the moment, I think if we can head back up towards this 60s, high 60s, I'll probably start looking at taking some off.
Okay.
Knowing that we were previously kind of just hanging out in that area of supply, I wouldn't mind taking maybe one off when we get back up here to the 60s. Probably look to take a couple more off at 80, and then probably close out the remainder at 97.
Oh man!
Once we get to those highs,
how nice would that be?
Be great, man. I mean, that'd be a 60 handle trade. Should be fantastic. I'd love that.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good. I mean, we retested that zone pretty much twice after that initial move. Might possibly head back down there again, but we'll see. I do like it. There's buyers showing up in those 30s, right? So I do like that it's not just blowing through it. But once again, the more we come back down and retest that area, the more I would be concerned that we'd be heading lower.
Mm-hmm. We don't get to decide how our trade gets from point A to point B.
Yeah. At what point somebody's asking, what point do I go break even? So in the past, most of my break even decisions, I've tried to be as consistent as I can. I usually try to look at break even at about 2 to 1. I've moved my stop to break even early, probably a few too many times. And it's usually not giving the market enough room to breathe. And then I end up seeing, price move exactly to where I was looking to go. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to wait, 2 to 1, just to give an idea of where 2 to 1 would be from where my trade is. 2 to 1 would be pretty much right up in the 60s where I'm looking to take my first off anyway. So when I take my first partial profit, that's when I'm going to go break even. As of right now, my stop on this is going to be probably 20,016. My stop.
It's very David Green of you.
What's that?
Oh, just when he'll go in with like 2 contracts, and then he has like a take profit 1, and then if he gets that one, he moves his other contract to break even, and if he gets that, then he's good. So he really, really does not want winning trades to turn into losing trades. So he's always just kind of a lot of singles, and if he gets a double or a triple, he'll take it. It's kind of not the point. It's just to manage risk and make sure you're always taking some profits. So nothing wrong with that. I would agree with you, Gabe. It's tough to figure out when you want to get to break even. I think it's different for every trader. I think that's why journaling is so important, just to see what would have happened if I didn't go break even. I know for me personally, when I was doing trading combines back in the day, I always felt like I left way more money on the table than my outright losing trades. So
Say that again, Dolby.
overmanaging
You left more money on the table
than my outright losers. So like all the trades I overmanaged are worth more if I had done nothing versus the trades where I just outright had a losing trade. So overmanaging for me is kind of like an Achilles heel, but that's just because, I've done journaling and things like that. So it depends on the trader, it depends on the system, that's why journaling is important. But, overmanaging trades is, I would say one of my biggest weaknesses.
Is it?
For sure.
Yeah.
I would say so. I would say so. Because I just don't want to accept risk, you know what I mean?
In what way? Because if I feel like you're pretty decisive about getting into trades, like when to and when not to get into trades. So is it where's that come into play then for you?
It happened a lot in the NASDAQ primarily when I was like doing it recently, just because it's such like a volatile market that it will love to, shoot up, shoot down, shoot up, shoot down. It happened in crude oil when I was doing crude oil and trading combines when that was a much more volatile product. So I think kind of just depends what you're trading and kind of the habits of that market. In general, I like having like one test of my entry before I go to break even and kind of do like a time stop or whatever. But even then, I've just seen that, we don't get to choose how a trade plays out. You know what I mean? There's like an infinite number of permutations of a market going from point A to point B. And honestly, just the more risk we allow in that trade allows more probabilities of it working out, if that makes sense. And so the tighter and tighter you make your stop, the less options you're giving the market from going to point A to point B. And for me personally, it just ends up, costing me in the long run for the most part.
Yeah.
But it depends on the trader.
Absolutely. I learned going through a little bit of my beginning. One thing is really you have to think about the different outcomes of a trade, right? So there's 5. You have break even, right? So you have a wash. You have a small loser. You have a large loser. And you have a small winner and a big winner, right? So those 5, that's the, or obviously you have no trade, but 5 potential outcomes of a trade that is filled. Our job is to cut off the negative side of the distribution, right? So you essentially are trying to eliminate large losses to then just leave yourself with small losses, which will essentially be a wash from those small gains. And then you have to have some outliers. Like if you do not have any outliers and you're just essentially, small win, small loss, small win, small loss, you're just going to, go back and forth. Your account's really not going to go anywhere. So your main goal first should be to eliminate the large losses, cut off that fat tail of the negative side of that distribution chart, and then leave room to catch a few outliers. So you cannot just be taking 1-to-1s every time. You should learn how to leave some runners. That's one thing that I'm trying to learn a little bit more about now is taking some partials, right? Cover commissions, pay yourself a little bit so you can kind of tap yourself on the back and say, all right, good job. You had the right idea. Get a little bit of that affirmation of you making a good decision, following your plan and getting, some gains out of that. But you got to leave a runner. You got to be able to capture some outliers to be able to see that equity curve really go up.
Yeah. I think that's, something we've maybe even struggled with in the house account is maybe taking some profits too quick, but taking full losses, which can be, really difficult. So it's okay, our daily loss limit is $15,000. So, if we're up $5,000 in a trade, that's only 1/3 of our daily loss limit. So, should we really be hurrying to flatten a trade if the momentum looks good? Because we're going to have to, be very, very accurate with our trades if we're willing to be risking 15,000, but only willing to take profits at 5 or 6 or 7. It's all about the ratio between profits and losses in your account. It's very important to make sure that maths out for you. And if you're new to trading and want to, practice understanding that ratio, hop in a trading combine or a practice account and just go 2-to-1 in all your trades. So risk $100 to make $200
all day,
and you'll learn that math real quick. And honestly, it adds up. Like I've done trading combines in the past where I'm just going to go 2-to-1 on everything. And it's low stress. You know, in my opinion, it takes out, I would say, the hardest part about trading, which is an exit. So you don't have to worry about exiting a trade because it's all automatic. You put on a trade, let it do its thing. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. But it's a great way of learning how that math really plays out over the long run. It's very helpful.
Yeah. So right now, what I'm facing, just in the spirit of transparency, is right now I've got some conflicting biases in chat, right? So I'm being conscious and aware of, obviously I want to be engaged with you guys and see what messages I can respond to and, questions we can answer as a team. But overall, right now, I've got people telling, everybody that they're short, the market's going back to the lows of the day. This is just, the move higher was just a fake out. So right now I'm trying to really stay disciplined and not just flattening right now because of possible fear of the trade losing. I've accepted the risk, right? So I know where my stops are at. I'm accepting this as a stop out. Like I have a feeling that if we head lower, this is obviously going to get stopped out. But I want to stick with my decision. I've made the decision to get in long at the 33s. I have the plan to exit. My risk is $170, which is really not that bad. In terms of giving me some room. Here we go. Here's a further push lower.
Yep. We never got those 57s.
Yeah, sticking with my decision though. Yep,
absolutely.
Check marks are. Yep,
you gotta get those check marks. Yep, that's why you.
We didn't have any check marks to the long side, so.
No, we didn't. Did we?
No, we did not. Everyone wanted to get short, and I think they were right, but we just couldn't get a fill. And maybe here is where people who like scalping into trades or getting trading in zones or whatever. Maybe we could have started 5 lot at 55.55 and then done another 5 a couple points higher, so on and so forth. So that way you kind of get some of the range of possible entry, but maybe not the whole thing. And, maybe we only would have gotten 5, but we would have been in at least a little bit. And it gives you the option to at least build a position instead of going all in right away. But it is what it is. I mean, it's not a big deal. We have so many more trades.
Yeah, power hour coming up. I think the level still holds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
All right, Gabe, we're coming up here. We got about 5 minutes left here on Road to Funding with Gabe. Gabe is long. I don't think you should get out of this trade until the trade closes itself out, though, Gabe. So I think it'd be unfair
Correct.
for you to have to close
I'm with you.
Close this. Yeah, I don't think you shouldn't have to close this out just because this segment's over. You're in the trade. See it too. See his plan play out. You got your risk defined. You got your take profit defined. So let it play out. You will update us in the chat. Who knows? Maybe we get a pop here. Sell some 60s. Sell some 80s. We're looking like geniuses around here. Take a look at Tilt. 62% long in crude. Everything else 50-50 across the board. Again, we got Max Maserati coming up next on Power Hour. Always a fun time with him. See how he's been trading catch up with Max. If you haven't met Max, tune in. Great energy, great vibes, super positive. We'll put a smile on your face at the very, very least. I got a poll question up right here, right now. Will NQ close above or below 20,000? We'll vote. I will vote above.
Ooh, that's a good question. That is a great question.
Above. Yeah, it is, because we are currently trading 27s, 28s right now. Should be interesting to see. I might vote is for above. Let's see what you guys think. Fire drill, just vote. Fire drill, just vote. You don't have to put it in the chat. Just vote. Yes or no, above or above or beneath.
That's a dangerous name.
Fire, oh yeah, it is. You know what you're doing there.
That's a dangerous name.
It is indeed.
Definitely knows what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting down to Lito's level in the NASDAQ, which was 20,000, 15.5. Lito is in chat. Lido.
Seen Lito before.
Yep. Frequent flyer.
Our favorites.
On Topstep Air.
Rainier, 989. Let's go with 100,000 subs. We did it. But we ain't done there. Again, next week we'll have a little something special. Not a little something big time special for you guys. It's a token of our appreciation. Let's keep growing this sucker. Topstep TV's on the move. We're coming. We're coming for that, man.
Speaking of frequent flyers, you know what would be really cool? If YouTube had a way for us to if YouTube had a way for us to track the specific users that spend the most time on our channel, and for the amount of time they spend, we have like different tier rewards or points they'd earn for our store, for our Topstep shop.
Ooh, I wonder if Nightbot can do that actually.
A rewards program.
Yeah, like a frequent fly. You know, you get miles, right, for using your credit card. You know, for watching Topstep TV, you get you know, little points that you rack up, similar to just like a you know, loyalty program at a store. And then over time, you know, you get discounts.
Credit cards.
Yeah.
Like that.
You get discounts for our Topstep store. I think that'd be cool.
You can do that on Twitch, they
That'd
say.
be very cool.
I'm here all day, every day. Thank you, James Mullen. Lido, I got to be number one. 24/7. George, all y'all. Shout out to the Bellers. We got your back. We'll take care of y'all. As we watch here, Gabe's right. We're right at this entry price.
Oh, Gabe, you're still in, right? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we're just hanging out here.
That was close.
Yeah, I got really close. I think price came down and touched 19.25, which was actually the starting price of that second demand level that was right inside that deeper area of consolidation. Bounced right off of that. I'm going to hold this, so we'll manage it. You know, obviously, you guys will see me in chat here throughout Power Hour. I'll be eyeing this trade and hanging out with y'all. So we'll see what happens. Nice. You know, once again, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. No more trading for today. Can manage this. You know, once again, first target would be the 60s. Second target will be the 80s, and then I'll get out of the full position in the 90s.
All right,
make it up there.
One more.
That's a. Someone fall down. I don't know.
Someone's wrestling with something back there. All right, we got 1 minute left here on Road to Funding with Gabe. Gabe, stay in that trade. Keep us posted in the Cammy Capital. What up? Shout out Cammy Capital.
What's the hot
minutes? Hey, good morning. Good morning on Friday. Happy Friday to Cammy Capital, man, down on New Zealand, I believe. Real quick update on that poll. Will NQ close above or below 20,000? Within 2 minutes, we almost got 700 votes. 60% say above. Well, you're currently right here. Gabe, stay in that trade. Nick4ATick says, I like the long. Stay in there. So if you got Nick4ATick's blessing, you know you're sitting pretty.
Heck yeah, man. We'll see if the market wants to follow that. But
you're going to listen.
Grateful to be here. You guys have an awesome rest of your week. I'll see you guys next Thursday, 1 o'clock sharp. But in the meantime, Andre, take it away, my friend.
I thought you were gonna do the transition. We got Power Hour coming up next.
Maybe one day.
We got Power Hour coming up next with the man Max Maserati. I just saw him in the green room. Maybe he's getting stuff reset. Dolby time. I'll see you on the other side of this break. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. The man, there he is, the man in the middle. Real quick, welcome to Power Hour here on Topstep TV. You don't know him yet. The man in the middle's name is Max Maserati. Hit it, Eddie.
Hello, Hello, Dolby. Hello, Andre. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. The dynamic duo. The best of the best. Yes, amazing today. Yes, it's amazing. So I'm so happy to be here today. So let's discuss about ES and see what can be done with the house account.
Yes. House account is open. Dolby has the keys to the Ferrari. We did want to take a short up at the 57 level. Never got those 57s in the S&Ps. Did see a breakdown. We are seeing the NASDAQ covering right at the 20,000 level. We got the house account open for the S&Ps. Dolby time. We're going to start pulling some check marks here. We'll start with Max. Any position, any levels you like here? Perhaps getting long, short? What do you like around here?
Right now, price is quite, for example, and let's go to the 4 hours so I can give like a pretty nice explanation of what I think about the market. Normally, the overall market is bullish, right? So now price here crossed this MMM block I had here with power. So, and then it crossed the settlement line. So I was expecting price to come down here, fulfill the liquidity here.
Max, really quick, I hate to interrupt. Max, instead of saying here, give us the exact prices.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Good.
Okay, so price crossed 55.60.00. And then once it crossed it, because I had an MMM block here, because we have a market structure change from this level here. So I have my MMM external block CDL here, and then price crossed it. So when price came back, I took a trade all the way down to this liquidity level here. However, since price crossed this level, and down here on the 4 hour, we have another MMM block, which is 54.89.75. This is the last point of control that I don't want price to cross if price want to keep going higher. So price cannot really cross 54.89.50. Exactly, 54.89.50. Price cannot cross this level if price wants to keep going higher. So even price is coming with full power down here, I might expect price to maybe come down here, fulfill this fair value gap, but not today, but probably come a bit down here, take this low at the 55.25.25, and then come right to the midline of the UPG, which is the unfair price gap. And then, so what are we seeing on the 1 hour? In the 1 hour, we see price came inside of this fair value gap. Okay. So I call them unfair pricing gap, because for me, like when you have a fair value gap, it's not supposed to be there, because it's an unfair pricing of the market, because the market is supposed to be fair. So price came right inside of it, but couldn't close above, but closed like it's a bearish affinity plus. Okay, so this candle did exactly what it's supposed to do. But now we are ranging, we are like price is deciding. Price doesn't really know. I'm expecting price to come up here, maybe fulfill this leftover of the unfair pricing gap, and then maybe plunge down. Or price might come all the way down here, take this low, and then rebound from the midline of the UPG. So, but so far, let's see on the 15 minutes, and as we can see to this price level. So 55.25.50. So we are here we are expecting for price maybe to not close below this level 55.40.00. Otherwise, we might see lower prices. But so far so good. I'm expecting price to at least go up from this level. At least go up. Maybe fulfill this fair value gap here, the leftover. Okay, so basically, I'm expecting a bullish body close from this candle, a bullish body close. If we get a bullish body close here, because here price crossed this level 55.38.25. We have a market swing to change on the 5 minute. So normally, what I'm expect with my strategy, that price came down to this unfair pricing gap here, and then give me another bullish body close. But price should be in discount for me to take a long. So right now, I'm looking for a long. So this is my bias now. I'm looking for a long on the 5 minutes. I want price to come to discount and then give me a bullish body close, and then I take a long. If not, let's see what happens.
So you're kind of doing this in real time then. You need to see a bullish body close in real time, then you will take the long. In terms of actually a level, hard-coded price, to taking a long or short this certain price, you need to see how the market is playing out in real time in order to take the trade.
Yes, because price you cannot really predict. You can predict what a candlestick can do, but you cannot fully decide how the candlestick will close. So you need to, like, on real time, read the market, what the market is telling, because the candles are always telling you something. You need to be able to decipher what they are telling you, and then you need to do it like live in real time. Otherwise, like you say, I'm waiting for price to go to this level and I will take a trade, but you never know if you'll have a bullish body close or a bearish body close. You don't know if price at this level will be in discount or in premium. So you need to be checking all the time frame. Let's say normally the time frame I work with is the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minutes, the 1 hour, the 4 hour, and the daily. So I will be checking all of them at the same time to have like a kind of general idea. I will be checking my MMM external block, if I have any, or internal block, and the unfair pricing gap. For example, here, what I'm expecting here, if this candle close above, let's say 46.75 on the 5 minute, maybe I might be looking for price to come and filter out the leftover of this unfair pricing gap, and then maybe
real quick,
Max, from here. Or I don't know.
Real quick, make sure we talk specific prices. All right, real quick. But before that, I want to say in the upper left-hand corner of the screen right now, you will see the hashtag Power Hour. Oh, man, Dolby Time started this trend. Dolby Time, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Yes, hashtag Power Hour. A wonderful, wonderful tool for us to interact with the community and for you to provide content that all traders can see. We will air it on Topstep TV. So we want pictures of your battle stations, trader wins, tick picks. I mean, whatever you got, we want to see it. So if you're on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, so tag us at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour.
Thank you.
And I already know we got some good stuff coming, so keep it coming, and the feed picks go to MP. Just so everyone knows that. That is not for the at Topstep one.
No,
he has his own Twitter account for the feed picks.
For the feed picks, indeed. All right, so we're taking a look here in the NASDAQ. Irish did step in at that 20,000 level. Bullish body close, like you said. Okay. We were looking perhaps along at 55.41. It was a Tuesday low. Got to get those check marks in real time here. Jay likes to move to the downside.
Hey, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for some juicy levels. I'll slam in a 15 lot, and we'll be off to the races. I know, Max, you were saying 55.43 was a level
there.
you want to see us. Yeah. You want to see it close above.
Body close on 5 minutes. See, we have the bullish body close on 5 minutes. But the only problem is that price, if you check on my price, is not in discount. So we do not want to buy when price is not in discount. So we got the bullish body close. That's the one thing. But second, what we were waiting for, that price at least came inside of discount, but price didn't came inside of discount, which means we cannot really take this trade, because as a trader, we need to buy low and sell high, right?
Right.
And then the opposite. See?
All right, Max.
Body close,
let me ask you, Max, what would a discounted price be? What would a discounted price be in the ES then? We're looking for discounted prices. I agree. This is not a discounted price. What would a discounted price be? Would you like 41s? Would you like 40s, 39s? What's a discounted price?
Okay, for the discount, basically the discount price, I can't really picture it exactly, because since I'm doing my analysis in live, in real time. For example, here, You see the discount oscillator. So I want this price at least to come down here inside of discount.
Where's here?
See, price is
Where's
staying
here?
above. Oh, can you
Well, it's
do
on
you
your
see the
RSI.
oscillator?
Yeah, it's on the oscillator. It's not price.
It's not an
per se, Andre.
RSI. It's like a premium
Oh,
discount
gotcha.
oscillator.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So at least it's still in premium, but as you can see, price wants to go down a bit. But see, if this bullish body close was in discount, this would have been an amazing trade. But because we have a market structure change here, a PO for bullish, price retrace, it give another PO for bullish here. But however, we are missing one setup. Price is not in discount. So if you take this trade, you'll be in trouble. See? Price is trying to come down again.
Yes,
See?
it is. It's currently trading. Took a dip into the 39s here. Buyers did step in. 55.40. We are stuck at 55.40 right now. He says discount. We're looking for a pullback, guys. Looking for a pullback. How far the pullback? Yeah, how far the pullback is TBD. We're gonna watch it in real time as new candles form here. So everyone's like, well, it's we're playing ranges and zones. Obviously not specific pricing, so to speak, but we are definitely looking for entries here. We're looking to the long side.
Yeah, definitely.
55.36. Is that a discount?
36
Sorry?
it is? I would
Go
say
ahead.
55.36.
Yeah, what do you think about
Yeah,
that?
55.36. But we need to wait for the oscillator because anything can happen. For example, this is my MMM block CDL. This is on 5 minutes. So we need to mark them because price cannot cross below it. And we have our HVC bearish here. So which means like this candle is our highest volume candle here. Our highest volume candle on the 5 minutes. And then since price give me a bullish body close, but couldn't push up because we were still in premium. So we need to wait. And here, this will be my HVC, my MMM block internal. This is my internal block, long. So once price, if price cross a below 50, 55, 50, 55, 30, 35.25, which means this MMM block is invalid. Okay?
There's your prices, chat. 55, 35 quarter. There's your price.
Oh,
yeah.
For a long.
Which means price, this MM block will be invalid. So we'll be like looking for another setup. Until price cross below this line, we're still bullish. Okay? Until price cross below 55, 25.50, I'm still looking for long.
Very good. Let's see top step levels here. 55, 35. Nothing really in there. But things change on the fly. Taking a quick look at tilt here. 50-50 across. Gold 62% long. Nothing really showing besides that. Bit of a delta update from John, but keep in mind it is rollover. We're going from the June price to the June contract to the September contract this week. But we did have a delta of minus 22,700 in the ES about 11 minutes ago. Yes.
Whoa.
With
a lot, Trey?
It is a lot. It is a lot, but John always says take it with a grain of salt during rollover. But eventually, because they could be legging out of June into September. But we'll see. This is an interesting little test case here.
Tilt update here, Dre. ES 52 to 48, long to shorts, and long average price is 55.45. So they're underwater by about 6 points right now. And the short average price is actually 44s. So I wonder if they're in the money. Bulls are not in the money in the slightest. I kind of wonder when they're going to capitulate and we start seeing that change. I haven't spent a ton of time on tilt, but I might start referencing it a little bit more, especially with the house account here. Maybe putting up those levels and kind of seeing what happens, or even more so, I'm curious to see what happens to these longs if we get below 55.35. Are we going to start seeing the average long price start coming down as we get down there? I don't know how much heat they can take, to be honest. But we'll see.
Good question. That is the $1 million question, indeed.
Let's mark that up.
Coming up here. You do see the count. Go ahead, Max. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying price is struggling to cross this level because like normally like we should be having like a very nice push down because we have the 15 minutes closing bullish bearish body close and 1 hour 4 hour they all bearish body close and then like you have the 5 minutes and like giving like a bullish structure, you know what I mean? So it's like quite slow. You don't really know exactly what to expect at this point. But market now is quite bearish. But now this structure on the 5 minutes, we need to really paying a lot of attention to it.
Definitely. Look at the NASDAQ. We are beneath the 20,000 level. Trade 19,995. I assume there's going to be some buyers try to step in, defend this, but we've already been through this level. And those try to get long. I see some stops beneath here. We bottomed out at 19,958. So to make new lows in the day, we still got about 34 points to the downside if we want to take out the new lows of the day. NASDAQ staying a little bit, I'm sorry, S&P staying a little bit stronger. Low of the day, 55.25. We're about 12 points above that, trading 55.36. All right, coming up to that 35 quarter level here.
Let's see if let's see if this tilt starts shifting. So I did put the tilt average long, average short on my chart, and
let's go to your screen. Let's go to your screen. Show us.
Yeah,
if you can go to
Dolby
what
this
screen.
looks like. Yeah, so you got to see tilt average long, tilt average short. I got Max's level down here at 55.35. You know, maybe that comes into play if the right conditions set up for Max's trade here. What I'm really interested in is to see if this 55.45 long average price changes if we break below 55.35. Are they going to start getting flat? Also, the bias has actually shifted to the short side for the ES. And we have seen the average short actually come down, which maybe is new shorts hopping into the market here and driving that average price down. It used to be at around 44 evens. Now we're down to about 43 1/4.
44 evens, 43 1/4. Gotcha. All right. So we're currently at that, again, that key level, 55.35 quarter, about a point above that right now, 55.36 even. Here we go, the 35 halves trade. Sellers are still stepping in the NASDAQ. We might get a flush here. Here we go. More sellers stepping in NASDAQ. S&P's following the lead. Dow doing the same thing. All right, talk to us, Max. We're trading 55.34. Looks like the bears are in control right now.
Now let's wait for this candle to close because like we just came to a highest volume candle, highest bearish volume candle here. So we need to wait for how this candle will close. Will this candle fill the unfair pricing gap here and push up, or will this candle just close inside? So we need to wait to see exactly how this candle will close. If this candle close down, like below 55.35.25, below this level here, bearish body close, we might see price keep going lower.
Yep.
Highly likely. Let's wait for the closing.
And the long average price is actually increasing, which leads me to believe that we're starting to see some people. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Short average is starting to come down as well to about 42.5. So about a 3/4 point reduction in the average short. So short, we definitely have new shorts coming in, and they're pulling down the average short position.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's see if it will close below or inside.
So if we close, Max, let's say we close at 55.35 halves or 3/4. Is that when you're interested in taking a long position?
For example, see now price is telling me that I want to go lower now. Okay, I want to go lower, but still, because it closed below the highest volume candle bearish, 55.35.00 here. Okay, see we have a bullish body close. We have a bullish body close. A bearish body close, I want to say. So now price is retracing. Price is retracing. So we expect that price doesn't violate 55.40.50 because it might happen because we just filled this unfair pricing gap, completely filled. So we basically doesn't exist anymore. But we close below here, so we are expecting like the bear to push down and take 55.25.50. Unless this candle close above 55.40.50. But so far, so good. Seems like price wants to go down.
Feels like that. That's for certain. Nvidia is selling off right now, or has been selling off. Currently trading $130.50. We did see a high today around 140s, I believe. Wow, 140s at some point.
That was quick.
Down. Actually, down down almost 4%. Shout out Nick4ATick. Nvidia can close lower. How about it? All right, buyers are stepping here in the Nasdaq and S&Ps. Coming up to this 20,000 level in the Nasdaq. See what they do. See if the sellers step in here.
Average long come down a ton, actually. The
Average
average
long
long
came down.
lost about 2 points. Yeah,
that means they're getting out.
Just
they're probably getting out of their trade.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering is if we.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Don't take any trade yet.
No trade.
Okay.
Trade off.
Let me know when.
No,
Let me
no
know
trade.
when.
No trade. No trade.
It's fine.
No trade.
Let me know when.
Okay, I will let you know exactly when. For example, if price close, bullish body close above 55.40.50, now we can be looking for long because it just took the liquidity. Even it closed below it, but didn't really respect it. Okay, baby, here we go. Now the longs are coming in.
Yes, they are.
What are we doing?
Bullish body close.
Getting long?
Bullish body close. Give me the bullish body close now. See?
Well, we have to wait 3 minutes.
That wait 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's better being patient than, for example, just imagine here you went short because it closed below this because price can take the liquidity since it completely filled this unfair pricing gap. So price took a lot of order down here on the HVC bearish here on the unfair pricing gap. It took a lot of order, so it pushed up. Even it closed below it. If this candle respected this high, this HVC bearish here on the M15 at 55.40.50, yes, but it violated it, and we have a bullish body close. So now we can be looking for long because price just came inside of discount, still in discount. Maybe we trace a little bit after this candle close, and then we push up, and then we might be targeting 58.00 because this is where price is heading to.
All right, so we got
Let me check
2 more minutes for a new candle here. So you are, Max, you are waiting for confirmation, double, triple confirmation before getting into a trade.
For sure, because it doesn't worth it if you enter in a trade and then you don't have all the setup. Like everything needs to be perfect because price is not random like most people think about it. It's very, very precise, very perfect. You need to wait. You need to be able to read price in real time. And if price don't do this, this will happen. If this doesn't happen, that might happen. You need to be like, you know what I mean? You need to be like observing what price is doing because you have billions of people trying to beat the market. So people will be like going long, going short. So you need to wait exactly to get exactly inside of the momentum of the market.
Keep in mind, we got this negative delta too. Shorts are going to get Nick4ATick hit me up, said shorts got caught in the hole there. Had a delta flip around 70s, in 970s in NASDAQ. We're reading
all the weak shorts.
Yeah, so now the retracement. Yeah, the retracement lag, you see price is still in discount. You see this huge, maybe you can't really see much.
On what time frame there, Max? Because on the 5 minute, it looks like it looks like it's a premium to me. How do you see it as a discount?
So, for example, here we have this huge candle was still in discount. So when this candle retreats down here, okay.
What price?
So now let's go on the 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. We're going to switch to the 1 minute to see exactly when price is giving us like now we are in premium now. So price will retrace. And then we highly likely have a bullish body close going up, and then this is where we enter on the 1 minute.
From what price? What would you like to enter at?
I don't have a specific price yet, but let's observe what price is doing because you need to be patient and wait for the market to tell you what to do and when to do it. The market already told us what to do. Now the market told us that we were going higher, right? But now we need to wait when to go higher. So now price is in premium in 1 minute. You don't want to go in territory in premium, right? So we are waiting for price to go into inside of discount, but to not violate 5531.50. No violation. And then if we get a bullish body close in discount here, and then we get inside of the trade with peace of mind. You know what I mean? With peace of mind, low risk, no worry. So if the market doesn't do what we expect it to do, we just chill. No trade, no loss.
All good. All right. Again, this is Power Hour. We will have some hashtag Power Hour stuff for you guys. Quiz results, as well as trader wins. Hey, Gabe, let me know when we're ready to do that. Maybe we're looking too hard to pull. Yeah, maybe we're trying a little too hard to pull the trigger on a trade for on the house account. House accounts. What's the P&L on the house account, Dolby?
Oh, we got so much room. We got a little scratch on the bumper, down 1650 right now, but
okay, yeah, that was good risk management in the morning here.
That was a great risk
James
management by MP this morning. That was very solid.
Definitely. All right, James, if we want to do some Power Hour and quiz results, let's do it because we got about, you see in the lower left-hand corner, 27 minutes left till the closing bell. So James, if we're ready, let's do it. Sure.
Yeah, we'll start off with some quiz winners. So here are today's top quiz winners.
You see these names.
If you see your username on this list, you got a reset coming your way. So keep an eye on your email.
You can always rewind chat if you didn't see it. It's at 2:32 p.m. Central Time. You want to go back and look.
Hey, folks, you can get questions correct when I do them.
Eddie stirring up controversy. Yep. Controversy ensues. Hey, James, I forgot to remind him about the Stetson hat challenge. Would you mind reminding the audience about that, please? I didn't get a chance to.
Oh, that's right. We got one Stetson hat left to give away. That's right, Happy Sandwich. One Stetson hat left. How do you get this sandwich hat? All you gotta do is pass a trading combine, trading only lean hogs, no other product allowed. We have had some people submit and they pass a trading combine and they have one single NQ trade that disqualifies you. So you have to pass only trading lean hogs. And we are giving out 5 hats. We've given out 4 so far. And there's one bad boy left. If you want to shout yay, start trading those lean hogs and email your successful trade report to TopstepTV@topstep.com.
Thank you, James. There you go. We have... Want to do hashtag Power Hour?
Let's roll right into it.
Yeah, I should do it.
Here we go. All right, the candle wick. 2 more evals funded. Scalping NQ with Topstep for Power Hour.
Beautiful.
Good job. Nice.
Beautiful.
Congrats on passing those evals.
Good job, Fresh.
Same guy, different one. Apparently I have this image loaded twice. Good for me. I'm on top of it.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, look at this.
We got another Power Hour animation. Been waiting to short this market for ages, and when the moment finally came, I made a big boo-boo.
Oh, no.
I see a boo-boo right there. His charts are behind him. You can't see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's he going to trade with the charts behind him, Eddie? You're right.
Hey, come on.
It's hot chocolate or coffee spilling everywhere. What's that? You got marshmallows in there?
Yeah, what is that?
Chunky soup.
This one's just for you, Andre.
What?
Levels to the house account.
Oh, it's hitting a little too close to home today. It's hitting a little too close. Who'd set that in? Lost Trader.
Barely
That's
slap your face in there, man.
Lost Trader's making
Like,
good
on.
ones these days.
You've been reading my DMs. Jeez. Yep. So, like,
Sounds like someone.
David, send us this. What can make you feel better? Me, hug, and then actually huge profits from trading.
Yeah,
the only thing that can make me
Pretty
feel
witty.
better.
Absolutely.
And we'll
We need
close
some
out
hugging
this
and get
Power
huge
Hour with a submission from our good friend Joey Morgan, showcasing his setup.
Oh,
Sweet. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Fucking dream.
Got a jug of gin over to the right of him on the floor. Smart.
Life is good. Look at that.
Thank you
Where's
to
Top
everybody for
Step on there?
submitting.
Got the baby? Oh, how nice.
Where's
Yeah.
Topstep TV? Start him young. I like that.
Well, thank you to everyone who submitted. If you think you got some good meme game or you got something witty you want to say, Fast Markets tomorrow. We'll be collecting and we'll be showing them. Thank you as always.
Hey, James, where's Carl been? Carl's been slacking.
Well, he's submitting stuff, I think.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Come on, Carl.
We just gotta share the wealth, you know? People got some
Get
creative
on it.
people. Gotta make sure everyone gets their 15 minutes on Topstep TV.
Boom. Absolutely.
Thank you, John Madden.
All right.
Now we're back down below. So is this
Yeah,
what
we
you were
are.
talking about, Max? Without not getting confirmation.
We just-
'Cause now
we
we're
just
kind
need
of
to-
just back and forth.
No, we just need to be
Yes, or-
patient. We need to be patient. We need to be patient and wait for price to come into discount. Give us a nice PO4 bullish, and then this is where we get inside of the trade. Otherwise, you'll be entering this trade, and then the trade. You see now, if just imagine you entered when the 15-minute retrace. What do you see? Price is pushing down again. So that's why you need to be patient and wait for the perfect setup.
Just see the tilt. Tilt was, yeah. How about this? Right when that sell-off started, NQ was long 72%, ES was long 70%, and it just reversed right in their face. I mean,
Yeah. So that's
got
why
average-
you don't enter when you
Average
Let's
long,
see.
average short is basically the same price right now on the tilt.
they are
About
chasing
a half
their
a
own
point
tail.
off.
Last we got
Closer.
Delta of minus 23,000 about 17 minutes ago. See if we can get an update here going into the close. Again, it is rollover, so take it with a grain of salt, but we just see a big number. Minus 23,000 is considerable, I would say. Johnny, hook me up when you get a chance. William Hinson says, looking south, guys. Looking at the downside. Speaking of looking south, crude has rolled over.
Hey.
81.38.
Oh, barely.
81.38.
What do you mean rolled over? This is like 10 cents an off hour.
Dolby, I'm making TV here, man. I'm just trying to. Oh man, I'm trying. Come on, man. You know what I'm doing over here. Come on, just say it.
Oh my goodness, Trey.
Yes, everything's
That was
got
a good
to be bigger and better than you know how it is.
That's a good one.
Yeah, let's see how this last candle closes here. About 2 minutes. So we got 20 minutes left. Also. We got MOC coming up. Eddie will hit us up with that. Also at 3 o'clock, I believe we do have a speaker. We have a speaker here. I believe Barkin. Yep, Barkin. 3
Barkin.
o'clock starts
Yeah.
speaking. Yeah.
See what he's got to say.
Yeah, see Barkin. Barkin likes to speak a lot. That's for certain.
Yeah. Sure does.
See. 20 minutes left in the trade. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers.
It's quite interesting.
Hey, Max Maserati. We got over 101,000 subscribers here on Topstep TV. What do you think about that?
Wow. I saw it on Twitter. I was like, oh my God, that's crazy.
It's pretty good, man. It's
Oh,
pretty good.
which means we are doing a great job, right?
So far, so
Amazing
good.
job.
So far, so good.
Someone is.
So far,
You
so
can't
good.
please them
More
all.
to come.
Can't-
More to come.
More to come. We'll get to 200 and 300. We'll go from there. Hey, poll rerun. Will NQ close above or below 20,000? I'm going to keep saying above. I'm a perma bull. You guys vote how you want. All right, Delta minus 22,300 as of 2:39 Central Time. So shorts are still.
This is just in.
Yeah, what do you
Donald
got?
Sutherland passed away.
All that.
8 ball. Yeah, Donald Sutherland. 88. God rest his soul.
On MASH. He was on MASH, right? believe.
I
Eddie?
I don't know.
He was that an original one? Maybe.
I don't know.
The movie?
I don't know. I don't know.
He's on Kelly's Heroes. He was 8 ball. Driving the tank.
All right, last poll results. All right, this poll. All right, previous poll. We did it about 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago. It was, will it close above or below 20,000? We said 60% above. We'll see if that changes now here in the last 19 minutes of the trade. He was in the movie. Thank you, John. In the movie. Gotcha.
Yeah, basically, price is just ranging between these two levels, between 55, 5600 and 55, 25, 50. So we don't really have like anything significant to go long or short. So I think like we might not get any real move onto the bell. So
it's tough.
So yeah, let's check 1 minute. See, the 1 minute price never came into discount. So so in that case, you just better be careful and just wait and see what price is going to do. But now I don't think we'll have a very nice trade. I don't think so until the closing bell. Price might
okay.
just
Max.
keep hanging around here.
Max, question: How have you taken any trades today? Give us an update on your trades today, or for the week.
I did.
Okay.
I did take a very nice trade today. Very, very nice. And I mean, I call it live on my Discord, and then one of my Kenneth, she's very good. She's learning my system like a boss.
Beautiful. like a boss, you say?
The same trade. Yeah, she's like a boss. I'm even afraid that she might, like, be like, oh yeah, but she's very good. She's mastering the system.
The student becomes teacher before you know it.
It's just like, like when you have a system that works and then people are just contacting you, and then like, because I never thought I would be like teaching. It's time consuming, but it's nice. It's nice to meet people, talk with people, and then they really love the system, and they've done a lot of back testing, and they are like, oh my god, this is awesome. It's very precise. It keeps them in touch, like to be disciplined. This is one of the things that I like about it. It keeps you in touch. Like, you need to be disciplined. Mm-hmm. Because if there's no setup, you'll be sit down, right? You just relax. Because right now we get everything, but no way to enter. You just wait, and then it will keep you in check to not overtrade, to not take random trade, because you're looking for a specific setup. If you don't have it, no trade.
Trey's right. All right. Well, I mean, it's kind of been a no trade power hour. I guess those longs beneath 20,000. You had to take heat. You had to take heat in the NASDAQ, as always.
35s were decent in ES.
Yeah.
But like, who knows if that would have held? You know what I mean?
Max does have a Discord. We'll put the Discord link in there.
Yeah.
Oh, you want the
I love
Discord
having
link?
all these
We got
different
you. We
traders
got-
on,
yeah.
different trading systems, different styles, different teachers for everyone to learn from. And we've had so many traders on recently who have found a mentor early, and it's really shortened their learning curve by like a lot. Fatima is one, and I think, is it Jordan? You also have a mentor as well. That, I mean, both of them got funded and trading well within 2 years. I mean, that's the power of having a good mentor or a coach, trading buddy, just someone to help you, stay accountable. It's really powerful.
Absolutely. Anonymous ICT asks, hey, Andre, will Topstep be doing anything for 100,000 subscribers? You know we will. Tune in early next week. Got something big in the works. We actually got to 100,000 subscribers a little bit sooner than the projections had us. So we were ahead of the curve.
Wow, that's
weeks.
amazing.
Yes, it's taken weeks to prep for this. So we had a target date in mind. We're going to stick to it. No rush. We got you. We're going to build up suspense. That's what we do here at TopstepTV. We're good at this TV thing. Cliffhangers and building up suspense. You guys got to tune in and check it out. 100,000 counts for $10 would be nice.
In chat, we're trying to find a trading mentor. I think I'll give you two options. If you're looking for like a trading buddy, so maybe an equal, someone you can bounce ideas off, accountability buddy, make sure you're sticking to your daily loss limits. Head to the Discord, and there's actually a trading buddy channel where you can introduce yourself and try to find a friend. I still want to make TS Tinder at some point in time, so we'll see if we ever get that going. And then alternatively, we do have a lot of like coaches on air. We have traders like Max who are on air, David Green, like all these people have courses. So try to find someone that maybe fits your personality or trading style. And then you can use that to help you, help your learning curve. So I think finding someone that fits your personality as well as how you view the market, I think it really helps a lot. But, experiment, just, there's people out there. Just make sure you trust them and don't throw money at it right away. If you can get a free trial, if you can join a webinar or something like that to kind of test it and see if you like it, for sure do that first. So be diligent, do your homework, but there are a lot of people out there who are willing to help and are honest, and almost all of them are on Topstep TV, if I had to guess.
Completely agreed.
All right, back to these 550 level here in the ES. 35s were nice. 35s were nice. I have to retool, regroup tomorrow. Our finest executions process with the house account today. I take full accountability, pulling check marks. Pulling check marks. I was moving way too slow. Way too slow. Not enough conviction. Him and Han.
Yeah.
We did have him and Han. Better than that. We'll do better tomorrow. I can assure you that.
It's always tomorrow, Dre.
There is. The market will be here tomorrow. That's the beautiful thing about this. We always trade for tomorrow. So we're only down $1,600. We're not going to compound
That's
it.
a good thing. That's the good thing.
It is
MP
indeed.
was driving the account and did an excellent job, getting in and out of a trade that didn't feel right when the opinions flipped. And thankfully he did that. If he didn't do that, I mean, this account would have been DLL'd already. So he acted very quickly. Didn't like the vibes, flattened it, because other people like on TV also didn't like it. So that was excellent execution on his part. Very decisive.
Yep, Nick4ATick, part of the thing getting out. John is Hoax as well. All good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't really mind being down, 1650. Could be way worse. Also, we got rollover. It's like, this is like the last day or second to last day for rollover.
Yeah, thank God.
So once we're kind of out of this, I think it'll be a lot easier to kind of just open up the account and kind of expect more follow through on some of these markets. But it just seems like it's all stop running and positioning right now. So it's very tough to trade. Very tough to trade. So
tricky. It's tricky for sure. Hey, taking a look at tilt.
Yeah.
Starting to see some heavy tilts here with about 11 minutes to go. We got 71% long in the NQ, got 74% long in the ES with 11 minutes to go. But we do have a negative delta in the ES as well. So it's kind of fighting each other a little bit. But the delta is real traders in the market here. So that carries a little bit more weight. Again, it is rollover. So take it with a grain of salt. The tilt data is our simulated traders. The sample size is significant. Leave it at that. Follow up on the poll. Not the same, Robert. Oh, even a little bit more. Will NQ close above or below 20,000? It was 60%. That has increased to 65% voting above. We are currently above by about 50 points here. We should be getting MOCs here in the next minute or so. Eddie will jump in with that.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got Barkin speaking at 3 o'clock. 12 minutes.
And that doesn't help either. That does not help either.
Barkin is a voting member out of Richmond, so their words carry more weight than the non-voters. Again, one more time, I'm going to ask you, please click like, please click subscribe if you're tired of hearing me saying that. Trust me, I'm tired of saying it, but we got to keep trudging on to 200,000 followers. Really appreciate all you guys' help and support Topstep. All right, Patrick Onde says, ready for end of bell squeeze to the top. Could very well happen.
That's so sad. I was expecting something very nice, like a nice retracement, a bullish body close in 1 minute, and the price push up, take this, go back to the 55, 58, and then get out. Just hanging. Well, it's good. It's good. Like if you have a proper rules to follow, and then you just follow them, and it will save you. Just imagine we get inside of this trick by now. We found like waiting for the proper setup.
Eddie, what do we got?
Right. We got S&P, 2,840,000 to the sell side. And NASDAQ, we've got 947 million sell side. Dow, 1,072,000 sell side. Mag 7, 859 million sell side. There you have it.
Thanks, Eddie. Okay, that's heavy. We got 2 billion sell in S&Ps, 1 bill sell in NASDAQ. Another 1 billion Dow sell. So it's about 4 billion sell side.
2 billion sellers S&P, 1 billion sellers NASDAQ, 1 billion sellers Dow, 870 million Mag 7 sellers across the board.
I got about 4 billion sell side. That's pretty cool how they break
It's
it down.
pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Top sellers in NASDAQ, NVIDIA. This is pretty cool, actually. 450 million sell side NVIDIA going on the MOC. I like how you break this down. It's pretty cool. So get ready. Deal should be executed here about 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Nice 5-minute range in the ES.
Okay, let's take a look at it. What are you seeing here, Dolby?
Well, if you go back to what is this? 2:30. We have a series of about 5-minute candlesticks that are all kind of just stuck together here. So really a nice range. It's just tough to find an entry. Because you have to like buy at like 55.42, which is like middle of the range. So I'm not sure if it's the best setup, but it is a setup, which is the 5-minute range setup. So maybe it pops the top here. Topping would be 55, let's say 50. Let's see if shorts decide to cover as we just get more into the middle of the range on a larger time frame. But we have a really nice wedge here in the ES. Higher lows, lower highs. Maybe we make a higher high here. But with, Barkin speaking and everything that's going on, it's probably still just a no trade, unfortunately.
Could very well be, which is okay. All right, Max, we do have your Discord pinned to the top of the chat. Be sure to go check him
awesome.
out. No, that's our Discord. Can we get Max's in there, guys?
Oh, yeah, put his in there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Barking in
Thank you,
about
Max.
7 minutes here. So
Thank you.
close the show. 7 minutes barking.
Yeah, so it seems like finally price will go to the level I was expecting it to go. But we found us. That's so sad.
So sad, too bad. Too bad, so sad.
Yeah, and just a nice retracement down, nice beautiful, like come back to discount, nice beautiful bullish, and then you get inside of the trade. But no, it just stay in premium forever. That's too bad.
Hey, just a reminder, tomorrow is Friday, not Tuesday. I'm thinking it's Tuesday tomorrow. My goodness. Shame on me. That day off.
That day off in the middle of the week really did a number on us, I feel. All right, see if we can push here. 6 minutes left into the home stretch.
6 minutes.
And we got Barkin coming up. Gold. Gold's been chilling. I guess Gold did have a 40-point. Yeah, here we go. MP. MP says I would get short into this close. MP still trading. Paper chain can't stop.
Is that a level?
That's a level. MP, that's a triple check mark right there, MP.
Is that a triple check mark from the boss man himself?
Triple check mark. The MP triple check mark. Get in there. All right, 27 seconds. We should see an injection of liquidity here. Watch. It happens, MP. It's one of those days. It's been tricky. It's a C profit take.
On fire.
There's no runners.
We're Tuesday? I think MP was just
MP
crushing
carved
it
up
on Tuesday.
Yeah,
that was
that's
amazing.
trading. Only as good as your last trade. All right, here we go. Second self injection. Let's see what happens here. We got like 4 billion.
This is the kind of trade that you read the entire setup, right? Everything is perfect, but no entry. You're like, oh my gosh. And
like Johnny Hoag says, rollover, baby.
Mm-hmm.
The evil behind this.
Yep, we're just wedged so hard right now. Higher lows, lower highs. Lots of indecision in the market here. Got Barkin coming up. So what is this chart pattern? Where's JD at? Is this the a wedge? A wedge pattern here, JD?
So it seems like
Chat
the
saying Barkins already
MMM
started.
external block of 5 minutes is rejecting price. Basically, we have the MMM external block short 55, 51, 50 to 55, 55, 75. See, price came inside of it. It's rejecting it because we have a CDS here. So we highly likely see price pushing a bit down, but we don't know.
Wow. ES 72% long.
Still.
The average long being 47. Yeah, evens. Wow.
Shout out Matt James, the new Bell to Beller in the house. Matt James, thanks for being a Bell to Beller. We got some liquidity here. Upside S&P's 500 lot sitting at 55.47. 55.47 upside. See if that gets taken out.
But it's better not to trade because we get a very nice move today. So I think prices, I don't really expect anything crazy now. And price just reacted from the MMM block, so probably pushing down.
Here we go. They came down. The 500 lot did come down to hit the bid on the market. See the 400 lot traded. Yeah, definitely came down to 46s. 47s came down to. All right.
We're probably going back to 55.35 or something. And just make sure that we just test the upward bounds and lower bounds of the wedge, little pie shape we got going on. Pizza, maybe a little pizza pie, pie, apple pie. What's your favorite pie, Dre? What's your favorite?
This actually funny. This pumpkin pie cheesecake thing that my mom makes around Thanksgiving. It's man, you got me thinking about it.
Wow.
I'm not a dessert guy. I'm not a dessert guy, but this pumpkin pie cheesecake once a year, I'll have a couple slices. That stuff, that shit hits.
Pumpkin pie should not be a seasonal flavor, in my opinion. In my opinion.
2 minutes left. Let's take a look at that tilt. Tilt those longs peeled off some of their position. John, real quick, what's Delta going into this close? We got less than 2 minutes. Just want to take a note of it as we go into the close.
I don't think we've got anything significant.
My man Eddie's got the closing bell and outro. Stay tuned. We'll have the Max Maserati song playing as well. Camera on, Mike. Mic on too, Eddie. Let's get this party started. Minus 18,000. Minus 18,000 Delta with 2 minutes. So 90 seconds left to go.
What's NQ up to? We closing over 20? Is that the deal?
Good question.
Oh, probably. I mean, 30 points above 20, but let's keep an eye on this one because we had a couple polls about NQ. Are we closing above or below 20K? And we are at 20,030 points currently.
There we go. 60 seconds left here in the session. And people saying Barkin already started speaking. I haven't seen. Yeah, here we go. Coming down. 25 points from 2,000. Here we go.
20 points to go, basically. Or below 20. How much time do we have? We got about 45 seconds here. Are we going to get below 20,000?
Can they do it? Here we go. The suspense is killing me, Max. Got 30 seconds. The suspense is killing me. Can they do it?
Yeah.
This is the moment that my system will save you for not taking a trade. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Because you need to wait.
Yep.
Wait and wait.
You'll be losing money.
Best trade was no trade there.
No trade. There are no trade. See? Done.
And there we go. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. All right. Eddie, Max Maserati, thank you for joining us. Take it away, Eddie.
All right, folks. As Andre said, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being with us here for you Bell to Bellers and for those that are just sort of joining us. Tomorrow, you could probably sleep in early. There's going to be not a big breakfast buffet until about 8:45 Central Time. 8:45 Central, we do have our S&P Global, U.S. Manufacturing, the PMI, the manufacturing PMI for June, and, of course, month over month. We have existing home sales at 9 o'clock. We've got existing home sales for May. Also, we'll have a U.S. leading index month over month. For you gas traders, we'll have natural gas storage at 9:30. 10 o'clock, big number here regarding the Fed monetary policy report. So we got to remember to keep an eye on that, keep an eye on the wire. And after that, I think it's smooth sailing for our U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. And that's going to be it. Scrolling down here, I think that is it for the rest of the day. Now, as far as our Top Step menu for tomorrow, once again, I got to keep reminding myself that it is Friday. I mean, having, like Andre said, having that day off in the middle of the week is pretty weird. But tomorrow, it'll be Blackjack Friday, the 21st of June. And Hogan and myself, we're going to fire up the machine here at 8 o'clock Central Time. So be here early. We got lots to talk about. Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Coach J, Coach Dakota, and yes, that handsome fellow, Hoag. Going to be doing Fast Markets. After that, Power Players, we got the Tuck. Yes, Peter Tuckman, hot and saucy. Also, Hogan Andre will be following him right after that. We got Jack and Vanessa for Top Quiz. You don't have to worry about my silly questions. And Jack and Ben for Shoulder Tap. JD and Hoag for Group Coaching. To end the day, we got Anne-Marie with Strategy Lab, Dolby and Robert. And, of course, the dynamic duo, Andre, Dolby, Hoag, and Coach Ray. All right, my friends. Well, I hope that you enjoyed being here. We love having you here, and I hope that you love being here with us. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for helping your fellow trader in the community chat. So, family time right now. Log off. Get some love, all right? Get some rest. Re-energize yourself for the rest of the day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.
Max Maserati. Max Maserati. Max Maserati. A very good trader, a very good friend. Max. 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 Max Maserati. Max Maserati.